Do unto others. Reign of Shadows, Book 1. By Sierra Graves. Chapter 1. Mech. I thought I knew what pain was. Damn, was I wrong. Every inch of me screamed. I opened my mouth to snarl and rage, but all that came out was a hoarse grunt. Images of the battle slammed into me. Seeing Hadariel morph into Seraphim. Realizing we'd walked into a trap. What of my father, Korath? Had he lived? Had Remiel? Some of the fight was missing from my memory. Black voids blocked those moments from my mind. I needed to open my eyes and figure out where I was. Vaguely, I remembered hearing Lela shouting my name. I pictured her at the falls, but knew that had to be a dream. She couldn't have been there. No one would let her leave Dakota. Was I dead? No, the pain was too intense. I wondered if I'd been captured, but when my eyes finally fluttered open, my brow wrinkled in confusion. Where? I coughed on the next words, unable to force them out. A lump formed in my throat, and the more I hacked, the worse it became. My chest was in agony. Then someone was sitting me upright. I growled at the tearing in my wounds that seemed to stretch from my neck to my ankle. The glass was pressed to my lips. Cold water was poured a little at a time into my mouth. Easy, Mech, a voice that was clearly not Seraphim said. Easy. You've been out for a few days. Days. I sputtered, shoving the glass away. The room slowly came into focus, but I had to be wrong. Why was I in Korath's bedchamber? Bobby stood beside me, keeping one arm around my shoulders. The only thing keeping me sitting up. How? I swallowed with a grimace, hating how weak I was. The rest of the words were trapped behind more coughing that left me dizzy. Just rest, all right. You've not finished healing. Going to take a while. I grabbed for him, tugging him closer. Lela. She's safe, Mech, and she'll be pissed if she knows you're pushing yourself. Lay back down and sleep. I had to get to her. Something wasn't right. She'd been there at the ravine. Had she been in the fight? Was she hurt? I attempted to swing my legs over the edge of the bed, but Bobby blocked me. Usually, he wouldn't have been able to stop me. I was hurt worse than I first thought. Keep your ass in bed, Bobby ordered. We've got it under control. I wasn't sure what he meant, but then I was lying back, my eyes closed. I tumbled back into darkness. When I awoke, soft light flickered around the chamber. Korath's chamber. I still had no idea why I was in my father's rooms instead of my own. Or the infirmary. I remembered seeing Bobby's face, but maybe that had all been a dream. A hand held mine, and when I glanced to my left, spotted a familiar head of hair. Lela. From the steady rise and fall of her back, she was sound asleep, clutching my hand in hers as if afraid to let me go. Her face was hidden by a swath of hair that had fallen from her messy bun. I brought my hand over to move it, but the motion tugged at my side. Pain. A growl rumbled through my chest. Lela shot upright. Mech. I attempted to smile, but my lips wouldn't cooperate. Hey. She leaned into my open palm, eyes shining with tears of relief. She stood and kissed me. I was worried you weren't going to wake up again. My head was still a bit fuzzy, and when I glanced around, worry gripped me. You're in hell. You think I'd let you stay down here alone? Lela, you can't, I argued, but she placed her hand gently over my mouth. I've been coming down in shifts, don't worry, all right. You just need to focus on healing. She pulled her hands from mine and began checking over the bandages that were loosely laid over my whole right side. When she reached my hip where the blanket was, her cheeks reddened, and that time I did grin until she tugged the blanket aside enough to reveal my hip and thigh. I flinched when her fingers gently prodded the wounds. Suddenly, I was back in the ravine as Seraphim's claws tore into me. I dug my fingers into the mattress, fighting to stay in the moment with Lela and not go back to that dark place. She was saying my name, but the room spun around me. She called for Bailey, and the healer was at her side a second later. They were talking, but the words couldn't penetrate the sound of my pulse thundering away in my ears. Then Bailey was pouring something down my throat. I fought against it, knowing it was a sedative. I didn't want to go back to sleep, not now. Lela rested her forehead to mine, her eyes studying me. Having her here calmed me, and I let myself relax. She smoothed her fingers through my hair, as I shut my eyes and fell into a dreamless sleep. Korath stood in front of me. Bloodfalls were at his back. I knew what came next but had to stop it. I rushed forward as bony hands shot from the ground and trapped my feet. I shouted for Korath to run, get out of there, only he didn't seem to hear me. Seraphim towered over Korath, and then his fist was punched through my father's chest. Blood spurted on my face as I bellowed furiously, trying to get free. Seraphim hefted Korath's body into the air and flung my father aside as if he was a piece of trash. Seraphim stalked toward me, his arm drenched in blood. He grinned, revealing rows of sharp teeth. "Your turn," he said with a sneer. My hands were bound at my sides by invisible ropes. His fist plunged through my chest. A yell shattered the silence in my chambers. I smashed a hand to my chest, expecting to find a massive hole. But there was nothing. The bandages Lela had tended to were gone. Only faint scars remained on my skin, cutting through the tribal tattoos that marked my body. I threw back the blanket and studied the path of scarred flesh to my ankle. The stab wound on my left thigh had also healed enough to have the coverings removed. Warm hellfire flowed to my palms. I was more than healed. I was fully recharged, more than I had been in weeks. The door opened, and 2 demon guards in black armor rushed in. "Lord Mech." I held up a hand to let them know I was all right. "Lela, where is she?" "Commander Lela had to return to the surface," the first guard answered. "Travis, that was his name. We were to alert her when you woke again." "How long have I been down here?" The guards exchanged a long look. 6 days, my lord," Travis replied. "Stop calling me that." I rubbed a hand down my face to wipe away the last slivers of my nightmare. "And why am I in Korath's chambers? Where is he?" Travis whispered to the second guard, and he rushed from the room. "My lord," Travis said quietly, "your father didn't make it. You are the new demon lord of Olam." He bowed as he said it. "I am sorry." It hadn't been a nightmare then. Korath had been killed by Seraphim. So many demons were dead. The realization weighed heavily on my shoulders, and I wanted to fall back into bed, bury my head, and pretend I hadn't woken up yet. What was I supposed to do now? We had gone to that damned ravine to kill Hadariel, and instead we were ambushed by evil. "Can I get you anything, my Mech?" Travis corrected himself when I glared. "Clothes would be nice. And maybe a bath." I might be healed, but I stunk of battle even after 6 days. My hair was tangled and my muscles were sore. I had no desire to leave my father's chambers yet, but just the thought of making the trek to the showers in the barracks made me tired. Eventually, I had to accept it, I supposed. These were my chambers now. Damn it. Why hadn't I been able to save Korath? Guilt left me feeling sick to my stomach. "Right away, Mech." Thankfully, Travis rushed out of the room. I stood, wrapped the blanket around my hips, then walked slowly around the room. I'd grown up running into this room to wake my parents. That was before the war, when life was happy. I ran my hand over the wooden chest along the far wall, and my gut clenched. Korath was gone from this world. I'd always known I'd one day take his place, but I never expected that day to be so soon. I was lost in memories of the great demon lord of Olam that my father had been when Travis returned with fresh clothes brought from my chambers. A copper tub was set up and filled with steaming hot water. Once I was alone again, I stepped into it and sank beneath the surface. The hot water eased my muscles but did little to soothe my churning mind. Slowly and methodically, I used the cloth to wash my body, pausing at every new scar Seraphim gifted me with. I stayed in the bath as the steam slowly dissipated. A subtle shift in the air had me opening my eyes. Someone was here. Before the door even opened, I knew it was Lela. She said nothing as she approached the tub and ran her fingers through my wet hair around my horns. I reached up and held her hand, squeezing it hard. Neither of us said a word. We didn't have to. I sensed her worry and pain right at the loss of so many lives. We stayed like that for a long while, until the water began to lose its heat. I released her hand, and she washed my hair. When she finished, she held out a towel for me. I stood and stepped out. The moment I had it wrapped around my hips, she was in my arms. I breathed her in, her hair smelling of oranges and vanilla. "How did you know?" I finally asked. I never had a chance to send a message. "I'm not sure," she replied, staring up at me. "I just knew you were in trouble. I had to get to you. Shit, Mech, if I'd been any later, if I hadn't convinced Bobby to go with me." She trailed off, standing on her toes to kiss me. "Thank you," I murmured against her lips. "You saved my ass again." But Korath. We were too late for him. Anger rose within me as I recalled exactly how my father had died. We should never have gone. Somehow he knew. Seraphim, or maybe Hadariel, found out about our plan. It was a damn trap, and we waltzed right into it. I was annoyed that Lela had come after me, even though I ordered her to stay behind in Dakota, but that faded quickly. If she hadn't, I'd probably be dead. "How many did you save?" "You, Remiel, 23 others." "That's it?" I asked, alarmed. "What about Kexen?" "Wounded, but he's recovering. He's down here too. As are all the demons who were wounded. At least he survived." I'd lost sight of him so quickly into the fight. We brought back over 30 alive, but their injuries were too extensive. The abominations did a number on them. We weren't sure Remiel was going to make it, but he pulled through the last couple of days. She pressed her face to my chest, shaking her head. "I thought I lost you." Then she hauled off and punched me in the arm. "Don't you do that to me again, got it? Ever. I can't see you like that. I won't lose you." I tilted her chin up. "Now you know how it feels." "That's not funny." "Isn't meant to be. This was going to be our lives until the war ended. We'd constantly be in danger. How many more times would I have to watch her heal from wounds? Or wake up to find her watching over me as I healed from mine? We'd both already almost died too many times, and the war wasn't going to get better anytime soon. It was just going to keep getting worse until we were dead. Or they were. "What happened?" she whispered. "Do you remember?" "I remember everything," I replied through gritted teeth. She guided me back to the bed, and we sat down at the foot of it. I don't know how he did it, but Seraphim had an army waiting for us. He appeared as Hadariel, but then he shifted and his true form came through. He cut off our hellfire again. Made us nearly defenseless. She squeezed my hands when the words became lodged in my throat. Korath was the first to be attacked. We were heavily outnumbered, and there was no way to get back to Dakota. Somehow, that rotten bastard managed to hide an entire army from our scouts. He was powerful, possibly stronger than Hadariel. "You think he was there on the High General's orders?" she asked. "I don't know. Didn't get a chance to ask." I held my face in my hands, a shudder rushing through me as the fight played out again in my mind. There was so much blood and death. I almost expected my hands to be stained with it, but they were clean. "I thought I was dead," I whispered. "I was sure he killed me. I won't let him." "Lela." I lifted her onto my lap and for a while let myself get lost in her arms. In the back of my mind, all I kept seeing was Seraphim coming for us both. Lela wouldn't stand a chance against him. No matter what happened next, I had to keep her out of it. One of us had to survive this war. She drew back, and her eyes fluttered like she was fighting to stay conscious. "What's wrong?" "Been down here longer than I thought." She sighed. I'll be fine for a few minutes longer. No. I'll come with you. You're not leaving hell until Bailey gives you permission, she argued. She gave her head a hard shake. Mech, really? I'll be all right. You shouldn't even be coming down here. As if I could stay away. You're funny, you know that, she teased and patted my cheek. Fine, I'm going, but you better keep yourself in hell. I won't have you returning to the surface if you're not prepared for it. She started for the door, but I caught her hand, unwilling to let her out of my sight. I knew she had to get back, but my heart tugged at the thought of her leaving. She leapt into my arms. I caught her, and my raw emotions coursed over us both. I'd been too damn close to death this last time, too close to leaving her behind to face whatever darkness was still coming. She pulled away too soon, and was out the door a second later. I walked toward the door, telling myself I was strong enough to follow her to the surface. Dizziness came over me, and my knees shook. I staggered to bed and sat down heavily. It took far longer than I liked to get dressed. When the dizziness stopped, I stood again, and this time made it out the door and down the hall until my strength gave out. I slumped against the stone wall, grinding my teeth as I willed myself to stand upright and keep going. Mech. I glanced up to find Kexen and Bobby hurrying toward me. Glad to see you up and moving around, Kexen commented. His face bore a large gash running down his right cheek, and his hands were bandaged. Otherwise, he looked better than I did. Glad to see you're alive, I replied. Kexen laughed, but the sound was far from happy. Yeah, me too. You had us all worried. Bobby's voice was rougher than normal, and he wouldn't meet my gaze. Sorry about Korath, Mech. I stopped short and stared down the long stretch of corridor. This was my place in Olam now. A demon lord. I was no longer going to be waiting for orders from Kexen. I would be giving them, which put even more weight on my shoulders. Where are the others? I asked stiffly, not willing to give in to panic. Yet. The lords. Waiting to hear word from you, Kexen told me. They're already massing their armies for a counterattack. Against who? I scoffed. Seraphim. We don't have a way to kill him, not yet. I'm sure if we relieve him of his head, Bobby said. I interrupted him with a laugh. Tried that once, remember? He's stronger now. They can't just go after him without a plan. They're working on one with Commander Lela. My eyes flicked from Kexen then back to Bobby. She said nothing about working with the lords on a plan of attack. What's she up to? If she didn't tell you yet, then she doesn't want you to know. I growled, but neither said anything else. I need to get to the surface. Not yet, you don't. We have our orders. Kexen nailed me with a firm glare. Lela said you're not to leave until you're fully healed. So unless you can convince Bailey to sign off on your state of health, you're stuck in Olam. And Lela had already returned to the surface. Just as I'd been able to sense her when she arrived, I felt her absence. She was still there in my mind, but her presence was faint. Where's Bailey? Why don't you meet with the other lords first? Bobby suggested, until my growl grew louder. Or you can be stubborn. That's fine too. She's in the infirmary, Kexen said, not sounding happy about it. Good, then we're going there first. Whatever Lela thought she was up to, I had to stop her from doing something rash, like tracking down and going after Seraphim. She had conveniently not told me about whatever she was doing in Dakota. Anxiety replaced the weakness in my limbs. I was able to walk on my own by the time we reached the western corridor and headed toward the infirmary. Bailey glanced up from a work table as we walked in. Ah, my Lord Tonamek. I'm glad to see you up and moving around. I'd like to return to the surface. Now. Her brow rose. Bobby and Kexen backed up a step, the zombie whistling quietly under his breath. Is that so? Bailey crossed her arms and stared me down. Yeah, it is. I need to leave before Lela does something stupid. You think she's going to what? Run off and get herself killed? I think she's planning to go after Seraphim, and she's not about to do that without me. I cross my arms too, not about to back down. Am I healed or not? In my opinion, no. Am I healed enough to head to the surface? Her lips thinned. Mech, you were on death's door when you were brought to me. You can't rush the healing process. Am I well enough to return or not? I repeated loudly, begging her silently to just say yes. Stay here one more night, and first thing tomorrow, you can return to Dakota. I won't try to stop you. I wanted to get back to Lela now, but her request wasn't unreasonable. Deal. Good. Then if you'd be so kind, she addressed Bobby and Kexon, take Lord Mech out of the infirmary and somewhere he can continue to recoup. It would be much appreciated. Kexon and Bobby laughed quietly as they spun me around, and we exited the infirmary. I wasn't about to go back to Korath's old chambers, so I led them out to the grounds. Our forces were indeed gathering. Soldiers rushed from one end of the barracks to the other. Supplies were being collected and infused with hellfire. Commanders shouted orders. All right, what's the plan so far? I asked once we'd sat at a stone table outside the main fortress. I tried not to remember how I used to eat meals here with my mother, or share mugs of strong ale with Korath after long days of training. Kexon leaned back, watching the soldiers run through formations. We're preparing for the final battle, he said quietly. No idea where it's going to be, or when, but the lords aren't going to take another chance at being caught off guard. Neither is Commander Lela. You keep calling her Commander Lela. That's what she is. After we brought you back, she took up the mantle of commander again, Bobby said. The depressed Lela is gone. She's taken control. She's even gotten Ilran to listen to her. Seriously? Yeah. She and the Demon Lord seem to be hitting it off. Not sure if that's a good thing, Bobby added with a wink. How often has she been down here? Every day, for as long as she can stand it. And you let her? I snapped. Kexon shrugged. As if we could stop her. She might be mortal, but she's got quite a few of the younger demons scared of her. The toll on her body is too high. Try telling her that. Bobby scratched at his bare skull. Dakota's changed. Shithell's changed. She's got a few plans being worked out. Such as? I think I'll let her tell you tomorrow when you go back to the surface, Bobby told me, talking over me when I started to argue with him. After she gets done yelling at you for returning too damn soon. Now I regretted making that deal with Bailey. I could always make my own portal and sneak out of Olam, but something told me Bobby and Kexon weren't about to let me out of sight. And as strong as I felt, my hellfire was already drained from simply moving. Opening a portal would deplete it all over again. I might make it to the surface, but I'd be weak. Then Lela would really have a reason to be pissed at me. Might be worth it. She was quite attractive when she was angry. What are you grinning about? Kexon asked. What do you think he is? Bobby answered for me. Damn demon finally found the love of his life. I smiled, though my mind was elsewhere. Tomorrow, I'd be back on the surface, preparing to take the fight to Hadariel and Seraphim. But for a few hours, I was going to let myself have this time with my friends. Korath was gone, as were many others. There'd be a time to mourn them all, but not yet. I'd give myself this chance to heal because soon, there was only going to be time for killing.
Chapter 2. Lela. I stepped out of the Hellfire portal and found myself in the heart of Dakota. The compound was just as busy as Olam. Humans and demons worked around the clock to gather weapons and supplies, as well as fortify and increase the defenses of our new home base. 6 days was a long time for Mech to be out of commission. Time hadn't stopped, and neither had Seraphim or Hadariel. Shit was a lot worse than I let on. He'd find out soon enough whenever he returned to the surface. I'd sat down with the remaining demon lords, to plan to go after Xeroxin after we returned from Blood Falls with the survivors. Our hope was to knock one major player out of the game, then focus on Hadariel. We were too damned late. Barely 20 minutes into our meeting, a demon rushed in with Nathaniel behind him, saying we had a problem. Nathaniel had come to tell us the heavens were on the verge of an uprising. Many had gone missing, and the High General didn't seem to care how or why. A few were close allies of Remiel and Moriel, who believed Nathaniel when he told them the truth behind the war. He was hoping to bring them to Dakota to aid us, when a massive disturbance of evil actually blew him out of the sky. When he managed to get back into the clouds, what he saw had him racing toward us. He and the scout had reached Dakota at the same time, both with horrifying news. Xeroxin and his horde weren't waiting at their encampment for us to attack. They were on their way. The entire clearing had emptied, with more joining his forces every day. Nathaniel said there'd been no sign of Hadariel in the heavens. Nor of Lavina and Amriel, for that matter. Their main fighting force of angels had seemed to vanish too. If they were with Xeroxin, they'd never showed up. Now we had an army of unknown numbers barreling toward us with no clear way of escape. Even if all the demons in hell came to Dakota, I doubted it'd be enough to get us out of here alive. "Commander," a demon Melinda called as she approached. "Brian's back." "Good. Any incidences along the route?" I asked as we walked quickly through the streets toward the town hall. They ran into a small pack of zombies, but there were no casualties. "Was he successful?" "Brought back 20 more humans with him," she said, but cringed. "Not all of them came willingly. They still believe Hadariel is fighting the good fight for them." "Course they do." He also found 2 smaller compounds on the way. They'd been destroyed, the people there wiped out. I glared straight ahead, not showing my annoyance. Just one time I'd like news to be good. Just once. Could they tell what did it? Angels from the look of the attacks, but with how closely they're working together, it's hard to say for certain, Commander. 2 demon guards opened the town hall's doors for me. I thanked Melinda and said I would see to the new arrivals soon. Convincing the stubborn ones usually didn't take long once they were in Dakota. Inside, I searched the large room for Ilron. She and 2 other demon lords were currently in Dakota. They came in shifts, since I couldn't remain in hell for long periods of time. At least not yet. That was another issue we were working on finding a solution to. And not just for my sake. It had come to me late one night when I'd been raging about Mech nearly dying and my being a helpless mortal. Bobby had witnessed me chucking crates across the armory, nearly losing his head. He'd simply muttered, "It's too bad humans can't just use hellfire to stay down there longer." We'd been working on a way to make that happen ever since. "Lord Ilron," I said in greeting. The first time I'd met the demon lord, she impressed me, intimidated me a bit too. Now there were times it seemed like the other way around, which was odd to me. I was only mortal, after all. Not like I'd win in a fight against her, if it ever came down to a disagreement. "Commander. How is Tanamek?" "His wounds are healed for the most part, and his hellfire appears to be almost fully charged. He should be able to leave hell in a few days." "Good. We're going to need him." I rested my palms on the table and stared at the map of the western side of the continent. This one worked much like the one in the heavens did. It could be interacted with. Ilron tapped the center of it, and it zoomed in on our location. About 200 miles out, a dark mass inched ever closer to Dakota. "How much time do we have?" I asked quietly. There were other demons in the room with us, and we'd been trying to keep the panic to a minimum. So far we managed, but word would get out eventually. "A week at most." Ilron shifted closer to me and added, "I'd say we have 4 days at the rate they're moving. They've been picking up the pace." Damn it. I curled my hands around the edge of the table, willing some glimpse of my holy light to come back. I needed it more than ever. There was no change. I grunted in frustration. "Have the scouts returned?" "Not yet." I want to know as soon as they do. Ilron smirked. I'm starting to understand how you became a commander. I smiled, but it only stayed for a few seconds. Then I was back to glowering at the map. Too bad I failed at it. I let Hadariel trick me. I can't let it happen again. He tricked a lot of angels, Lela. Don't let it get to you. I'm not. I'm just making myself a promise that before this is over, I'm going to tear him apart one way or another. I shifted the map to the east. A crack in the earth appeared and I zoomed in. When did that happen? Ilron tilted her head and cursed. The rift is opening. And if that one is, then the others might be too. I hung my head, calculating as quickly as I could if we had any humans or demons to spare. If evil was going to come pouring out of old rifts, we needed to know. In less than a week, we were going to be surrounded. And it wasn't just Dakota in trouble. All the compounds left in the region were falling one after the other. Brian and several other humans had been taking trips out to try and bring back any humans they could find. The ones who'd already sided with the demons were easy to convince to abandon their homes for the fortress Dakota had turned into. The others who thought the angels protected them weren't so willing to join our ranks. Many of them stayed behind. Days later, sometimes only hours, we'd get word they were found dead. We were no longer merely in a war. This was the end game. The final battle was going to wash over us whether we were ready for it or not. Between the demons and humans, we wouldn't stand a chance. Any word from Nathaniel yet? Ilron shook her head. You think they found him out? Hope not. If we can't get more fighters on our side, we won't make it. It was a hard truth, but there was no more lying to ourselves. Xeroxan's forces, combined with the angels loyal to Hadariel, outnumbered us and outpowered us. If all the demons had access to their hellfire, we could even the odds. That was our other project. Getting hellfire for all of the demons. The connection Mech and I shared had given me the idea. For that first couple of days, I thought I was chasing a dead end. After working with demon lords Moose and Gath, however, I was starting to think I might be onto something. Hellfire functioned much as holy light did. Every angel had access to the light, which led me to think at some point all demons had access to hellfire. How that changed, the demon lords weren't certain. It was just how it had been for as long as they could remember. What was even stranger was when the three of us tried to remember where the source of our power came from, all we could remember was a blur. No matter who we asked, no one seemed to know. Moose had joked they were all simply too young to recall, even though they weren't. I was more willing to bet it had something to do with Hadariel. Again. Did you tell Mech? About which part? I nodded to the map. About the army of doom barreling toward us, or our experiments with hellfire. How about how you're turning into more of a general than just a commander? He'll find out soon enough. No point in telling him now. Not in the mood for a lecture. Or him telling me I'm not allowed to fight when the time comes. We're all going to have to fight. Good luck telling him that. I shifted the map around again, then zoomed back out. The black mass seemed to have moved a lot closer in the few seconds since I last glanced at it. I squinted at the swarm to the west. What is that? Amongst the black blob was a brilliant blue dot of light. An angel? Strong enough to show up on the map. It has to be Hadariel. He's not alone. She pointed to the outer edge of the swarm. There's more with him. I tapped my fingers on the table, knowing what I was about to do was stupid. I tried to talk myself out of it, but after seeing Mech torn to ribbons and knowing Hadariel was so damn close, I had to do it. I rushed away from the table toward the door. Ilron was right behind me, her black high-heeled boots stomping across the hardwood floor as she rushed to keep up. Lela, where are you going? Out. You are not leaving Dakota. I whirled around and stared her down. Really? You're going to give me the same line everyone else does? Just because I'm human doesn't mean I can't hold my own. Mech does not want you out there. Mech's not here, and last I checked he's not in charge of Dakota. No, she mused, her lips curling in a smile. I wasn't entirely sure what the meaning behind it was. You are. It was nice to hear, but there was no real leader of the compound, not really. Brian was who the humans listened to most, but now they took orders from me, as did most of the demons. I shrugged. I'm going out there. You want to tell Mech? Go for it. Who said I was going to tell him? I'm going with you. I shook my head with a smile. I knew I was going to like you. She laughed as we walked quickly through Dakota, to the freshly stocked armory the demon lords gifted us with. The two demons outside eyed us curiously, but neither questioned me or Ilron as we loaded ourselves down with weapons. If Hadariel is there, we can't kill him. I know. That was a lie, but she couldn't think I'd go all that way and not try to kill him if I had the chance. I grabbed for the shotgun that had become my best friend, and slung it into the holster at my back. I grabbed a bandolier loaded with hellfire-infused shells and strapped it across my chest. 2 daggers went into sheaths at my hips, and 2 more were shoved into my knee-high black leather boots. I considered grabbing a sword too, but if this did turn into a fight, I wanted to be able to move. The shotgun and ammo were going to weigh me down enough. Ready? I shoved my hair into a tighter bun and nodded. Let's go see what they're up to. Ilron waited until we were outside the walls of Dakota, before she opened a portal. Just as we were about to step through, Brian shouted my name from on the wall. Where are you going? Don't worry, we'll be back, was all I said in reply, then walked into Ilron's portal. When I stepped out, we were surrounded by jagged rocks. There were mountains far off to the west and flat plains to the east. Lightning streaked across the black thunderheads, hovering above us. Ilron walked out right behind me, sealed the portal and pointed in the direction we needed to go. We jogged, not talking, keeping our eyes peeled for any sign of the massive army of evil. I couldn't see them, but they were close. My skin prickled and my stomach twisted in knots. The further we ran, the more I thought I was going to be sick. Nausea had me pausing long enough to convince myself this was still a good idea. Ilron's head was on a constant swivel, and she had unsheathed her 2 short swords when we stopped. Get that gun ready, she hissed. They close? Something is. If this gets dicey, we're getting out of here, understand? I might have brought you here, but if you get killed on my watch, Mech will have my head. Scared of him? He's younger than you. And your point? You're his mate, Lela. Age won't mean a damn in the face of his rage. I brought the shotgun around and loaded 5 shells into it. I racked the first one and nodded to Ilron. She led the way, moving forward. The sensation of darkness pressing in around me made it hard to keep going. If I closed my eyes too long, it was like I was with Hadariel when he was trying to get inside my head and twist my memories around. Invisible hands stretched toward me, and gaping mouths threatened to consume me. Ilron grabbed hold of my arm, dragging me back to reality. We shouldn't be here, she whispered. I'm taking you back. No. We're here, I insisted. I can handle it. I rolled my shoulders and gripped the shotgun tighter. I want him dead, Ilron. I want them both dead. I agreed to come with you to spy on them, Lela. We are not engaging the enemy. My lip twitched in disgust. If I have a shot, I'm taking it, I blurted. You might have been able to beat 2 angels to death with that thing, but you're not going to get close enough to bash in his skull. She blocked my path, moving with me each time I tried to take a step around her. We'll see what they're up to, then we're out of here. End of story. I said nothing, and she aimed her sword at my neck. Say you agree, Lela, or I'm taking you back right now. Fine, I snapped. I won't attack Hadariel or Xeroxon. Can we go now? Before they leave? The scowl on her face said she didn't trust a word I said, yet we returned to the trees and our zigzagging path to reach those bright lights we'd seen on the map. Each shift of the dried-out tree limbs overhead had my finger inching toward the trigger. Ilron threw her hand up suddenly, and then we darted to the left. Zombies nearby, she whispered when I drew even with her. How close? Close was all she said, and we slowed our pace. You feel that? Being human meant I wasn't as acutely aware of the presence of evil or holy light. Not as I had been when I was an angel. But whatever was here was potent enough to leave me light-headed and gagging. I put a hand to my mouth to smother the choking sounds as I worked on not vomiting. Going to take that as a yes. I glowered at Ilron, but then I was throwing my head to the side and losing what meager food I'd been forced to eat under the watchful eyes of Bailey or Bobby. Since we'd found Mech half alive, I spent my time split between visiting hell for as long as my mortal body could stand and ensuring Dakota was being fortified as well as supplied, sending out Brian and other groups of humans to recruit more to our side, and of course working with Moose and other demon lords to figure out a way to make hellfire more readily available. Eating wasn't exactly a priority. Nor was sleeping, not anymore. Ensuring the world didn't come to a screeching halt because of Hadariel and the evil he unwittingly unleashed was a bit more important. I wiped my mouth on my arm and nodded to Ilron that I was good to keep going. For a second, she looked ready to create a portal and take me straight back to Dakota. Something in my expression must have convinced her it wasn't worth the fight, and we pressed on. The ground sloped upward beneath our feet, and then we were climbing toward a rocky ridge. The cover grew less as we reached the edge. Soon we were crawling on our stomachs through sour-smelling mud that reeked of death. Several scraggly bushes were all that remained to keep us mostly hidden from those below. And there were a lot of bad guys 100 feet down from where we stopped. The black mass we'd seen inching closer to Dakota every damn day was right beneath us. Swarms of zombies, abominations, creatures I'd never seen during my time as a commander moved around each other. Their forms were twisted and gnarled. Some of them didn't even have faces. Others had white eyes that reflected the lightning each time it shot across the sky. Wraiths lined the front ranks, and as I followed the line all the way to the front, I moved the shotgun around to aim at one figure. Hadariel. He was here, after all. Ilron rolled her eyes at me. You won't hit him from this far away, not with that. And your point is what? Don't do anything stupid to give us away. Not like we can hear from this distance anyway, I muttered, lining up the shot I knew I wouldn't be able to make. Should have grabbed one of the rifles instead, but they just weren't as satisfying. Some part of me understood how morbid that thought was to have, but after the slaughter at Blood Falls, I wanted to see Hadariel hurt. More than hurt. I wanted him to suffer. Him and his evil spawn, Seraphim. Can you do anything about that, or not? If I use hellfire, they'll sense it. How quickly? 5 minutes, give or take. I shrugged. How fast can you make a portal to get us out of here? A few seconds. I arched my brow and waited. She sighed then, muttering about how she was going to regret this. She shimmied her body closer to the edge. Dark violet flame sprouted along her arms, then swirled into a glyph the size of her face. It drifted off the ridge and down toward where Seraphim and Hadariel stood. I thought the hellfire would only let us hear what they were saying. Instead, it created a dual sort of window view, one staying by us and the other hovering in the hazy air far above their heads. It was transparent once it reached its stopping point. We looked down on not just the two leaders of the evil army and the angels, but Lavina and Amriel as well. The High General's entire guard was present. From the way they gripped their holy light weapons and glared at the ever-moving ranks of wraiths and zombies behind Seraphim, they were not too happy to be there. How much longer? Seraphim asked, his voice more of a monstrous growl. I grow impatient. I told you, it would take time to establish the artifact and get it up and running. The amount of blessed blood required is massive. Already, many grow suspicious of the missing number of angels. If I take any more right now, they'll be in full revolt. And? Are you not still the High General? Hadariel's eyes narrowed to dangerous slits. I am. What of it? Seraphim moved as if to brush a bit of lint from Hadariel's shoulder. The High General flinched and the monster smirked. Simply command the number of angels you need to go there. My soldiers can take care of the rest. You will not step foot on that sacred ground. It will taint what holy light is left to us. Haven't you realized it yet? You don't need holy light. You have me. Hadariel snatched Zeraxon's hand and twisted, forcing the monster to his knees. You forget your place. Don't think I don't know what you did at the falls, or what you've been stealing from me, you and your abominations. It stops now, you understand? Or I will end you. Zeraxon smiled as if he wasn't in any pain at all. You need me, remember? Not you. I can find another to take your place. Your army is full of ambitious evil wanting to take control. The monster created from Hadariel's own malice scoffed. You could, but they wouldn't be as strong. I came from you, remember? Deep down, you know I'm the only guarantee you have at this plan succeeding. Of you ruling over both the heavens and the realms of hell. Hadariel shoved him away, his eye twitching. Stick to the plan. Your army is to wipe out all remaining compounds and outposts. Kill any demons remaining on the surface. I want the humans left defenseless. I want them begging for mercy on their knees. That is your purpose right now. If you veer from it again, I'll be removing body parts. Zeraxon's dark smirk remained on his face, but he bowed. As you wish, High General. I will come to you again soon, when the device has a firm hold between worlds. Only then can we raise it and finish the ritual. Once it's fully fueled, the darkest pits of hell will become permanently open, and you will gain control of the surface. He turned to go, but Zeraxon called his name. What? The hair on the back of my neck prickled, as Zeraxon pointed his finger straight up. Can they see us? I whispered to Ilron. She shook her head, but then Zeraxon and Hadariel looked up and at us. We stilled, holding our breaths. Hadariel's eyes found mine. A malicious smile spread across his face as he said one word. Lela. Ilron started to swipe her hand as if to destroy the glyph, when Hadariel's arm shot through it. His hand closed around my throat. I scrambled to get away, but he held on too tight. So good of you to drop in, he seethed. Behind me, a rush of heat told me Ilron had opened a portal or was trying to. She cursed. A commotion erupted behind me. A zombie's head flew by me a second later. Something dug nails into my calf, but I couldn't scream. Hadariel's grip on my throat refused to loosen, and then he was dragging me forward as if he was going to yank me through the glyph. Perhaps I'll simply keep you alive as my pet for a bit, he mused. I do so want you to see the end of your world. My fingers fumbled with the shotgun as he dragged me forward. I found the trigger and smirked. Screw you. I squeezed, and the hellfire shell exploded in the High General's face. His furious bellow rebounded off the cliff face as the glyph shattered, cutting off his connection to me. I hacked harshly, grabbing for my throat, but another sharp pain at my calf had me whirling around. A zombie had dug its bony fingers through my boot and pants. Shouting a curse, I whipped the shotgun around and blasted the zombie to pieces. Ilron shoved a hand in my face. I grabbed it. She yanked me upright, and then we were sprinting. Hadariel continued to shout and rage, but he wasn't going to get to us in time. Get your ass through that portal, Ilron shouted and gave me a helpful shove forward. 2 more zombies charged at me from the right, bursting through the trees with swords in hand. I swung the shotgun around and fired. The first round struck one in the head, and it exploded in bits of skull and clinging flesh. The second shot took off the other zombie's leg. He rolled and kept on coming, dragging his body through dead leaves and mud. I was more than ready to keep firing until he stopped moving, but Ilron was right behind me. She shoved me again, and we tumbled through the portal, landing in Dakota. The portal sealed behind us. Ilron and I stared at each other as we panted. She fell back to the asphalt, shaking her head. Mech is not going to be happy. Mech doesn't have to know. At least, not all of it. I coughed again, wincing at the pain from Hadariel choking me. My voice wasn't too rough, thankfully. Just sound like I had a bad cold. She lifted her head enough to give me an arched brow look. He's not an idiot. Never said he was. We'll tell him we got the intel some other way. You are not going to tell him anything about what just happened. And what did just happen? A deep, furious voice asked. Luckily, it wasn't Mech. Brian marched to us, rifle slung over his back and his arms crossed as he glanced from Ilran to me. Nothing at all, just doing some recon of my own. Where? I climbed to my feet, unloaded the shotgun of the remaining shells, then slid it into the holster on my back. Few miles away. Lela. What? I'm allowed to leave Dakota. I don't care what anyone says. The demon lords, I said, pointedly looking at Ilran, are not in control of humans. You and I give the orders here, I assured Brian. Brian looked like he was trying hard not to grin. Whatever you say, Commander Lela. I hear you brought back some more humans? I asked, hoping he'd drop it. He nodded. I did, though half of them are currently in the holding cell. They're not exactly believing the demons are here to help us. I'll talk to them. His gaze flicked to my neck. You sure you don't want to get checked out first? I rubbed the bruises I was sure were there. I'm fine. As I set off for town hall, Brian and Ilran fell into step behind me. My neck throbbed with each step I took, but there'd be time to deal with the pain later when I was alone. If I was going to be Commander Lela again, there was no room for weakness. No room to let anyone see I was hurt. I had to keep being strong for everyone else. Once we were inside the main room with the doors closed, Ilran brought up the map again. She zeroed in on where we had gone. Brian's eyes widened as he rested his hands on the table. Please tell me that's not just where you came from. It's not where we came from, I said with a straight face. Brian blinked, then glanced to Ilran. She shrugged. What the commander said. His pursed lips said he really didn't like that answer, but then she was zooming in even more. Damn. He's gone, they all are. Who's gone? I ignored Brian and hung my head. The blue dots signifying the presence of an angel were not there anymore. Hadariel had fled. You expected him to hang around? I asked Ilran. I hoped long enough for me to maybe send in some assassins. What, they get a shot at him, but I don't? You're smart enough for me not to have to dignify that with an argument, she snapped. Not that it matters since they're gone. Brian held up a hand. Can one of you please tell me what you're talking about? Hadariel, Ilran said even as I waved her off. She shot me a glare and kept talking. We went to see if he was with the army coming our way. And he was there, along with Lavina and Amriel, she muttered. Xeroxin was there too. We might have overheard a few tidbits before they saw us. And those bruises on your neck? Brian asked, scowling at me. My hand was halfway to my neck when I stopped myself and forced it back to the table. We got away, all right? No need for anyone to get bent out of shape over Hadariel attacking me. He did that to you? Mech's going to pissed. Mech isn't going to know, I said louder. You're not to tell him anything, either of you. Brian and Ilran just stared at me. I considered telling them both off when a sharp pain shot up my leg from my right calf. I glanced down and yelped to see a zombified hand still attached. Its fingers tried to dig in deeper as I watched it twitch and squirm. Brian rushed over. What the hell is that? What does it look like? I shouted in a panic. Get it out. Ilran grabbed hold of my shoulders as Brian crouched and tugged on the fingers. I bit my lip when the fingers curled and dug in deeper. Several very loud expletives drew the demon guards from outside the door. They grimaced at the sight, but came over to help keep me from thrashing. Brian twisted, and the hand finally came free with a sickening, wet, squishy sound I never wanted to hear again. Ever. He tossed the hand, which immediately was scrambling to get back at me as soon as it hit the floor. Ilran blasted it with a burst of hellfire. The stench of burnt flesh filled the room as the hand twitched and flopped around like a fish. The fire consumed it, and all that remained was a small pile of ash. "Now can I take you to the infirmary?" Brian asked. Blood gushed from my calf. I sighed. This was why I'd been wearing so much black lately. It was hard to see the bloodstains on my clothes. "Yeah, we can go now." I put weight on my right leg and immediately gasped, holding my foot off the floor. Brian shook his head in disapproval, but didn't give me any more grief over not taking care of myself. He helped me hobble out of town hall and to the infirmary. "Was it worth it?" he asked as we shambled along. "You could say that. I know how Hadariel's powering this device of his. From that icy look in your eyes, I'd say I don't want to know." I wish I didn't know, but too late now. "Angels? How do you mean?" I kept my gaze forward and said nothing. He'd figure it out eventually. The second he did, he cursed. I nodded. "Yep, pretty much what I said too." "That's sick?" "He's sick. He's corrupt and he needs to die." "And he will, but you can't go running off on your own with one demon lord and expect to destroy him, Lela. And before you yell at me some more, if any of us ran off like that, you'd be screaming until you were hoarse and you know it." He had a point. When I said nothing, he grunted as if that meant I was in full agreement with what he said. Part of me was, but Zeraxin had nearly killed Mech. Hadariel almost killed me. Out of anyone else in Dakota, I had the most cause to go after them. Granted, attacking with only one demon lord for backup was stupid, but he really couldn't blame me. No one could. "Find out anything else to darken my day?" he asked as the infirmary came into view. "Possibly, but I'll have to talk to Moose and Remiel about it, see if they can tell me anything." "That good, huh?" I tilted my head back and forth. Hadariel said something about this device being on sacred ground. He didn't want Zeraxin or anything else born of evil stepping foot there. And where might this sacred ground be? I blew out a harsh breath. That is the question, isn't it? If he's planting a device powered by the blood of angels and strong enough to rip open hell, it has to be somewhere old. Somewhere significant to both races. That's what I'd assume, but I could be wrong. And you don't know where that might be? Several locations came to mind, but the chances of Hadariel using them were slim. Most of those had been destroyed in the early days of the war. They were beyond saving, not that we had the manpower to save them, what with rifts opening constantly. So many years had been wasted fighting the wrong enemy. If only we'd stopped long enough to see the truth in front of us, Hadariel might never have grown this formidable. Sadly, no. I'm not that old to remember all the sacred grounds, I said, my words tinged with regret. "You sure about that?" he teased. I shot him a narrow-eyed look. "Damn. Thanks for that one, really, because I'm not already having a shitty day." "You did that to yourself." He was right, but it didn't stop me from using my good foot to trip him as we made it inside the infirmary. He almost toppled over, and I laughed as he righted himself at the last second. I reached a bed and sat down. Brian hung around as the human medic went to work patching up my leg. I had a good 3 days until Mech would be coming back from hell. Hopefully, by then the bruises would have faded enough for him not to notice. I could hide the injury on my leg well enough. He never had to know.
Chapter 3. Mech. I tracked down Bailey the second I was awake. I'd fallen asleep in my old quarters in the barracks. Bobby and Kexen hung around late into the night. My meeting with the other demon lords had been short, especially since 3 of them were on the surface. Mostly, they wanted to pass on their condolences for Korath, and to remind me that I was now a demon lord, which meant there was no going back to my old life. I hadn't needed the reminder of how much my reality had changed, but I let them give me whatever advice they thought might help. I hadn't really listened. My mind was too focused on Lela and getting back to the surface. When I questioned the lords about her plans, none of them fessed up to what she was plotting. I'd nearly headed back to the surface right then, until Bobby and Kexen distracted me. I knew what they were doing, but let them have the win. One more night, I only had to wait one more night, and now it was finally morning. I stepped out of my chambers, noticing 2 guards were posted outside the door. I hardly paid them any attention until they fell in line behind me. When 2 more joined them as I exited the barracks, I spun around. "All right, what's this about?" "My lord." The 2 guards exchanged a brief glance. The one who spoke was Travis. "Nothing, my lord." "Nothing? Who told you to stand guard outside my door?" "No one, my lord." I clenched my jaw. "Can you stop calling me that?" Before they would address me as such, but we all knew it was because I was the son of a demon lord. Now I was one. I wasn't quite happy about the change yet. Each time they said it was just another reminder that Korath was never coming back. "Sorry, Mech," Travis replied this time. "Fine, now who told you I needed guards?" Travis cleared his throat. "Sir, it is our duty to keep the demon lord of Olam safe whenever he is here. We used to protect your father. Now we'll guard you." His words seemed to catch, and he coughed harshly. "We're sorry we couldn't save him." I tensed and barely managed a nod. "You weren't there, Travis. You couldn't have saved him. No one could." I flinched when I envisioned Korath being killed all over again. I waited a beat for the image to fade. "I'm looking for Bailey." "Where is she?" I had to get back to the surface and my head into this war. It wasn't over, not yet. There'd be time to mourn and grieve and potentially go insane later. Right now, Lela needed me with my head on straight. We had an angel to hunt and a mad beast to destroy. Travis told me Bailey was in the infirmary, and we headed for the main fortress. Every demon I passed bowed or saluted. Many of them had looks of regret on their faces. After a while, I stopped nodding to them and focused on getting to Bailey. Bobby and Kexon weren't around, and when I asked Travis about them, he said they had returned to the surface that morning, per the request of Commander Lela. I smiled. Lela giving orders to a demon and a zombie. A few weeks ago, she would have been more likely to kill them. The need to get back to her side grew, and I picked up the pace, almost running to the infirmary. Travis and the other guard, I wasn't aware of his name yet, hustled to keep up. I burst through the double doors to find Bailey standing there with her arms folded, as if she was waiting for me. "You're late. You going to let me leave my own realm, or what?" I questioned. She worked her jaw as her arms fell. "I would suggest you remain down here several more days, but I can tell that isn't an option for you, so yes, you have my permission to leave Olam, my lord." Hearing the words come from Bailey today hit me like a kick to the gut. She had been one of Korath's closest friends, especially after my mother died. His death must have hit her hard, but she wouldn't let anyone know. That's just who she was. "Thank you. If you start feeling weak, you're to return immediately," she ordered. "No arguing with me." "Whatever you say." She growled, annoyed, and shooed me out of the infirmary. "Get out of here, Mech. Now." She didn't have to tell me twice. I spun around, and my new entourage of bodyguards followed me to the courtyard. I lifted my hand to create a portal, but Travis stopped me with a hand on my shoulder. "Allow me. You should continue to conserve your strength. Won't be doing much of that soon." Travis stepped back as a portal expanded before us, the flames flicking out to reach the demon who created them. "Maybe not, but every little bit helps, right?" I started to step through, then stopped. "I'll expect you two to be here when I return," I said, using the same firm tone Korath had with the guards. I used to give him shit about it, but as soon as I gave the order, Travis and the other guards stood straighter. "Yes, my lord," Travis replied. Running from my new life wasn't an option. I was Demon Lord of Olam. No way around it. I stepped through the portal without another glance back, and lingered for a moment in the dark in between. I wanted to meet with the other 3 Demon Lords soon. That was also on my agenda today. According to Kexon, 2 or 3 were always in Dakota to help keep an eye on our new base of operations on the surface. They were taking no chances of either Xeroxin or Hadariel making a surprise attack. The way he said it told me he was keeping a shit ton of intel from me. I wondered how different the compound had changed in the week I'd been absent. Slowly, I stepped out the other side of the portal. Well, shit, I mumbled to myself as I took in my surroundings. The walls were double the height they'd been before. Rows of barbed wire glistening with hellfire lined them. More watchtowers were in place, each one with several humans or demons stationed inside. The main buildings had been repaired, and many appeared to have steel doors and shutters to help against an invasion. Lela and the demon lords were not playing around. I wandered aimlessly down the streets that had been cleared of debris. Most of the faces I passed were smiling. Not cheerful and carefree, but optimistic. The energy was contagious, and the grogginess that had clung to me since I awoke quickly dissipated. A structure to my right had 4 guards stationed outside. The demons waved at me when I approached. "What is this building now?" I asked. "Armory, my lord," a demon with a bright red mohawk said. "Fully stocked. I'd like to see those bastards attack us now." I peered past them into the room, catching sight of racks of rifles, shotguns, and swords. I was tempted to go inside and see what else was there, but resisted. "Where is Commander Lela?" "Town hall, if she's not at your place, my lord," the same demon said. "Thank you." I backed away from the armory and headed for what had become our place. Unlike the first time I'd brought Lela there, the front doors were more than shattered wooden planks. 2 guards were also placed outside, 1 human and 1 demon. "She here?" I asked when I neared. "No, sir. She's at town hall with Lord Ilron," the man replied. So Ilron was here. Good. I'd like to know what trouble she and Lela had been getting into behind my back. What other demon lords are present? The man frowned and glanced to the demon. She scrunched her face for a moment. "Ah, that'd be Moose and Gath, my lord." I nodded slowly, then asked for their names. The man was Xavier, and the demon Melinda. "Are you 2 stationed here all the time?" "Yes, sir, unless Commander Lela has other orders for us. We take it in shifts with others," Melinda informed me. "Right, thank you." I wasn't sure what else to say, so I continued toward town hall. Dakota had certainly changed. It sounded as if Lela was back to her old self, too. I take that as a good sign. A group of kids rushed past me, one of them yelling after the others that he wouldn't be it forever. I stilled, letting them swarm around me, then kept going. I recognized many of their young faces as kids I'd saved from other compounds and outposts. There was so much hope in their eyes for a future not focused on war. We had to end this fight, if not for ourselves, then for the next generations. A startling image of Lela holding a baby, our baby, appeared in my mind. That future seemed so out of reach. I never saw myself as having a family. With Lela in my life now, that had changed. We couldn't let the world plunge into darkness. Familiar faces passed by once I got going again, all of them asking how I was doing. I only stayed long enough to give them short answers, then went on my way. Town hall came into view around the next block. Guards I recognized from the realms of hell hung around the main doors. They stepped aside at my approach. One asked if he should tell the others I was here, but I shook my head. Lela hadn't expected me to be back so soon. It'd be nice to surprise her. I walked through both sets of double doors and nodded to the other guards inside the main hall. I leaned against the back wall, watching. In the center of the room stood Ilron, decked out in black chainmail and red silk, looking exactly as I expected her to at a time like this. A map projected off the table, and she manipulated it as she spoke. But it wasn't Ilron my gaze stayed on. The woman standing across from her was a sight I'd worried I'd never see again. Lela wore black leather pants, knee-high boots that hugged her calves, and a dark, tight long-sleeve shirt. Holstered at her back was a shotgun, and she had a set of daggers sheathed at her hips. She had on random bits of chainmail and leather armor at her shoulders and down to her elbows. Silver vanguards protected her forearms, etched with symbols of hell and infused with fire, judging from the subtle orange-red glow they gave off. Her hair was pulled back in a tight braid that hung down her back. This was a battle-ready Lela. My gut clenched, uneasy at the sight. Suddenly, I wasn't sure I was ready for her to be Commander Lela again. The future I'd pictured disappeared in an instant. In its place was an image of Lela's dead body. "They've picked up the pace," Brian said, drawing me from my darkening thoughts. He stood next to Ilron and pointed to the map. "We've got 2 days, 3 if we're lucky." "Then let's hope we're lucky," Ilron muttered. "Unless you've had a breakthrough." "No," Lela responded with a heavy sigh. "It starts to work, but then it just gives out. We need more time." "Hate to tell you, but we're out of time, Commander." Brian twisted the map and zoomed in. The sight that appeared had me pushing off the wall. Brian continued, "They've broken into 3 groups. They're going to surround us, and even with the new fortifications, I'm not sure how long we can withstand a full siege." "We could evac the humans," Ilron suggested. "To what end?" Lela shook her head, hands firmly planted on the table. "If humans remain on the surface, they'll always be in danger." "Then what do you want us to do?" "I don't know. Without knowing where Hadariel's taking the angels, we can't shut it down." "And you still think that's where the main source of power is?" "It would make sense. He called it sacred ground. If we can figure out where it is, we can stop it from activating and find a way for all demons to access your hellfire. Be nice if we could just remember." She shrugged one shoulder. "Unless anyone else has any better ideas." "And the shields?" Brian asked. "Do you know why they're failing?" "Not yet, no. We'll work around the clock until we get it to work. And if not, then I suggest we start preparing for the worst. That army's going to be on top of us, whether we succeed or not. I'll see to it the demon lords continue to search for the source of our hellfire," Ilron assured Lela. "We might not be able to remember, but there has to be some scrap of information about it. Something to jar our memories." "You don't think it's just because you weren't meant to know?" Brian asked. "To prevent evil or a corrupt demon lord from accessing it, maybe." "Or an angel," Lela added darkly. Lela's eyes took on a calculating look. "No, it's the same with the holy light. We should know where our power comes from. And when I try to remember, there's a haze, almost like I see the place through a veil of some kind." "What do you mean? Are you saying your power comes from the same place?" Brian asked, sounding surprised. Lela glanced to Ilron. "Demons and angels were not so different, not really. The details are fuzzy to me, just like the memory. But yeah, our powers come from the same location. It's why I don't understand how all angels have access to holy light, but hellfire only works for some demons. I'm telling you, Hadariel did something to mess it up. To block it from you somehow," she said, the last to Ilron. "Moose has been working to clear the fog from our memories, but obviously she hasn't found a way around it yet. If any healer can do it, she can. If they come from the same source, does that make them the same?" Ilron and Lela seemed unsure of how to answer Brian's question. I was right along with them. Our race had been placed on this earth to care for the souls of the damned. Our counterparts, in turn, cared for the souls of the living and saw to it they found peace once they moved on. Part of me sensed there was more to it than that, but the strangest sensation of trying to peer through a fogged window filled my mind. Why couldn't I remember? We knew where our power came from, all of us did. And just like Lela said, I couldn't see a damn thing. Were they the same, though? I never heard of a demon using holy light, or an angel using hellfire. I was going to step forward and let Lela know I'd returned. The conversation had reached the point I couldn't simply stand by and listen any longer, when Lela shifted her weight. The second her other heel hit the floor, she grimaced and grabbed at the table. "Told you, you shouldn't be standing on it yet," Ilron told her with a scowl. "Don't want to hear it." "Bring Commander Lela a chair," Ilron ordered. Lela held up her hand, and turned to the demon about to do it. Said, "I'm fine." The light caught her neck. A harsh growl reverberated off the walls. Purple and black bruises covered the skin at Lela's neck. I could hardly see any unmarred skin. She had not looked like that when she left hell yesterday. Every face in the room turned toward me as I continued to growl. Every face except Lela's. She stared at the map as if her life depended on it. I strode through the demons toward the table. Brian gave me a sheepish grin, which I disregarded. Ilron crossed her arms, eyes darting from me to Lela as if to say, "I told you so." Lela made no indication she saw the look at all. Her hands gripped the edge of the table so hard, if she was still an angel, it would have broken. "Can you please explain to me why you're wounded?" Each word was punctuated with a growl as it left my mouth. A strained hush fell over the room as she refused to look at me. "Lela, answer me. Can we talk about this later?" "No, we're talking about it right now." Lela tried to shift her weight again, but when her right foot touched the floor she grimaced, and I let out another furious snarl. "Oh, shut up," she snapped, and my brow shot up. "Don't stand there and go all caveman mode on me because I got hurt. You're not supposed to be putting yourself in dangerous situations, remember? We're in a war, Mech. In case you forgot, while you were knocked out and in hell for 6 days because you nearly died." She stomped toward me, or limped rather, and shoved me so hard I staggered back. "I told you before, I will not sit on the sidelines while others fight." She swallowed, and that seemed to cause her pain too. "Out," I said quietly, then cleared my throat. "Everyone out," I shouted, pointing at Ilron and Brian, "except you two. You're overreacting." "Actually, he's not," Ilron spoke up. "I told you this would happen." "If I died," Lela corrected harshly, and I tensed. "Died? Why were you two talking about if you died? What did you do?" The demons and humans exited the hall. Except for Ilron and Brian. The doors slammed shut behind them. The sound boomed through the suddenly silent room. I waited impatiently for Lela to answer my question, but all she did was stare me down. How did she not understand what this was doing to me? We were entwined. That's how it worked for demons. If anything happened to her, it would be the end of me. That, and if I was Demon Lord of Olam, then one day she would become what essentially amounted to my queen. I would not stand by while she carelessly risked her life. "Well, we went to spy on the advancing army," Ilron said as Lela yelled at her to stop. "What? He's right. He should know." Lela cursed and stalked away, limping across the floor to a row of chairs. She sat down hard, stretching her right calf. "We found out what Hadariel's up to, what his main plan is, and then we came right back to Dakota. Happy? No, Lela, I won't be happy while the woman I care about sits in front of me looking like she was beaten to shit again." I bit off each word, and Lela's jaw tensed. "You're going to honestly tell me nowhere in this outing of yours were you attacked? Where did you get those bruises?" I scoffed as she glanced away. I shifted my furious stare to Ilron. "Hadariel tried to kill her," she said, and a ferocious snarl burst from my chest. "He almost strangled her to death, but she popped him in the face with that damn shotgun of hers, and we got away." "See? We got away," Lela said, as if that was the end of it. "What were you thinking? You can't be seen by him. He wants you dead." "Obviously," she replied flatly. "Do you have any idea what you're putting at risk? You will not throw your life away. Do you hear me? You're going to keep your ass in Dakota, unless I say otherwise." She shot to her feet, pushing through the pain it clearly caused her. She shoved me again, then once more, even harder, as she shouted, "You do not give orders here, Lord Mech." "I do. This is my compound. I am the commander, and they answer to me. Not you." "I don't answer to you," she added, emphasizing the first word. I grabbed her upper arms and lowered my face, making our eyes even. "You will not leave Dakota," I seethed. "I will not have someone bring back your corpse. Like I almost did with yours." I flinched at her words, but then she was talking again. Do you honestly think for the last 6 days I've been what? Standing up here twiddling my thumbs, pining away for you to return. She tore herself free of me, turned, and limped for the door. You're unbelievable, she threw over her shoulder. You wanted Commander Lela back. Well, guess what? Here she is. Take it or leave it. Then she was out the door, slamming it shut behind her. Ilron had her hand over her face, hiding a smile. Brian rubbed the back of his neck, looking uncomfortable. I took 2 steps after her, then stopped. She needed time to cool down. I could give her that. For a few minutes at least. I changed direction and came back to the table. You said something about an army coming for Dakota, I said, nodding toward the map. I'd have to have a word with Bobby and Kexon later about what counted as pertinent information. I should have known how dire this situation was the first time I woke up. Ilron thankfully went right into an explanation and said nothing about the fight between Lela and me. There's a force coming straight for Dakota, as you heard, she said as she adjusted the map. It's grown and expanded. They're going to surround us. They've been wiping out any human settlements they come across, the ones we can't convince the humans to flee and come here. The mass was enormous. There had to be nearly 100,000 marching for the compound. I'm assuming that you saw Seraphim when you and Lela went on your spying mission. Ilron's gaze shifted to my side, where I'd been wounded. It took everything I had not to reach for those new scars that gave an uncomfortable twinge under her weighted gaze. We did, but the tensions between him and Hadariel seemed high. Lela said you heard what his plan is with a device. How it works. Part of it. Ilron zoomed the map out, so the whole region was visible. Hadariel has created some sort of device that will keep hell permanently open to evil. We know that. What we didn't know, she said as she glared, is how it's powered. And where it is. She hesitated, seemed uncertain about telling me everything. Angels. He's using his own damned angels to fuel the device, sending them to this sacred location to be slaughtered. Sacred location. Bile rose in my throat at the notion of Hadariel being so cruel as to kill his own angels. Then again, with what he did to Lela and her family, nothing should surprise me. Where did he mean? That's the problem. He didn't say, but Lela and I are thinking it's got to be the oldest and most powerful location to both races. The place where our powers stem from. The source. If that's true, then it might explain why no one alive seems capable of remembering where exactly that is. Bastard. You really think he's that powerful? At this point, yes, sadly. Not that it matters now. It'd be nice to find the source and the device, but we have more urgent matters to deal with. When that army hits us, we're dead. You asked Lela about shields, I said slowly. What did you mean? She's trying to find a way to shield humans from the negative effects of being in hell too long, Brian answered. If we keep retreating, Hadariel and his forces will always find us. But if we can make it to hell, and stay there until we find a way to stop him, then maybe Hadariel won't succeed in wiping out all of humanity. Shit, maybe we can find a way to seal hell off from him altogether. Shields using what? Hellfire. And holy light, Ilron added. She's almost getting it to work, but they don't last long enough to be effective. She's combining them. No, using them separately. But combining them might not be a bad idea to try. Try was the operative word. If hellfire and holy light were that similar, why did it make it so easy to kill each other during the war? Why didn't the source of our power find a way to stop us from slaughtering so many of each race? I guessed it was a stupid childish notion to think they would somehow end this war. We were on our own. No greater being was going to swoop in and save us. Whoever created us all those eons ago had abandoned this world to its fate, whatever that might be. Mech, Ilron said, yanking me from my musings. You might want to go smooth things over with Lela sooner rather than later. She was right, but that didn't make me head for the door yet. If I went after her now, she was likely to throw a lamp at my head. Or deck me. Possibly both. Was it so unreasonable that I asked her not to die? I was beyond happy to see she'd found her fighting spirit once again, but not if it meant her standing against Hadariel alone. I'm sure I'll be seeing you both soon, I muttered, resigned to my fate too, and left. The demons I had sent outside all gave me varying looks of amusement, annoyance. A few appeared angry. Kexan and Bobby were right. Lela had won the demons to her side. If only she'd been able to do that and stay an angel, then my worries for her might not be driving me crazy. All I could see was Hadariel's hands around her throat and not getting there to save her in time. A loud crash came from the armory. He guards were outside still, but neither of them moved to investigate the noise. Instead, they exchanged a worried glance, looked over their shoulders, then turned back to face forward. As I approached, they squared their shoulders. "Who's in there?" I asked. "Commander Lela, sir," the demon replied, then winced when another loud crash thundered out the door. "She's going through supplies." "And does she usually make so much noise?" "No, sir, but she told us to stay out here." A third crash followed by a furious shout had all three of us flinching. I had seen Lela pissed off before, but this felt different. Her emotions battered against me and were all over the place. Standing out here all day was just going to drag out the inevitable fight that was coming. As I started to go inside, one of the demons muttered, "Good luck, sir." I shoved open the door and ducked at the last second as a crate flew across the room. It shattered against the door, empty magazines clattering to the floor around me. Lela stood at the other end of the room, eyes narrowed to angry slits. "Oops," she said, then picked up another crate. "I did just finish healing," I reminded her. A second crate was chucked at me. This one I caught and set to the side. "You done? What do you think?" She grabbed a third, but I lunged across the room and snatched it away. "Stop, all right." "Is that an order, oh great Lord Tonamek?" She backed away, and her hand twitched toward a metal ammo box this time. "If that smoked me in the head, it'd leave a mark. Do you have any other orders for me to carry out? Should I fetch your boots for you? Shine them too. What has gotten into you?" "No, what has gotten into you?" She fired back and grabbed for the ammo box. I beat her to it and shoved it out of her reach. I crowded her, stopping her from grabbing anything else she could throw at me. I held her shoulders when she made to dart to the side. "Stop, Lela. Just talk to me, damn it. Why are you so pissed, huh?" "What? What did I do?" "You almost died," she ranted, and I froze. "You almost died and left me. That's what's wrong. It's not like I wanted to." "But you did." "I had to stand by and do nothing except pray we got to you in time." A mad laugh escaped her mouth. "Pray," she scoffed. "Like that does anyone any good anymore." Her body slumped forward as she shook her head, sending locks of hair falling from the braid they'd been in. I threw myself into doing what I could here to try and make myself feel useful. "You're more than useful. Shit, Lela, you do see what's out those doors, right? You did that. You turned this place into a fortress. You have demons following you." "Demons, Lela." "It's not enough," she whispered, and that damn sound of defeat she'd had after Hadariel tore out her wings crept into her voice. "I was almost too late. I can't let that happen again. I won't." "Sucks, doesn't it?" I murmured. "What does?" "Watching the person you care for most in the world lying hurt, bleeding out." I tucked her hair behind her ears, then cupped her cheek. "You are enough, Lela. But as much as you can do, you have to remember you have limits. So do you." She ran her fingers along my chest. From the haunted look in her eyes, she saw my wounds all too clearly again. "I'm sorry about your father, Mech, I am, but here on the surface I have to be strong all the time. I am Commander Lela, and as much as I love you going all crazy demon on me when I get hurt, can you please save that for when we're alone?" That was not what I wanted to hear, but I nodded. I'll try. Guess it's all I can ask for. You done trying to put me back in the infirmary then? Are you finished trying to keep me from joining the fight? She asked in turn. I leaned down and kissed her. Never, I whispered against her lips. But I'm not that much of an idiot to keep arguing with you now. Mech, she muttered until I kissed her. Right then, having her in my arms was the only thing keeping me from losing my mind. An army of evil was coming straight for us. Unless she could get these shields of hers to work, there would be nowhere for the humans to retreat. Today, I'd spend time with Lela, making up for the 6 days that we both thought I was going to die. Tomorrow, we'd figure out a way to save what was left of our world.
Chapter 4. Lela. You can stop smiling at any time now. Mech's reflection in the bathroom mirror shrugged. What can I say? It's nice to see you getting some sleep. I don't have time to sleep. I finished dragging my hair into a bun, then turned around. He stood in the doorway, taking up most of it with his broad shoulders. His horned head rested against the frame and those eyes smoldered. We have work to do. There's an army coming to kill us all. And? He took a step forward, and my heart fluttered as a smile spread across my face. He didn't return it this time. Melinda and the others told me, you haven't been eating or sleeping. I've been doing enough. Those bags under your eyes would say otherwise. You're not alone, Lela. You don't have to carry the weight of humanity on your shoulders. He tilted my chin up with his fingers, then lightly brushed his lips over mine. You're going to start getting a few hours of sleep, and eating regular meals. Understand? What happened to you not bossing me around? I mumbled, wrapping an arm around his neck to keep him close. We're alone. I can be as bossy as I want. And he said, kissing me again, if you insist on being a pain in the ass and fighting even when I ask you not to, you have to keep up your strength. That means eating and sleeping. Understood, Commander Lela? I was ready to argue with him some more, but he cut off my arguments with a kiss that left me breathless. I missed him during those 6 days. Every time I'd shut my eyes, I imagined him never coming back to me. Sudden desperation had me pulling him as close as I could to remind myself he was alive and with me again. Seraphim and Hadariel hadn't won. Commander Lela. Melinda's voice rang out through the apartment as she knocked. Nathaniel has returned, as have the scouts. I broke off the kiss, ignoring Mech's growl. I'll be right down, I called to Melinda. 5 more minutes, Mech whispered in my ear. I shook my head and pushed him toward the door. Now. We've been up here too long anyway. Not even close, he said but sighed heavily. We exited the apartment, trudged downstairs, and passed Melinda and Xavier at their post. Both smiled at us and we turned for town hall. Mech took my hand, and we walked linked together through Dakota. As we neared the heart of the compound, I spotted a familiar head of blonde hair surrounded by a sight I never thought I'd see in Dakota again. Angels, far more of them than I thought Nathaniel would be able to get out of the heavens without bringing down the wraith of Hadariel on his head, were clustered around. Might be some hope after all, Mech said, nodding with approval at the sight of the angels. Our celebration at the reinforcements was short-lived. When the angels parted for me and Mech, I cursed and ran the rest of the way to Nathaniel. He was being held up by 2 other angels. Blood covered his chest and face. What happened to you? I took over for one of the angels as Mech held up his other side. A look around showed me Nathaniel wasn't the only one wounded. Nathaniel? Lavina. He spat blood from his mouth then laughed quietly. Tried to stop us. Why are you laughing? He rolled his head toward me. 'Cause I finally got her to shut up. Lavina's dead. Nathaniel's eyes fluttered closed. I tapped his cheek but he was out. His body turned to dead weight, and Mech hefted him over his shoulder. I'll get him to the infirmary. I counted the others who were wounded. And I'll bring everyone else. The details on the fight between Nathaniel and Lavina would have to wait until he was conscious. I directed the wounded angels to follow me to the infirmary, and when I spied Brian standing a few yards away, called to him. He hurried to my side. I asked him to get those angels not injured to town hall. I'll speak with them all there once I know Nathaniel's going to live. Brian gave my arm a quick squeeze, then we set off to take care of our new arrivals. The next couple of hours were spent patching burns, slashes, and stabs, a few broken limbs, and doing our best to make the angels comfortable so they could heal. Nathaniel was the worst, and as Bailey went on her third hour of taking care of him, I paced just on the other side of the partition, praying I wouldn't hear my friend's last breath. Lela. I stopped short at the sound of that voice. Harriet. The angel healer stood in the doorway of the infirmary. She held out her arms and then she was hugging me. Words tumbled out of her mouth. Most I didn't understand. You're alive, she said clearly when she finally pulled back and cupped my face. I heard Nathaniel say your name and that you were here, but I didn't want to believe it. I was so worried when you disappeared. I thought Hadariel killed you. Like he did your parents. My smile faltered. You knew? She hung her head. Moriel told me a while back, when he and Remiel began plotting against Hadariel. It's why I did my best to look out for you. Lela, I'm so sorry. I hugged her then, taking her by surprise. You're here now, that's what matters. You're not angry. I have a lot to be pissed off about, but you kept me safe, for a while at least. We went back to the partition and peered in on Nathaniel. Did you see the fight? Some of it. He was sneaking angels through the portal when Lavina confronted him. She had her whole guard with her. Nathaniel ignored her and just started proclaiming the truth. It was enough to make Lavina attack him. Those who were loyal to Hadariel tried to stop us. Her eyes glimmered. Lavina's head flying through the air is a sight I'll never forget. Perhaps I can assist the demon healer, Harriet suggested, then went to speak with Bailey. The two healers exchanged quick greetings then went right to work. A hand fell on my shoulder. He going to make it? I leaned back into Mech's chest and shrugged. Not sure yet. At least he was able to convince more angels to join us. Yeah, but if he had the information we have now about the device and what Hadariel's doing, he might have turned the rest of them. Mech said nothing, but his presence was comfort enough. We stood watching the two healers work until finally they turned to us and smiled. Nathaniel was going to live. I exited the infirmary with Mech and took a couple of deep breaths of fresh air. Or fresher at least. Would there ever be a time when the air would be clean? Or we'd get to see the sun? A clear blue sky was a dream. A dark cloud settled over me as it hit me. I wasn't going to survive this war. Not as a mortal. Somewhere along the way, I was going to die and leave Mech alone. You all right? I let out one more shaky breath, then nodded. Yeah, have to be right? Lela, he said with a scowl. I'm good. We need to talk to the scouts. I walked away, not giving him a chance to ask me anything else. I'd keep my darkening thoughts to myself, buried away where they belonged. The moment we stepped inside town hall, everyone fell silent. The angels had crowded inside. Kexon and Bobby stood at the front, probably trying to explain our current situation here in Dakota. The angels parted for me and Mech, a few whispering to each other as they watched me make my way to the center of the room. The angels' mutterings started to get on my nerves. I held up a hand. Yeah, I'm alive. I don't know what Hadariel told everyone, but I'm alive. Remiel's here too. And what about Nathaniel? Is he going to live? Another angel asked. I nodded. He'll pull through. As will the others. I'm sure you'd like some answers. If you want to find seats or stand, whatever, we'll tell you everything we can, starting at the beginning. Damn, this was going to be a longer day than I thought. The beginning. That's where I said I'd start, but I wasn't even sure I knew where that was. The urge to bolt out the door was so strong, I took a couple of steps that direction. Just as I stopped, a sense of calm grew inside me that was not from me. I looked over my shoulder at Mech. His face was set, but his eyes spoke of hope for a future where we weren't running for our lives daily. How he managed to stay this positive after nearly dying left me fumbling for words. "Right," I said, then coughed to buy a few more seconds. Everyone settled down and waited for me to get on with it. "Here we go." I jerked upright as a hand touched my back. The back of my head smashed into someone's face. He growled and staggered backward. "Damn it," Mech mumbled, sounding muffled. I held the back of my head, rubbing the sore spot with a grimace. "Sorry. How's your face?" He rubbed his nose, then stretched his face as I laughed quietly. "I'll live." He chuckled, then bent down and kissed the top of my head. "Come on, time to get you to bed." "Not tired." His brow arched. "You fell asleep at the table. You're tired. Let's go." I grumbled as he hauled me out of the chair. My ass was numb and my legs were stiff. I yawned, and he gave me a haughty look. "All right, I'm tired. Guess I could stand a few hours of sleep." The talk with the angels had gone better than expected. There had been yelling, but none of it was directed at me or the demons. Most were in sheer confusion and panic that someone we had all trusted for so long with our lives would go so far as to sacrifice his own for the sake of evil. When the room had fallen completely silent, Mech had stepped in for me. He assured them the demon lords were working on a plan to stop Hadariel and Seraphim, but we needed them on board. Without their added numbers, we'd be dead. He gave rousing speeches a hell of a lot better than I did. Once the angels agreed to fight alongside us, they'd left. Then the 2 demon scouts came to give their report. We'd sent out 8, but these were the only ones that made it back. I was glad they'd waited until the angels left to come forward. "Where are the others?" I had asked quietly. Kexon and Bobby went to close the doors to give us some privacy. If the scouts were going to give us shitty news, no use in anyone overhearing it until it was necessary. "Dead. We found their bodies," Helen said, her face pinched in anger. "Abominations, judging from the stench left behind," Freddie added. "We're not sure how they found them, but all 4 bodies were together." "Were you able to get close at all?" They nodded. "But the army is slowing its approach," Helen told me. "How far out are they?" I asked, as I went to the table and opened the map of the terrain. Its soft blue glow lit our faces as we circled around. I shifted until the mass of black appeared. If they'd kept their current speed, they'd be much closer. Why would they slow down? Is this accurate? Helen and Freddie squinted, then bowed. Honestly, it was almost like they were looking for a place to make an encampment. Setting up a new home base to lay siege to Dakota, maybe. Mech suggested. But if their numbers are that great, why not just attack us full out? Could be waiting for orders from Hadariel, Kexon said. He's still technically in charge. Yeah, but I'm not sure for how much longer. They didn't seem too happy together. Whatever the reason, I want eyes on them at all times. For all we know, they can manipulate this map. If they're going to appear on our doorstep, I want to know. Find some volunteers, I ordered Helen and Freddie. And if you 2 are willing, go back out with them. Whatever is necessary, Commander Lela. They turned and left, leaving the 4 of us to stare at our doom, which had suddenly felt the need to slow its approach. The closer I looked, the more I realized it wasn't moving at all. They had stopped. Why would they stop? I'd sat down at the table to try and understand what Seraphim and Hadariel might be plotting. I hadn't expected to fall asleep here. It was dark outside the windows, but that could just mean a storm had rolled in. How long was I out? I asked Mech. Not long enough to count as sleep, so don't even try. And before you ask, 6 more scouts have gone out. Helen and Freddie are going to join them in a couple of hours. I opened my mouth to ask more questions, but he placed his fingers over my lips. Nathaniel is doing well. As are all the other angels. And no, we have no idea why Seraphim would stop. But that is a matter for tomorrow. Did I cover everything? I started to talk, but my words were blocked by his fingers. I planted my hands on my hips and waited. He slowly pulled his hand away. I'm sorry, what? I need to talk to Moose and Gath today, so I can keep working on the... His hand was back over my mouth, cutting me off. I'm sorry. I thought you said you were going to go do something instead of going to bed. Is that what you were doing? I tried to say this couldn't wait, but once again anything I said only sounded like muttering behind his hand. I rolled my eyes and shoved at his hand. His strength had fully returned though, and he hardly moved. Tomorrow, Lela. You can talk to them about everything tomorrow. Deal? The temptation to keep arguing was strong, but behind the amusement on his face was worry. It had etched new lines into his forehead and at the corners of his eyes. Mech no longer seemed like merely the son of a demon lord anymore. His cares and fears had finally caught up with him, as had his responsibility to every living soul left on the surface and in hell. A lot of his worry stemmed from my being mortal. His eyes narrowed at the bags beneath mine, and the bruises that had yet to fade from around my neck. I'd been able to walk without a limp today, but my calf was starting to throb. I nodded and Mech lowered his hand. I wrapped my arm around his, and leaned into him as we made for the door and left town hall behind. It was definitely night, but there was a storm on the horizon. Lightning lit the sky, and the soft patter of rain hit the dirt. But it was just rain. The weather wasn't enough to deter anyone from being outside and socializing. There was a different commotion tonight, as the angels Nathaniel brought to Dakota mingled with the demons and humans. There was talking and laughing. Drinks were being passed around. The sight of reinforcements certainly helped bolster everyone's spirits. We'd been going non-stop since we brought Mech and the other survivors back from Blood Falls. I hadn't realized until now that there'd been no slowing down. Mech guided us toward our apartment, and we climbed the steps as I stifled another yawn. Once inside, Mech stepped behind me and tugged on the band holding my hair in a bun. It cascaded over my shoulders, and he ran his fingers through it, massaging my scalp. I sighed, falling into him with a sleepy smile. And you said you weren't tired, he murmured, then kissed the top of my head. Not. Wide awake, I replied as my eyes slipped closed. Sure you are. I am. Totally, completely awake, I mumbled, fighting back another yawn that made my jaw crack. He scooted me along, turned me around and sat me down on the edge of the bed. He unlaced then tugged off my boots and pulled back the blankets. Really, Mech, I don't want to sleep. I forced my eyes to open wide and beamed. See? How about we just lay here for a bit and talk? And if you are still awake after a little while, we can go join the others. He climbed into bed behind me and bundled me up in his arms. I'd slept last night, but only for a few hours. We'd been a bit preoccupied with assuring the other one that we'd survived another day. I planned on enjoying every second I could with Mech, and meant to roll over and tell him that. The beat of his heart against my back was comforting, and I told myself I'd do it in a minute. I shifted closer to him, and smiled when his quiet growl surrounded me. I'd missed hearing that this past week. But I was going to stay awake. Didn't want to miss anything. I sniffed the air. Coffee. Why was I smelling coffee? My face was in the pillow, and when I lifted it, was greeted by the half-grinning face of Bobby. I dragged the pillow back over my head as he laughed and shuffled away. Yeah, she's awake, he commented. 5 more minutes, I grumbled. Then someone was tugging the pillow away. Lela, you might want to get up now, Mech said, sounding amused as he tugged on the pillow. I buried my face in it and clutched it with both hands. Or you can sleep another day. That's fine too. Day? Did you just say day? I snapped as I shot upright and nearly clocked him in the face a second time with the back of my head. What time is it? About 9:30. In the morning. Mech glanced toward the window. Sure, we can call it morning. I followed his gaze and tripped getting out of bed, taking the blankets with me. At night? Why didn't you wake me up? I angrily kicked the blankets away and scrambled for my boots. I can't sleep this long. What if something happens? He grabbed my boots out of my hands and held them behind his back. Nothing happened, actually. Nothing at all. The enemy hasn't moved, the scouts haven't come back, and no one died. That just proved my point. What point is that? I asked as I lunged around him, but he easily sidestepped me. That you can take care of yourself and be Commander Lela without the world ending. I stopped attempting to get around him. Not that I wanted to admit it, but I felt rested. My mind was clear, and I wasn't ready to fall over and crash. My stomach rumbled, and Mech's lips stretched into a grin. All right, fine, sleeping was nice, I finally said. I sniffed the air again. Coffee sounded great. You didn't happen to cook breakfast or anything, did you? I asked with a sheepish grin. I'm so glad you asked. Bobby was able to find ingredients to make some pancakes. I followed Mech to the kitchen, sniffing the air as I went. The strong sweet smell of syrup hit my nose, followed by the aroma of meat. Sausage sat on a plate, still steaming. I made a plate as Mech poured me a mug of coffee. I was 3 pancakes in when I paused long enough to glance up. Bobby was laughing, and Mech looked torn between joining him and wanting to kiss me. After he kicked the zombie out, of course. What? I asked through a mouthful of food. Nice to see you eat, that's all, without it being a fight. Shit, I haven't even seen her eat that much, Bobby said with a wink of his good eye. I drained my entire mug of coffee, and this time when I picked up my boots, Mech let me put them on. You sure nothing happened while I was out? Nothing you're conveniently hiding from me. I'd like to be prepared before I walk out that door. I started to put on my boots when caught the look they exchanged. I knew it, I yelled and dropped my boots with a thud. What is it? It's not bad, Bobby said quickly. Moose and Gath might have had a breakthrough. With Remiel's help. And a few other angels. The shields. Did they get them to work? Not yet, but during their experimenting, Remiel was able to use Gath's hellfire. It was only for a few seconds, Mech added in a rush when I grinned, but it was definitely a sight. Interesting. Are they still working on them? No, had to take a break. Moose and Gath are back in hell with Ilron so they can recharge. Anak and Thal are here now. They've brought 2 more batches of troops with them. An angel used hellfire. One who didn't even have his wings anymore. Remiel wasn't as bad off as I was, but there was no stopping my imagination from running away with me. If he could tap into a demon's hellfire, was there a chance I could use Mech's and not be completely powerless? Mech cleared his throat. What? Stop staring at me like that, I said as I slipped on my boots then laced them up. Hard not to when you've got that look on your face. What look? Bobby asked. Nothing. Mech is just about to overreact. Mech's biceps bulged as his hands fisted at his sides. Woman, don't even start with me. We haven't left the apartment yet. I'm allowed. I'm not thinking anything bad. No, you're just plotting your first move if you're able to use my hellfire. I can tell you right now, you are not leaving Dakota to after Xeroxin. Did I say that? Pretty sure those words didn't leave my mouth, I argued. So you weren't just thinking it. I pushed my tongue against my cheek, knowing full well he wouldn't buy any lie I told him. Would it be so terrible? They're not moving right now, remember? We could sneak in, blow his ass up, then sneak out. No one would know. Mech's lip twitched. No, Lela. Oh, come on, I started, but he stormed for the door. Really? You're just going to walk away? Yeah, I am. I see nothing wrong with this plan, I yelled after him, leaving Bobby behind. Think about it. If I can use your hellfire, then we can knock him out for good. Don't you want him dead? He whirled around in the middle of the stairs, putting us at the same height. His raised brow said that was exactly what he wanted. Xeroxin gone from this world, but it warred with the fear growing in his eyes. You have to stop believing I'm going to die every time I leave the compound. His gaze shifted to my bruised neck. Yeah, Kind of hard to do that when every time one of us does, we almost don't come back. Comes with the territory. If you're trying to make me feel better, you're failing miserably. I'll be really, really careful, I said with a grin. That's just making it worse. I groaned as I grabbed his shoulders. Look, you and I both know the best way to end this madness is to take out either Hadariel or Xeroxin. All I'm saying, I went on, clapping my hand over his mouth, turnabout's fair play, to stop his protests, is that if it's possible for me to use Hellfire or you to use Holy Light, then we should consider going after Xeroxin alone. Spare a few more lives. His brow furrowed and the worry lines on his face deepened. He kissed my palm, then took my hand in his. I'll consider it, but that's all I'm doing right now. No running off to try and do it alone, got it? If we're going to do this, we're doing it together. I can agree with that. Good. Now let's go find Remiel. He said he wanted to talk with you whenever you woke from your beauty sleep. He winked, then went downstairs. Beauty sleep, I mumbled as I followed. Only because you didn't wake me up. Our bantering fell quiet as we walked through Dakota. Unlike last night, it was silent. The atmosphere had shifted, and the air was heavy with worry. The army had stopped its advance, but that was more troublesome than if it was still coming for us. Until the scouts returned, there was no way to know what was going on. We were blind. I noticed added patrols in the streets, as well as atop the wall and in the watchtowers. More were stationed on the rooftops, their eyes on the dark clouds moving in. Another storm. Lightning cracked. I jumped as the thunder that followed. All in Dakota seemed to be holding their breath. I reached behind me, but the shotgun was absent. Mech shifted closer as if sensing my unease. Remiel was in one of the buildings that had been divided into living quarters. His room was on the top floor with access to the roof. He requested the space, saying something about being able to keep an eye on the skies. I wasn't sure what he hoped to see. There hadn't been a clear night in years. Mech knocked on the doorframe, since there was only a dark blue sheet for a door. Remiel. Outside, Remiel called to us. Is Lela with you? Right here. We walked through the tiny studio-style apartment, up to the short set of stairs to the roof door, then outside. Remiel was kneeling, drawing something on the asphalt surface. He scooted to the right, and I frowned at the faintly glowing symbols he'd made with white chalk. What are you doing? Making a phone call. Remiel sat up, motioning to the symbols already drawn around him. It's time the other generals got involved, don't you think? You can contact them? Remiel sat back on his heels. I can. Why haven't you done it then? I shouted. You're kidding, right? Here, we are about to be obliterated, and you just happen to have a way to call in reinforcements. Lela, Mech said sternly. What? He nodded toward Remiel, and I bit back the rest of what I wanted to fling at the older angel. He bore fresh scars from the fight at Blood Falls, just as Mech did. He too had his wings torn out by Hadariel. He was lucky enough to escape before all his holy light could be drained. Remiel was not without his own wounds or guilt. Remiel, I'm sorry, I said as I knelt with him. No, I am. We should have acted sooner. If we had, perhaps the world wouldn't be this dark and our situation so desperate. Do you think it'll work? I ran my fingers over the symbols closest to me. There wasn't much power there. Do you need me to bring more angels up here to help boost your holy light? A sharp pang started where my wings once were, and I rolled my shoulders to chase it away. Actually, I was hoping Mech would be able to help. You want me to use Hellfire? Remiel nodded. Why not? It's time to see just what we can do with Holy Light and Hellfire combined. The only issue with me reaching out like this is Hadariel will potentially intercept the message. It could draw him to us, or it won't reach the other generals. Do you know if we can even trust them? I asked with a bitter laugh. Not like they've been much help so far. Where do you think Hadariel was when he wasn't trying to kill us? We're not the only ones dealing with the consequences of inaction. Remiel touched up several symbols, then handed the chalk to me. Lela, if you'd step out of the circle, and Mech, if you could take her place. Standing is fine. I backed out of the way to let Mech join Remiel. The circle wasn't very large, and the two of them took up all the available space. With Mech inside the symbols, they took on a different glow, giving off an orangish-blue hue instead. Remiel held up his right hand and told Mech to mirror him. The symbols need to be infused with power in order to work, Remiel explained. I can only do so much with the holy light left in me, but you can bolster it. Do exactly as I do, but don't hold back the fire. Remiel raised his right hand, the same time he brought his left slowly across his body. Mech did exactly as he did, and the symbols pulsed against the dark asphalt roof. As the two continued to move their hands in intricate patterns, twisting and turning as they went, fire seeped from Mech's hands. The way he glanced at it curiously, he hadn't even called on his hellfire yet. It came out all the same, answering the summons of the symbols. Remiel's palms glowed, but it was pale in comparison to Mech's power. The pattern started over again, and the fire trailed down Mech's body to the floor. Remiel's light did the same. The flames crashed against each other like waves against a rocky shore. I held my breath, waiting for them to repulse each other. They swirled and then came together in a brilliant burst of fire and light. With their powers combined, the fire infused with light swarmed the circle and flowed into the symbols. One by one, they began to smoke and burn so bright I had to look away. A loud pop caused my heart to stutter. The circle was burned into the roof, but the symbols that had been in it were gone. Did it work? I asked as Mech and Remiel lowered their hands. Yes. Now all we can do is wait and pray. Small flames remained in Mech's palms. He let them flow over his skin. This was the first time I'd seen holy light and hellfire combine. It was on a small scale, but the sight was burned into my mind. The possibilities were endless if we could make this work for everyone. If Mech could do it with Remiel, then he could certainly do it with an angel that had a full charge. With any luck, the boost to hellfire might trigger something within the sources themselves. If all demons could regain access to hellfire, we'd up the odds drastically. But these were a lot of ifs. Mech doused the flames by curling his fingers around them. It might be night, but I was ready to go find some angels and keep experimenting. We had nothing but time until the army decided to pick up and move, or the rest of the angel generals answered our call.
Chapter 5. Mech. The holy light met my hellfire for the fourth time, and immediately went out. Damn it. You're overthinking it, Lela said sternly. You have to relax. If you can do it with Remiel, you should be able to make it work with anyone. I gritted my teeth and swallowed a growl. It was hard, trying to combine my hellfire with holy light. I couldn't imagine how difficult it was for her to watch me making these attempts with another angel instead of her. I hadn't let her try to control my hellfire, not yet. Part of me worried she'd get her hands on it, and it'd burn her alive. We'd been at it all through the night, and now into the afternoon. The scouts weren't back yet, and no messages came from any angels. Nathaniel was awake, and promised to tell Lela all the details of the fight against Lavina when he was allowed to have visitors. If I thought Bailey was a pain to deal with, Harriet was worse. Not letting anyone in the infirmary that didn't have to be there. Ready to try again? Zacharias asked as his palms glowed blue with light. I shook mine out and nodded. Yeah, you. It wasn't just me that dealt with the backlash of the failed connection. He was looking far paler than when we'd started. Might be the last time for a while, he admitted. Then let's make it count. We weren't the only pair at Town Hall attempting to make this connection work. Kexon was paired with another angel, as were Melinda and a multitude of volunteers Lela had rounded up at first light. Working with Remiel had been easy, but his light was so weak, mine was able to take control and guide his. With a fully charged angel, our powers warred for control. Even if I tried to give a little, it wasn't enough. The same occurred if Zacharias backed down a bit. If this was to work effectively, we had to be able to pull on the power of the other and use it with our own. The most Zacharias and I had been able to do was throw each other on our asses. And that was exactly where we ended up again. I stared up at the ceiling until Lela's head appeared in my view. She was grimacing. "You gonna live?" I buried my hand in her hair and pulled her down so I could kiss her. She laughed as she pulled back and I sat up. Zacharias was getting up, rubbing the back of his head. "Sorry, man," I said. "Nah, it's fine. Think I could use a break, though. And sadly, I think I need a charge." I snapped my fingers to create a flame. It sputtered, then went out after a few seconds. "Used more than I thought." "Then I guess you should get your butt to hell so you can hurry back." She sounded too damned eager, and I dragged her right back down so I could hold her in my arms. "You better not be getting any ideas when I'm gone," I warned. "Me? What would I be planning?" "Lela. The only thing I'm going to do is keep working on the shields with the angels and demons who are here and willing. That's it. I promise," she said as she placed a hand over her heart. "But you need to stay fully charged. Go. I'll be right here in one piece when you get back." Better be. It'd be my luck to leave Dakota and have that army decide to attack. There were a decent number of demons and angels here to back up the human forces. I'd feel better if I sent more, though, just to be on the safe side. Lela didn't have to know why they were here. They would just show up. Hell, she might not even notice them. An hour later, I was ready to go. About 20 demons, including Ilron, were returning with me. Lela kissed me one more time, then gave me a helpful shove to the portal behind me. "Hurry back, Lord Tonamek." "Whatever you say, Commander Lela." I winked, hesitated a few seconds longer, then finally returned to the realms of hell. With my boots on black soil, a rush of heat ran up my back. I stretched my arms over my head and sucked in a breath. Ilron did the same, and let it out with a smile. "Nice to see you two are getting along," she said. "For the most part." Can't help thinking she's still plotting to go after Xeroxin alone. "And you're not doing the same." I grunted, but there was no denying it. "You're returning to your realm to rest." "I should. My troops have been preparing to make a journey to the surface. If they're ready, I'm going to send them ahead of me. Thought you might like having the extra muscle in Dakota while you're gone." You read my mind. The courtyard was busy as always. Travis and my 3 other bodyguards hustled forward and bowed. "My lord," Travis said, ignoring my narrowed-eyed glare. "Are you staying long?" "Just long enough to gain a charge. I need you to do me a favor." I ordered him to round up half our available units and prepare them for a trip to the surface in a few hours. He said he'd see to it and left. The 3 others remained at my side. I'd been hoping they'd all go with Travis. "Not used to it yet?" Ilron asked with a knowing smile. "Hasn't been that long. I finally convinced my guards to stay out of sight. Nice to at least feel like you're alone." "How'd you manage that?" She laughed. "How do you think, Mech? I scared them shitless. Now they know I won't actually remove limbs, but back then you should have seen their faces. Those were the days. Somehow I don't think that'll work for me. Could always have Lela do it." She nudged me, then waved over her shoulder. "I'll send you a message when I'm heading back to the surface." I'd probably beat her back. Being away from Lela left me with a hollowness in my chest. That, and I kept imagining Xeroxin appearing in Dakota, sneaking in as someone else. He'd appeared as Hadariel once. What was to say he couldn't shift and take on the face of someone she knew? Like Ilron. Shit, what if he could look like me? "Stop," I scolded myself quietly. "He's not going to go after her. She'll be fine for a few hours." "Just a few hours." "What was that, my lord?" one of my guards asked. Nothing. Let's get inside, and you can update me on what's been happening in Olam. Several hours later, I sat at Korith's old desk, holding a mug of ale in one hand and rubbing my forehead with the other. The guards were outside the door. It was as far as I could get them to retreat, but not seeing them did help. Olam was in good shape. Thanks to Korith, it ran like a well-oiled machine. Orders were carried out, and the entire fighting force of Olam was prepared for a final battle against the enemy, wherever that might be. I'd spent some time digging through the old archives and tomes in Korith's study, but there was nothing in there about the sources of our power or where it might reside. Figured it'd be too easy to come down here and find the answers we needed. I rested my hand, palm up on the desk. Hellfire came easily. A few more hours, and I'd be in good enough condition to return to the surface. It was too damned long, but now was not the time to let myself be at half capacity. I should go to the barracks and gather a few more things anyway. I was running short on clothes that weren't torn or blood-stained. The heavy, solid wood door swung inward. Travis entered. He bowed, but his gaze was unfocused. "The men have been dispatched to the surface, my lord." "Good. Any complications?" "No, my lord." "Travis, something on your mind? You look worried." He scratched at his chin as he shrugged. "I haven't heard word from any of the other demon lords is all. Or from the other commanders." "For how long?" "A few hours now. I sent men to check in, but no one's come back yet." "Anything on the map?" "Nothing, but something doesn't feel right, my lord." I was on my feet, and with him at the door barely a second later. "I want you to send one demon to each realm, and they are not to leave until we have word from the other lords, understand? If something's going on, I want to know." I tilted my head. "Is that whistling?" Travis stepped away from me and down the corridor. My other 3 guards were already on their feet, gripping their swords in white-knuckled hands. The air grew thin. I struggled to breathe. There wasn't enough oxygen to allow the flames in my hand to grow larger than my palm. I gave up and reached for the sword Travis offered. "Anything out there?" I gasped as the whistling cut off sharply. "No, but there has to be something." The roof of the fortress burst apart. The walls trembled. A fireball crashed through the corridor we stood in and took out the southern end. A second one struck a few feet away from where I stood. Travis shoved me toward the other end toward the stairs, shouting for me to run. Shouts of battle reached us. When we skidded past a window, I saw the courtyard swarming with abominations and the undead. The stairs cracked and buckled under my boots, throwing me off balance. I braced myself against the wall. Travis did the same. The stairs behind us fell away as another fireball struck the fortress and ripped a hole right through the center. Another must have hit the foundations. The stairs began to break apart. I yelled for Travis to get going, then threw him ahead of me, ignoring his protest. Each step disappeared the second I stepped on it. We were falling. The entire stairwell was gone. I hit a hard pile of stones with a grunt and rolled through the debris of timbers and glass shards. Travis somersaulted further away and landed out of sight. The sword clattered from my hand as I laid there, staring at the sky in hell. More streaks of fire blocked out the gray clouds overhead. The fortress continued to groan and crack. I scrambled to roll over and crawled on my stomach to try and get away. More stones tumbled down, crushing my right leg. I bellowed, then bit back the shout and worked to get free. As I did, the rest of the fortress walls began giving way. Stone and wood fell headed directly for me, and there was nowhere for me to run. I covered my head with my arms and was buried alive.
Chapter 6. Lela. Xavier stood perfectly still as an angel and a demon moved to either side. A couple of hours after Mech left, I found as many volunteers as I could and went back to attempting to create shields. Remiel was with me. Between us and Kexen, as well as several older demons, we set to work finding those few pairs who could combine their holy light and hellfire. Unlike Mech and Zacharias, we ended up with 3 sets of compatible pairs. If we had more time to really test the boundaries of what their combined abilities meant, Xavier would not be standing there looking like he regretted volunteering. If there's any backlash, it'll hit them, I told Xavier. Right? Remiel and Kexen gave me a sideways glance. Yes, the angel said with a confident smile. You won't feel a thing. Never knew you could lie so well, I whispered. When the time calls for it, we angels can do many things, Lela. Remember that. Says the angel who still has holy light. Barely, he added quietly. You are still an angel at your core. Hadariel can't take that away from you. Nor can he steal away who you're meant to be. He sounded quite prophetic, and it set off a string of questions in my head. Remiel walked around Xavier, not giving me a chance to ask them. Kexen sidled closer and gave me a questioning look. Tell you later, I mumbled. Something wrong? I don't think so, but I've been wrong before. Xavier braced as the angel and demon called on their powers. Orange flames and a soft blue glow extended from their palms. They aimed for the ground around Xavier's feet. We decided to take this experiment outside, just in case. No need to put a hole in the roof of Town Hall just yet. The hellfire and light came together, then swirled around, joining together. I held my breath and watched as a shield formed higher and higher around Xavier. It had just covered his head and looked ready to make itself whole, when the fire sputtered, and the holy light settled into the void. It overpowered the connection, and the shield flickered then went out. Damn. Kexen shook his head. I'm not sure why it's not working. You'd think with the extra power it would stick. Maybe it was a bad idea, to begin with. No, it's not that. We're just not getting the balance right. It takes time, which is something we just don't have right now. He looked like he was going to say more but stopped. What? It's nothing. Kexen, just tell me. Not in the mood for you to be all cryptic and weird too. Don't punch me, he grumbled. I promise not to, and he said, it's just that if you had your holy light, I think you and Mech would have had the best chance at making this work. You two are meant to be together, you know? It might have come more naturally for you. I know, I said, and he looked shocked that I hadn't in fact punched him. It's a harsh reality, but I've been thinking the same thing. Mech probably had issues with the holy light because of his link to me. His hellfire would most likely be perfectly compatible with me, but there was no way to really know. With the army of evil encamped, we'd gained a few precious days. With luck, it might be enough to make these shields work. If nothing else, it could give us an edge during the fight. Xeraxin proved he could cut off the demon's hellfire, but he wasn't able to do shit against holy light. Not yet, at least. If demons could tap into the light, they wouldn't be powerless when the fight finally did arrive in Dakota. Keep trying if you want to, I told Xavier and the others. Don't push yourselves too hard, though. Lela? Kexen patted my shoulder, then turned me around. Think we have trouble? Mech had only been gone a few hours. Was it too much to ask that nothing went wrong while he was gone? Tim, Helen, Freddie, and the rest of the scouts sprinted toward us. They were covered head to toe in mud, but there was no blood. I counted and was relieved to find all 6 scouts returning this time. Lela, Tim gasped as he finally reached us. Xeraxin and his army are gone. I blinked, not sure I heard him right. What do you mean gone? As in they moved somewhere else? How had we not seen it? I checked the map not too long ago, and the army had been sitting in the exact same spot. No, as in they're gone. There are no tracks leading away from the camp, Tim informed me. It's like they just up and disappeared. We didn't check out the whole area, in case Xeraxin left some of his troops behind, but it looks deserted. It only took half a second for me to make up my mind. I hustled through the streets to the armory and grabbed my shotgun. Kexen, Tim, and several others were right behind me. What are you doing? Kexen asked. Going to the encampment. If Xeraxin is missing, I want to know why and where he went. You coming with me or not? I waited for the argument he and Bobby had been using every time I tried to leave Dakota. Mech wouldn't be happy. He wanted me kept safe, blah blah blah. Instead, Kexen grabbed a rifle and ammo. Tim did the same, as did the rest of the returned scouts. Xavier, Melinda, and finally Bobby found their way inside the armory. I waited outside for them to be ready, and hoped what my gut was telling me was wrong. Lela. What's going on? Nathaniel, with the aid of Harriet, came toward me. I knew he was recovering, but still I scowled to see him out of bed. Just doing some quick scouting. Nothing to worry about. How about you do not lie to me? It's about Hadariel, isn't it? I screwed my mouth to the side, then sighed. No. It's Seraphim. His army is missing. You think they're coming here? I don't know, but we're going out to look for them. You need to get your ass back in bed, I said. He pushed away from Harriet and headed for the armory. I blocked him, shaking my head. No, you're in no condition to fight. I'm not sitting around while you have all the fun. I shoved him back gently, then grabbed his shoulders. You need to rest and heal. You've done enough so far, trust me. If Seraphim is coming here, I need everyone to be prepared. Do you want to help? See to the defenses. Kexen, Tim, and Brian, who had snuck by me apparently, and all the others filed out of the armory. Several more angels had joined them. We were taking a decent number of fighters with us. Nathaniel gave in. I can do that. Be careful, Lela. Always. And if Mech returns before you do, what do you want me to tell him? There was no more room for lying. I owed Mech that much. Tell him the truth. We'll be back as soon as we can. Just make sure everyone's ready. I holstered the shotgun at my back and led the way to the gates of Dakota. Once we were outside, Kexen opened a portal that would take us close to where the encampment had been. As the last demon stepped through, the portal sealed behind him. I placed a finger to my lips to ensure everyone stayed quiet, then motioned for Tim to lead the way. 10 minutes later, he pulled up short and waved for me to come closer. See? They're just gone. I stared through the blackened branches of the trees. The glade about 100 yards away had tents and old bonfires, but there wasn't a single enemy in sight. Quietly and with my shotgun at the ready, I left the cover of the trees and walked one cautious step at a time toward the camp. Kexen and Tim flanked me. The rest of our group spread out to form a line. Every few feet I paused. No traps were sprung. No one was there to ambush us. The whole clearing was just quiet. Deathly quiet. When we reached the center and what appeared to be the largest fire pit, I stopped and took one more look around. Where the hell are they? Brian asked. That's a damn good question. There was no sign of them leaving this clearing. Kexen, standing a few feet away from me, held out his hand, eyes closed, and frowned. You sense something? It's faint, but it's here. The angels shifted uneasy, as if they too were feeling a presence nearby that was invisible to the humans and me. What is it? I asked. Kexan's eyes shot open and he growled. Grift. He took off across the camp. I fell in line on his heels. We sprinted through the deserted camp and reached the outer edge when Kexen threw his arm out to stop me. Wait. I saw nothing but dead wood ahead of us. There's nothing here. That's the trick. He kicked a few rocks on the ground. They rolled a few inches, then dropped into nothingness. At least none of the scouts were close enough to fall in. The magic camouflaging the rift had to be damned powerful to keep anyone from seeing it. Rift to where? As soon as the words left my mouth, I cursed. Hell. He's in hell. And so is Mech. I'll go and warn them if it's not too late already, Kexen said and created a portal nearby. I'm coming with you. You're staying right here, he argued. I grabbed him by his shirt and dragged him down to my eye level. That is my demon down there, I snapped. If anyone is going to see if he's alive, it's me. You're either letting me go, or I'm going to knock you out the second you try to go through that portal, hijack it, and go myself. Your choice. She's got a point, Bobby said, standing beside me. Kexen worked his jaw, then removed my hand from his shirt. Fine, but if Mech starts shouting, it's all on you. I'm not going to have him kicking my ass because I let you come to hell when there was no need. As long as Mech was alive, he could give me all the lectures he wanted. Brian, you head back to Dakota with the other humans. Where you go, we go, he replied. If hell's in trouble, we're coming with you. It's too dangerous. His brow rose and he laughed. Really? That's the best you can do. You said it yourself, we can handle hell for a few hours. We're not leaving your side. Tim, Xavier, and the rest of the humans nodded in agreement. The angels and demons who'd tagged along with us looked ready to go too. No one was staying behind. I waited for Kexen to open the portal. He hesitated, but the worry that Mech was in trouble won out. He stepped back from the camouflaged rift and opened a portal. He stretched it so it was wide enough for us to pass through, 5 across. Me, Kexen, Brian, Tim, and Bobby were the first ones through. And the second we were, my heart was in my throat. Kexen. I know, he muttered, eyes wide. We're too late. They're already here. The rest of our scouting party stepped out of the portal and literally into a war zone. Xeroxan's army had laid siege to Olam. I had no way to know if the other realms were still standing or if any of the demon lords were alive. Kexen dumped us at the main gates leading into the heart of Olam. In the distance, towering over the walls, barracks, armory, and rest of the kingdom should have been the fortress. All that was there now was a smoldering pile of rubble. Mech. If he was here, he could have been inside when it fell. My hands tightened around the shotgun as I pictured him buried alive. Or dead. I shut my eyes and mentally reached for him. I'd know if he was dead. He had to be alive. There was no other option. Kexen. We spun around, guns aimed, to find a demon clad in all black. Travis, Kexen called, and we lowered our weapons. There were 10 more demons behind him. All of them were banged up bad. A few had to be supported by the others to walk. What happened? Where's Mech? I don't know. We were separated during the initial attack. They came out of nowhere. No alarms went off, nothing. He wiped the blood from his face and tried to take another step but faltered. Kexen and I caught him. There was a bad wound on the side of his head. The other realms, I think they've already fallen. There was no word from them. Shit, Kexen muttered. All right. Travis, you're going to take these demons here and get them to Dakota. The rest of us are going in to find survivors and get them out. Are you saying what I think you are? Travis asked grimly. Kexan's face became hard as stone. I am. Hell has fallen. The bastard tricked us into thinking he was coming for Dakota. We'll get out who we can, but there's nothing else we can do. His gaze locked onto mine as he added stiffly, and we'll find Mech. Melinda, I said as I whirled around. You and Xavier are to stay here and keep this portal open. We'll send any survivors we find your way. If you get overwhelmed, you run, understood? I can't leave you down here. You can and you will. That's an order. She bit her lip but nodded. Understood. Travis, where did you see Mech last? I asked, as Kexen handed him over to another demon to get through the portal and to safety. We were inside the fortress. It blew apart and, I'm sorry, Lela. I don't know. It's all right. We'll start there. Kexen gave me a look, which I pointedly ignored. I waited until Travis and the first round of survivors were through the portal, then set off toward the path of chaos Xeroxan's army had made. Our small group of fighters stayed close together, moving with our heads on swivels and guns up and ready. The sounds of the fight hit us far before we ever found an enemy to kill. We checked every demon body we passed. Many we found alive, and those of our group peeled away to get them back to the portal. The ones already dead we left where they were. Every building was demolished, as if a giant had torn them apart with his bare hands. When we reached the main crossroads, we found that a smoldering fireball had left a crater in the cobbled street. It was nothing but glowing embers now. The swath of destruction it caused wasn't hard to see. The fortress lay beyond it, and judging from the screams of the dying, we knew we were close to the battle. Shuffling steps drew my attention to the right. More demons were there, fleeing for their lives. They froze when they saw us, then breathed in relief. Kexen directed them to the portal, and told them to hustle. "How many?" he asked another demon bearing black armor. His hand was pressed to a gaping wound at his side. "Too many. They just keep coming." "And the other realms? Any word?" I asked. He hung his head. "I don't know." There was no time to get the word out. I shook my head and pushed onward. Kexen called my name, but there was no going slow. If Mech was in the middle of this mess, I had to find him. We came around the corner of what had once been the barracks, and ran into a group of zombies, tearing several demons apart. They froze at the sight of me and Kexen. Gore hung from their bony hands and gaping maws. The demons on the ground, or what was left of them, were unrecognizable. Something snapped in me, and the second one of them made a move for us, I pulled the trigger. I hardly felt the kickback from the shotgun as the hellfire-infused shell slammed into the zombie's chest. The sound drew more from nearby structures and around the next corner. Kexen pressed his back to mine, his body vibrating with his continuous growling. "You ready for this?" he asked. "No choice. We're finding Mech." "Damn straight we are," he agreed, then we opened fire. Mech. Dust filled my lungs. I hacked to clear it, but sucked in another lungful of it anyway. Vision blurring, I arched my back, sending stones sliding to the side. Luckily, I wasn't fully buried. "Travis?" I tried to yell, but all that came out was a croak. I had no weapon, and couldn't see the sky. The entire fortress had come down on my head. A quick check of my scalp told me I had one large bump. My palm was covered in blood. I staggered to my feet, unsteadily reaching out for what used to be a wall or a ceiling. Shit, I couldn't see any light from outside. A few fires were scattered here and there, but not enough to give me more detail. Each step was slow going. Booms reached my ears, as did the faint shouts of a battle. Xeroxin. It had to be him. How did they sneak into hell? When my path was blocked by rubble, I heaved at it, trying to clear a path. The ground around me quaked and shifted. Dust rained on my head. I threw myself out of the way, as a large section gave way and crashed to the ground where I'd been standing. This time when I stood back up, I noticed the streaks of blood on my arms and down my right leg. I was pretty sure I had no broken bones, but my hearing was still foggy and the world was spinning. I made it a few more yards, clutched a hand to my gut and heaved. I might be a demon, but a head wound was a head wound. I had to get out of here before I passed out. The ground shuddered. Each time I braced myself, waiting for more of the fortress to cave in around me. I stumbled over something and hit my knees with a curse. I glanced back. An arm jutted out from beneath timber. I checked for a pulse, but there was none. Telling myself I had to keep going, fighting against dizziness and nausea, I trudged through the remnants of my home. More dead bodies appeared, but that was all they were. Dead bodies. I called out every now and then, wondering if anyone would be able to hear me over the cries of the battle. The walls shook again, and when I glanced up, my path was blocked. No, damn it. I rammed my shoulder into the stones, dislodging one. I kicked at it, sending a jarring pain up my leg to my hip. I did it again and again, letting my anger build at being caught off guard like this. The stones gave on the fifth try, and I fell forward into the throne room. Surprisingly, the ceiling was mostly intact. The columns were too. The table where the demon lords usually sat was littered with dust and grime. 2 fires burned in braziers that had fallen to their sides during the attack. The rest had gone out, plunging half the room into shadow. "Can anyone hear me?" I shouted, then waited a few seconds for a response. None came. There was a second exit out of the throne room, A hidden door behind the fifth column on the right. I was sure it would have caved in, but it was my best chance at getting out of here. As I limped across the room, stepping around large chunks of blackened stone, a skittering sound bounced off the walls. I stopped and waited. The sound stopped when I did. I'd been hit in the head hard. Assuming I was hearing things, I walked further until the noise grew louder. This time when I stopped, the sound didn't. A shadow flickered out of the corner of my eye. I froze. I wasn't as alone as I thought. Glancing around for anything I could use as a weapon, a hunk of wood roughly shaped like a bat was all I could find. I hefted it, then slowly eased closer to the columns. A scuffle had me whirling around, but this time there was a high-pitched laugh with it. Another shadow appeared on the far side of the room. When I turned to look, it was sprinting away from the light and out of sight. More laughter echoed off the stone walls. There were at least 2 of them, no 3. Damn, make that 4. I assumed they were zombies, but I'd never seen the undead move that fast. With Seraphim in hell, he could have stirred up even worse horrors from the deeper places of our realm. Stories Korath told me as a kid came back to me in a rush. Stories about demonoid beings that looked like us, but weren't. They'd lure demons in by looking like children, I whispered when one of them appeared in front of the fires. The boy appeared no older than 10. He was covered in dirt, and his clothes were torn, as if he'd been in the fortress when it collapsed. I knew for a fact there were no demon children running around Olam. We'd sent them all to a hidden pocket realm, to be looked after by our most trusted guards. Shit, had Seraphim gotten into that place too? Help me, the boy cried and held out his hand. Stay back. I aimed the hunk of wood at him. You stay right there. The boy sniffed like he was going to start crying. Please, Mech. Help me. You have to help me. He took a step closer, and I took one back. I'm hurt. Yeah, so am I. Deal with it. Clicking came from all around me. When I heard it right over my head, I paused. I mentally told myself not to look up, but it was too late. My curiosity had overridden the probable horror of what I was about to see. As my head fell back, I cursed when I realized my count was off. Way off. A multitude of small shadows covered the ceiling, all of them appearing as demon children. Their eyes turned bright white as they clung to the beams and stones. Help us, they chorused over and over. I smashed my hand to my ear and used my shoulder to try and block the other. I eventually dropped my pathetic weapon and tried in vain to drown out the sound. But it was already inside my mind. The weight of their presence shoved me to my knees. I snarled, bellowing for them to shut up. The little boy crept closer and closer, that hand turning into one long sharp talon ready to gut me. The others crawled down the walls. Their small feet hit the floor, then they surrounded me. The voices grew louder, physically crushing me. The boy's feet appeared in my vision. This was not how I pictured dying. As their voices rose, I focused on Lela. I saw her hair and those vibrant eyes as she laughed. Just as I sensed the boy ready to make his move, another presence pushed back at the demonoids. Lela, I whispered. The boy paused, but the chanting remained. What did you say? I lifted my head, straining to get out from under the weight of their dark magic. Baring my fangs, my hand shot forward and wrapped around the boy's neck. I said Lela. Somehow she was here in hell. I sensed her. As much as I wanted to be angry that she'd come, she'd probably just saved my life. Again. The chanting finally ceased, and the horde of evil children hissed as I managed to stand, crushing the boy's throat. His legs flailed as he kicked helplessly to get free. Elongated fangs protruded from his mouth now, but he wasn't going to be the one to kill me. I squeezed until the small bones in his neck cracked and his body stilled. Not taking any chances, I tossed his body into the fire, then turned to face the rest of the children. I'm getting out of here alive, I growled. You can either let me pass, or you can all die. Your choice. They took a collective step away, and I breathed a silent sigh of relief. Killing one hadn't been hard, but in my current physical state, taking on a pack of these little bastards wouldn't be easy. I moved toward the fifth column, ready to get out of this ruined fortress and track down Lela, when one of the freaking things latched onto my back with a shriek. She buried her talon into my shoulder. I scrambled to get her off. She was too small for me to grab, and I ended up falling flat on my back, crushing her. Snapping the talon off in my shoulder, I left her gasping for air and quickly punched the next one who launched at me. Another grabbed hold of my leg while two more climbed up my back. One bit down on my neck, while the other stabbed me in the side with his talon. I whirled around, then crashed into the closest wall. The one on my back let go, but the one with his fangs buried in my neck held on. I grabbed his head, and taking a chunk of skin with him, tore him away. I threw him into one of the braziers, grabbed a wooden timber, and drove it through his chest, pinning him. The monster at my side backed away to stand with what was left of the group. I stared them down, blood oozing from a multitude of my wounds. They stood between me and my way out. Between me and Lela. They'd all have to die. I'd tear them apart with my bare hands if I had to. "Come on, you rotten filth," I shouted. The demonoid children hissed and shrieked, then charged me as one. The courtyard finally came into view, as I staggered out of what remained of the fortress. Blood dripped down my face, and I spat another mouthful out once I was clear of the rubble. Wiping my mouth on my arm, I glanced around at the amount of destruction Seraphim managed to bring in so little time. Not a single building was left untouched. Demon bodies covered the ground. So did several of the enemy, but not enough to stop their attack. Not nearly enough. Olam and the rest of hell were lost. I stumbled forward, until my anger gave my legs the strength to hold me upright. My anger turned into a burning hot rage that sprouted two fiery blades at my hands. I bellowed, drawing the attention of the nearest enemies. Zombies and hellhounds. They'd been digging through a pile of bodies nearby, bodies of demons I knew and cared for when they were alive. Now they were nothing but corpses. The enemy came for me, but they didn't last long. Their bodies smoldered in pieces as I stepped over them, and onto the next victim. Anything that came my way, I cut it down, showing no mercy. These bastards didn't deserve mercy. Their deaths were too fast for my liking, but Lela was down here somewhere. Her presence was a beacon that pulled me closer. I had to get to her, and ensure she didn't end up like the others I cared for. An abomination roared, and smashed its heavy black hammer into the ground a yard away from me. I snarled right back, and the swords in my hands flared brighter. It hefted the hammer onto its shoulder, then swung it around, aiming for my head. I ducked under it and slashed at its sides with my swords. They seared through flesh and muscle, hooking them as I went. As its skin oozed corruption, it staggered away from me, screeching. I ducked again as it brought the hammer around, wildly crashing it into the ground. It snarled, spitting dark bile at my face. I grimaced, wiping at the burning liquid. I lunged forward with both blades. They tore through the muscle at the arm wielding the hammer. The offending limb, along with the weapon, crashed to the ground. It sank to its knees, clutching at the nub. I considered leaving it there to bleed out, but its pathetic keening grated on my nerves. Combining the swords into one massive two-handed weapon, I cleaved its monstrous head from its shoulders. The horrible noise cut off abruptly. It crashed to the ground, its head rolling away awkwardly. I continued my bloody charge onward. I left a trail of dismembered and burnt bodies in my wake, trudging through a courtyard stained with the blood of demons. Those stones would never be clean again if we ever made it back to hell. Another pack of zombies came at me, and I sliced through them, sending a multitude of heads tumbling to the ground. Something punched me in the back of the head, but I was either too numb from my anger to feel it, or it was just that weak of a hit. When I whirled around, another zombie was there with a knife, ready to gut me. I snorted in disgust and ran him through. Another threw itself onto my back, followed by two more. Their combined weight pushed me forward, and I spun around wildly to knock them free. More piled on, until they had me pinned to the ground. Their fists beat at my back and head. One of them gnawed on my shoulder like it was a piece of meat. Arching my back did nothing. They slammed me right back to the ground. Hellfire built in my hands, then stretched up my arms. A growl started in my chest, rumbling like a distant storm. The zombies were too stupid to realize what was about to happen. Hellfire exploded from my center, and they ran away screaming as it caught their clothes and skin, scorching and consuming them alive. Beginning to feel some of my latest injuries, I watched as the zombies fell into their comrades and caught more of them on fire. They'd continue to burn until they stopped moving. Demons shouted in panic. I sniffed the air, searching for which direction to go. I caught a whiff of oranges and stilled. Lela. I took off at a sprint, lunging around zombies and abominations. There were no living demons, not here. When I turned the corner, reaching the main road out of Olam, a group of demons was huddled behind a line of fighters. Kexan and Bobby stood shoulder to shoulder, and to their right was Lela. She pulled the trigger on the shotgun and blasted a zombie. 2 more were there to take its place. The demons behind them appeared to be survivors they'd pulled from the rubble. They were backing toward the gate, and beyond it was an open portal. Lela flipped the shotgun around, ready to use it as a bat, but I got there first. I grabbed the first zombie with my burning hands and crushed his skull. The second I grabbed by the collar and yanked him back just as he made ready to lunge forward with a machete. I tore out his throat. "Mech," Lela breathed, and then she was in my arms. She stood on her toes and kissed me fiercely. "I thought you were dead." "Not yet." Kexan held out his arm and I took it. "Glad to see you alive. We got to go." "I know. That the portal out of here?" I nodded behind them. "Yeah, I don't know if we got everyone or not," Lela said, but I shook my head. There was no time to stay. Eyes hardened. She nodded. "Retreat. Pull back to the portal. We're leaving." She grabbed my shoulder. "Are you sure you don't want to try and find more?" I considered it, but the air grew heavy as the presence of evil intensified. I hadn't yet spotted Xeroxin, but I knew he was here now. My hands fisted at my sides. I'd kill him before this war was over. I gave Lela a gentle shove ahead of me, and as another wave of evil charged for us, we lunged through the portal and out of hell for what might be the final time. "Ouch. Damn it, woman," I snarled as Lela grabbed hold of the talon jutting out of my side. "If you'd stop your squirming, I'd have it out by now," she snapped. "Hold still." She tugged on the talon again, and I dug my nails into the edge of the table, leaving rivets. She muttered under her breath, but I didn't catch most of it over the sound of my own growling. Since we'd returned to Dakota, we'd been at each other's throats. It was mostly because of me and my shitty attitude, but I was pissed she had been in hell. I almost didn't make it out, and she had just waltzed right in there like it was nothing. I was more pissed at how many we lost. I kept seeing their faces. Most of hell was dead. Those who weren't dead had been pouring into Dakota for the last hour. Ilran was the only other demon lord to escape. When she'd come through, armor shredded and body just as beaten as mine, all she'd done was shake her head and storm off. Half of her guard had been slaughtered trying to get her out. There was no word from the other 7 realms. "You should be in the damned infirmary," Lela said again, as she continued to work on getting the talon out. "Save the beds for those who need them." "You need it, you dumbass. Or did you forget, you have a talon jutting out between your ribs?" She stepped back and cursed. "And another one in your leg. Damn it, Mech. That's it. Get to the infirmary, right now. Just pull them out. One of them is stuck in your ribs, and the other might have damaged your tendon." I glared as I gripped the one in my leg and yanked. I reached for the one at my side, and with a hard twist, it popped free. I bit my cheek to keep my yell of pain quiet. She looked ready to kill me, as she grabbed bandaging and pressed it against my side to stop the bleeding. The wound at my leg wasn't too bad, so she left it alone. "There. They're out. Happy?" "You expect me to be happy? You're acting like an idiot?" "What do you expect me to act like? My home is gone." I slammed my fist onto the table and a chunk broke off. We were at Town Hall, where the overflow of other demons had come. A few glanced toward me at my outburst, but didn't seem upset by my rage. Those who weren't pissed were still numb at what we'd just lost. Hell has fallen. I failed again. Their blood is on my hands. I tried to move away from her, but she grabbed my arm and stopped me. Let me go, all right? I need to be alone. Yeah, that's exactly what you need. My lip twitched. I glowered. You have no idea what I'm going through right now. None. When she refused to let go, I growled louder. Her brow arched. Seriously? You think that's going to scare me off? You want to be pissed, then be pissed, Mech. But I'm not going anywhere. She shoved my shirt up and worked on bandaging the puncture at my ribs. Stubborn demon. Impatiently, I waited for her to finish. The second she stepped back, I was out the door. She shouted for me, but I didn't stop. The doors crashed into the wall as I threw them open and marched into the crowded streets. Wounded demons were everywhere I looked, each one a reminder of what the enemy stole from us. The rage I'd hoped would dissipate only grew, until my pulse pounded in my ears, sounding like a war drum. My whole body burned, and fire came unbidden to my hands. If Lela wasn't mortal, I might have stuck around, but I was too unstable to be around her. She was fragile. One slip and I could seriously hurt her. A child laughed, and I flinched, waiting for a horde of demonoid children to attack me again. I picked up the pace, weaving through Dakota until I finally came to an abandoned street. I was near the back of the compound, where we stored extra supplies. I stomped from one end of the street to the other, my boots pounding in time with my racing heart. Repeatedly, I saw Travis disappear as the fortress came down around us. I heard the catapults screaming through the air as they struck my home. Shadows appeared out of the corners of my eye, zombies coming to kill me, or abominations hoping to catch me off guard. My hands twitched, and I told myself there was no evil in Dakota. A boot scuffed the asphalt, and I whirled around, unleashing a burst of hellfire. Lela jumped to the side and it shot by her head. What are you doing? I snapped. Go away. Told you, I'm not going anywhere. Lela, get back to town hall. You can help them there. You can't help me, I said, biting off each word. The rage inside me was too much. It was going to have to come out, but I did not want Lela anywhere near me when it did. Please. Just go. You really think I'm going to leave you? You do remember what you did for me, right? That was different. She rested her hands on her hips, not backing down. I'd like to know how. You didn't have a fire that could kill me, I pointed out, as the flames in my hands flared. Lela. You give all these speeches, she said, cutting me off. Great speeches about how we're meant to be together and blah blah blah, but the second you need me, actually need me, you try to shove me aside. You're so hypocritical. I don't want to hurt you, I tried again. I trust you, Mech. You should trust yourself. I clenched my jaw and took a step back when she came toward me. Stay right there. I thought I knew rage when my mother died and then when Lela was cast from the heavens, or when Korath died. But this was indescribable. There was no gaining control of my fire. Lela took another step, then another. I held up my hand to make her stay back, but doubled over as a sharp pain shot through my gut. You need to get to the infirmary, she said sternly. Bailey can help you. No, she can't. You lost your home, she said quietly, those eyes normally cold these days shining with sympathy. It's going to hurt, Mech. You're going to be angry about it, so get angry, but you can't let those emotions control you. The fire spread until it covered my torso. I can't. Yes, you can. You pulled me out of the darkness when I felt myself falling. I can help you through this if you just let me. The pain intensified in my gut. The fire rose higher, until I was looking at Lela through a wall of flames. All I felt was anger. I didn't even sense Lela anymore, even though she stood so near me. I tried to yell at her to back off, but she came closer. Her outstretched hand was the last thing I saw as I fell to my knees. The heat within me turned into a burning inferno, and just as it burst free, I yelled, fearing she was going to get caught in the flames. As the fire surrounded me, a hand pushed through it and landed on my shoulder. Another cupped my cheek. Lela was there kneeling in front of me. Her forehead rested against mine, and she was in the hellfire with me. It rolled over her shoulders and down her back, but she wasn't burned by it. She was mortal. It should have turned her to ash with how out of control it was. Shouts of panic came from behind her, but all I saw was her face and those bright eyes. "Told you," she said with a smile. "I'm not going anywhere, Mech. I can take your rage. Just let it go. Let it all go." My head fell to her shoulder, as the agony of how many lives were lost in the last couple of hours crashed over me like a tidal wave. My hellfire roared, surrounding us in a swirling storm, sounding like a wild beast rampaging through Dakota. It poured out of me, until I thought I'd have no fire left. The whole time, Lela held onto my shoulders and stayed right where she was. "Lela," Bobby shouted. "Stay there, I'm fine," she called without turning away from me. Another sharp twist of my gut had me gritting my teeth and clutching at my side. It was like I was being attacked by those damn demonoids, all over again. I wanted Lela to get away from me, but my words were lodged behind a fierce snarl. Lela fumbled for my hands and squeezed them hard enough to hurt. Slowly, the flames began to ebb. Little by little, they returned to the source until I could see a crowd had gathered at the end of the street. "Don't look at them," Lela instructed sternly. "Stay focused on me. Only on me. I've got you." Her words were a bomb, and the flames died down even more. The rage I didn't think I'd get a handle on simmered until I was able to think clearly again. I shook as the last of the flames curled toward us and sank into my hands. Carefully, Lela helped me stand, her gaze flicking worriedly to my side. "I'm taking you to our apartment, so I can look at the rest of your wounds. No arguing, got it?" I had the shakes from using so much hellfire, and was in no condition to argue. After 3 steps, I waited to be sick but managed not to vomit. My mind was a freaking mess, and guilt hit me. Ilran had to be feeling just as bad. How was she not coming apart at the seams? Then again, she wasn't with Bobby, Kexan, and Remiel. They must have come running when I unleashed so much hellfire. I glanced at Kexan, and his heavy gaze told me I was not alone in my rage. I was going to ask him where she was, maybe talk to her before Lela took me to the apartment, when a crash came from the other end of the street. An image of those demonoid children rushed back and instinct kicked in. The fire was in my hands, as Lela shouted for me to stop. I saw Xavier, but there was no stopping my hand. The fireball left my palm, and I waited for it to strike him down. But Lela sprinted past me, and stepped right in its path, raising and crossing her arms. The fire collided with her crossed arms. "No," I breathed. "Lela." I rushed toward her on unsteady legs. When the fire parted, I skidded to a stop. Xavier stood unharmed behind her, his mouth agape. There were other gasps of shock behind me, but none of them were as shocked and confused as Lela. She pulled her hands apart, and the hellfire condensed into a stream between her hands. When she twisted her hands over each other, the fire moved with her. "Mech," she whispered, "what is this?" It wasn't me who answered. "I told you," Remiel said as he grinned. "You are still an angel, Lela, with or without holy light. That is who you are." Lela smiled uncertainly, as she continued to turn the hellfire around in her hands. Finally, she formed it into an orb the size of her palm, and held it out to me. I took it, and then let it go right back to her. The lively flames shone in her pupils like they belonged there. If only she did have her holy light, she'd become one badass angel. At least, she had a way to defend herself when the enemy came knocking. Now that hell had fallen, Dakota was our last stronghold. They'd be coming eventually, and when they did, we'd fight to the death. Chapter 7. Lela. I stretched my arm across the bed, but it was empty. "Mech?" "Right here." I sat up and wiped the sleep from my eyes, then spotted his silhouette against the window of our apartment. He had his forehead resting against his arm on the window. His hunched shoulders were tense, as were the rest of the muscles on his bare back. I climbed out of bed and wrapped my arms around him, planting my cheek between his shoulder blades. "You in pain?" "I'll be fine," he muttered. "I just can't believe it's gone." Hell. We lost hell. Yesterday evening had been one of the longest I'd ever experienced. After realizing I could use hellfire, I had dragged him back to our place and sat him down at the small kitchen table. He let me tend to his wounds without argument. He seemed as defeated as I had been when I first fell. Nothing I said seemed to help. After a while, I stopped talking. Kexen and Bobby had come to check on him, but Mech remained in that chair until Ilran stopped by. She was the only other demon lord alive. I'd stepped out to give them some time to talk. While they spoke, I walked downstairs to get the latest numbers from Kexen. Another round of survivors had arrived from Hell. The news they brought with them were not the happy kind. Hell was overrun. The demons who hadn't escaped yet were either prisoners or trapped down there. A rescue mission to get them out would be futile. Zeraxon's army had tripled in size from when we last saw it on the surface. Apparently, that hadn't been the full size of his force. There was no plan to go after Zeraxon or Hadariel. We had no idea where the High General was. No messages had come back from the other generals. It appeared we were on our own. "How is he really?" Kexen had asked as he glanced up the steps over my shoulder. "How are you?" I shrugged. "How are any of you?" "That's how he's doing. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to stop him from falling over the edge. If anyone can, it's you." Kexen pulled me into a tight hug. "I mean shit, you used hellfire. Could have been a fluke." Bobby laughed. "Ah no, that was not a fluke. You should have been nuked, but here you are." He hugged me, lifting me off my feet as he did. "Might be the end of the world, but we're alive for another day. I say it's time we live in the present." "Not sure we can forget we're about to all die," I muttered. "Way to be melodramatic. I'm going to see if we have any booze lying around. Or maybe even something we can barbecue." Kexen frowned. "You don't eat." "No, but I miss the smell. We'll go see if we can't make this day more about remembering the lives we lost in a less depressing way." "Bobby, I'm not sure that's a good idea," I said, worried how the demons would react. They'd just lost thousands of their kin. Throwing a party could be taken the wrong way. "Let him," Ilran said as she came down the steps. She'd looked worse than Mech when she first entered our apartment. A sad smile lifted her lips, the bottom one split. The right side of her face was bruised, and she favored her left side when she walked. She might be physically wounded, but whatever she and Mech talked about seemed to help ease her spirit. I hoped it did the same for him. "You're sure?" I asked. "I am. Our people have to see that we're not just going to give up the fight. Bobby, do what you can. I'll get some of my men to help you." Ilran squeezed my arm. "Go be with Mech, he won't want to join the festivities tonight, but he needs you." She followed the others out, leaving me to go upstairs. When I opened the door, I'd barely gotten his name out when he caught my wrist and pulled me into his arms. He kicked the door shut, flipped the lock, and kissed me like there really was no tomorrow. Sometime during the evening, music drifted through the open windows, and the strong smell of grilled meat filled the room. I didn't try to drag him out to join the gathering. Now, in the dim light of morning, I held Mech even tighter as his hand covered mine. "I want to try something today," I said after a while. "Like what?" "I want to see how long I can handle your hellfire." I expected an argument, and I was ready to stand my ground. When he spun around and lifted my chin so he could look into my eyes, he sighed. "After breakfast." Once the coffee maker was gurgling away, he came back to me. "What am I going to do with you?" "Stay with me until the world ends." He tucked my hair behind my ears as he gently brushed his lips against mine. "I'm not going anywhere." We poured our first mugs, drained them, and made it out the door of the apartment. Dakota was much busier than it had been these past few weeks. We headed straight for town hall, where we found Ilron, Brian, Remiel, and Nathaniel at the table. My hopes rose that the other generals had gotten back to us, but when Remiel shook his head, I cursed. "You think Hadariel intercepted the message?" I asked as we joined them. "No way to know for certain. I could try to send another one, but I think we should focus on other important matters." "Such as?" Mech asked, his hand gripping mine as it had been since we set out. "Finding more demons who can handle using holy light, and vice versa." "That includes you," Ilron informed him. "And since Lela here can use hellfire, I'm curious to see what she can do with it." "What of the wounded?" Mech asked. "Did they all make it?" "Most," Ilron replied, her eyes downcast. "We'll see those who didn't on to the afterlife this evening. Bailey and Harriet are confident the rest will recover. Physically, at least." I gave Mech's hand a squeeze. His lips twitched, but there was no smile in his eyes like there had been before we left the apartment. It'd be nice if we could both have a couple of days where we could be without the weight of so many lives on our shoulders. That day wouldn't come until the war ended. Or we were dead. I might not have said it aloud, but Mech's eyes narrowed as if he heard the words. Remiel started talking again, and it drew Mech's attention away from me. I sensed the spike in his anxiety, and mentally kicked myself. I was supposed to be staying positive, to keep him from losing his shit again. We made it through one night, but that meant nothing. Losing hell had cut him deep. It would take days, weeks for him to recover. And that was only if Seraphim or Hadariel didn't do anything else in the meantime. If Mech clenched his jaw any harder, he'd crack his teeth. For 2 days he'd been working with Nathaniel and other angels to try and combine his hellfire with holy light. And for 2 days I watched his frustration grow. It didn't help we had to burn 3 more demons that morning. Their wounds had suddenly become corrupt, and they died in minutes. Bailey and Harriet were at a loss. When they'd given Mech and Ilron the news about the 3 deaths, he'd punched the nearest wall and split his knuckles open. Ilron excused herself. Travis later told me he found her sparring with one of her last bodyguards. She'd nearly taken his head off, and then they disappeared inside her quarters. I hadn't seen her since. Remiel paced up and down the street we were using as our practice area. It was safer than being inside. Several of the demons were getting the hang of the holy light. They were almost able to manifest weapons using it, and their hellfire. The angels weren't too shabby either, but if we were to be truly effective, we'd need weeks, months of training. My gut told me the enemy wasn't going to be nice enough to give us that kind of time. We were also trying to get the demons unable to use hellfire to use it or holy light, but it just wasn't working. I'd given up on the shields too. There was no point anymore in trying to make humans able to stay in hell for extended time periods. Our other worry was if the demons would even be able to keep using their hellfire for long. Sneaking into hell to recharge was a risk Mech and Ilron were not willing to take. So far they all seemed to be fine, but there was no telling how long that would last. "Take a break," I told Mech when he shook out his hands to try again. "One more time." "Mech," I said as I marched over, "take a break. You've been at it for hours. Give yourself a chance to rest." He breathed out heavily through his nose. "I'm fine." Sweat gleamed on his arms, giving his tribal tattoos a shimmering appearance. There were bags forming under his eyes, and his shoulders had been tense for a solid 10 minutes. I rested my hand on his shoulder and dug my nails in as I grinned. "Either take a break, or I'll make you take one. Got it, hotshot?" Nathaniel smirked, but Mech faced me and took my hand off his arm. "You know you're damn sexy when you're ticked off," he whispered too quietly for anyone else to hear. He closed the distance between us and my breath caught. I waited for him to kiss me as his eyes smoldered, but then he winked and stepped back. "Fine, I'll take a break, but you need to practice." He rolled his wrist, and a small flame appeared in the center of his palm. Carefully, I rested my hand next to his and waited. I had no idea how I managed to catch the fireball that had been ready to kill Xavier. Guess it really didn't matter, as long as I could figure out how to do it again. Mech tilted his hand. The flame flickered toward my skin. Warmth flooded me, and an image of Mech with his arms wrapped around me filled my mind. The flame immediately leapt into my hand, and then he was backing away. The flame leaned toward him for a second, then settled. "What do I do?" I asked, not taking my gaze from the flame. "Whatever comes naturally. Just don't set anyone on fire," he added. "Yeah, thanks for that." I cupped my hands. Fire pooled in the center. When I stretched my hands apart, the fire grew with them. It roamed up to my elbows, encasing my arms in vibrant orange and red flames. As the fire grew, Mech's brow furrowed and he looked ready to step in. "I'm all right," I assured him. "Don't think it'd ever hurt me. Comes from you, after all." I focused on drawing the fire back to my hands. It was a slow process, but then it was there. I shaped it into a large orb, but I was more of a melee weapon type. Remembering the double-headed axe I'd gone into battle with when I was an angel, I shaped the fire to match the image held in my mind's eye. "Damn," Nathaniel said. I opened my eyes to find him standing beside Mech. Nathaniel looked impressed, but Mech's face was drawn in worry. "What? You don't like it?" I held up the axe, admiring how well it moved and how natural it was in my grip. "You work with the fire well enough, but I'm not sure it's going to help you much in a fight." "Why not?" He held out his hand, and the axe collapsed into one flame that shot back to Mech. "Summon it to you," he said after he snuffed it out. "If this is going to be of any use to you, you have to be able to call it on your own." I blew out a breath. "I can do it." His blank look told me he was waiting to see for himself. I concentrated on the heat from his fire and how it felt in my hands. Sweat broke out on my forehead and my hands shook. The seconds turned into minutes, and then Mech was shaking his head. "Sorry, Lela, but I don't think this is as much of a gift as we hoped it was." "I might be able to. Just need time." "Don't think we have it," Kexen said as he came over. "You might want to see this." Kexen took us to the northern wall, up the metal steps, and to the grated walkway that connected the watchtowers. Brian and Tim were there, holding binoculars. They handed them to me and Mech, nodding toward the tree line a few hundred yards away. Standing there all on its lonesome was a hellhound. It was only one. I told myself it was nothing. "Shit," Mech spat, tearing the binoculars from his eyes. His hand shook until he gripped the metal railing in front of him. "What is it?" "You didn't see it." I put the binoculars back to my eyes and flinched. A child no more than 9 or 10 appeared next to the hound. "It's a kid." "Is that a demon kid?" "No, it's a demonoid monster," Mech growled. His shaking hand went to his side, the same side he'd yanked a talon out of. He told me about his fight to get out of the fortress, but he never mentioned anything about creepy, demonic kids. "We're out of time," he whispered. "Xeroxin's coming. We have to be ready." "I'll see to the defenses," I said as I looked at the girl with long black hair. Horns poked out of the locks. She scratched the hellhound's head like he was her pet. A shiver ran down my spine from her evil grin, but I was not going to let that thing scare me off. "Brian, you're with me." As I turned to go, Mech's fingers brushed against mine. I couldn't read the warring emotions in his eyes. He pulled me close for a kiss. I fisted my hands in his t-shirt as he left me breathless and my heart pounding. Then he released me. I turned to go back down the metal stairs. Brian followed. "He's that worried, huh?" "What do you mean?" I asked. "That kiss, Lela, that's an end-of-the-world kiss. I might not have the love of my life with me anymore, but if we were about to face shitty odds like these, that's exactly how I'd kiss her." He shoved his hands in his front pockets and hung his head. "You two have got something damn special. Hope you know that." "I do now." Mech had his back to me up in the watchtower. I stared at him, straining to feel what he was. What I sensed was his undying love for me and his people. It left me with a lump in my throat. "We need to see to those defenses," I said roughly. "We'll be all right, Lela," Brian said, but his words sounded hollow.
Chapter 8. Mech. I snapped my fingers, waiting to see a flame. It flickered for only a second, then was gone. With hell being taken over by Seraphim and Hadariel, demons weren't able to recharge their abilities. We knew the fire would run out eventually. Lela might be able to manipulate it once I formed it, but she had no way to call it on her own. Our hopes at empowering every demon were shot. If Seraphim and Hadariel were smart, they'd simply wait. We'd all soon be powerless against the force of darkness waiting to destroy. Heat welled up in my center. I shut my eyes, willing it to manifest into fire. When I opened my eyes, flames stretched up my arms to my elbows. There you are. I manipulated the flames, growing them larger, then smaller, as I moved around the open space. They weren't as strong as they usually were, but there was no way to change that. Lela was convinced I should be able to combine my fire with holy light, but all the attempts so far hadn't worked. I wasn't resistant to it, considering the woman I was in love with was an angel. I sensed if I would have been able to use holy light, it would have been when Lela still had hers. The door opened, and I turned to find her with a bottle of whiskey in her hands and 2 glasses. She set them down on the small kitchen table and walked toward me. I started to let the flames die down, but she reached out to my hand. The flames immediately leapt to her palm and spread up her arm. There has to be a way for you to use holy light, she mused. I nodded, too busy watching the flames reflect in her eyes to say anything. She used the fire easily, as if it was an extension of her natural power. Ilron had told me after we lost hell that she was beginning to remember bits and pieces of where our power came from. When I began to think back on the stories Korath told, I too was remembering. I doubted we'd find the sacred location in time to stop Hadariel's plans, but it was another reason to keep hoping. Especially after spotting the demonoid with the hellhound. I pulled Lela into an embrace, letting the fire flow around us in a never-ending bond, bringing us closer together. It's quiet, she whispered, voice muffled against my chest. Too quiet. I'm sure Seraphim and Hadariel are busy destroying everything the demon lords built. My arms tightened around her, thinking of that bastard sitting in Korath's throne. Of being in Olam at all. After hell fell, we received messages that more demons had escaped Seraphim's army, but were scattered across the continent. Finding them should be my top priority, but how was I supposed to leave Dakota? Ilron and I were the last demon lords alive. If we left and died, hope would die with us. There was that. Plus, I couldn't bear the thought of walking away from Lela. Though hell was lost, the war was not over. Not yet. Hadariel and his spawn weren't finished. I brought some whiskey, she said as she looked up at me. Thought we could use a drink. How's everyone? I asked as she pulled away to pour the amber liquor into 2 glasses. Acting like it's their last night on Earth. Defenses are in place though, don't worry. If they attack, we'll know. In the days that followed the fall of hell, those left alive in Dakota went through various stages of grief, anger, defeat. I wondered if we'd have the strength to keep fighting. If anyone had the will to continue. I blamed no one for feeling like that, since I was equally as guilty of those emotions. To hear that people were finding a way to embrace life was better news than walking around like zombies, no offense to Bobby. It meant they had a spark left in them, and maybe the determination to not let our defeat be an easy one. Lela handed me a glass and clinked hers against mine. Cheers to the end, I guess. She emptied hers and poured a second. I did the same, and we downed 2 more rounds. I waited for the whiskey to hit her. Her cheeks reddened. A giggle slipped out. Music drifted in through an open window. Someone was playing a guitar. I spun Lela around our makeshift home as we laughed and danced like things were normal. If only we could survive this war, then I could give her the life she deserved. Instead, an image of me burning her dead body rose in my mind. When I drew her in close and held her, she clung to me. I hadn't wanted her to sense my sudden anxiety. Too late now. She stood on her toes, held my face in her hands, and smiled as she scratched at the scruff I had yet to shave. No matter what happens, just remember tonight. Why does it sound like you're saying goodbye? My heart lurched. I covered her hands with mine, searching her eyes for any hint of plotting to take matters into her own hands. Her cheeks were still bright red, and all I saw in her gaze was exactly what I felt in that moment. I brushed my thumb over her bottom lip, then leaned down and captured her mouth with mine. As heat surrounded us, my very being seemed to catch alight, and there was no one else in the world except Lela and me. She buried her hands in my hair as I nuzzled her neck, breathing her in. I'd never grow tired of her scent, or the sensation of her hands on my shoulders, the sound of her laughter. As the music continued to flow through the open window, I forgot about all we'd lost so far. I blocked out any images of one of us dying, or the horrors we'd witnessed. We made it through another day. And we'd make it through another one, and another. A scream of terror cut off the music. It was followed by an explosion that lit up the night. I clutched Lela to me as the building shook. Dust and debris fell around us. I covered her with my body as a second explosion erupted. The walls trembled, and the floor began to give way. Holding her against my chest, I sprinted for the door and leaped down the last few stairs to make it outside as the building collapsed. Fires spread throughout Dakota, and as I set Lela on her feet, disbelief followed by rage burst within me. "No," Lela whispered. Then louder, "No! You bastard!" Dakota was under siege. The alarms just started to ring out, but they stopped just as quickly. The armory. Lela took off in a sprint. "Lela, wait!" I ran after her, catching sight of the walls as zombies, abominations, and wraiths poured over them. Another horde of demonoid children was among their numbers, as were faceless monsters with claws instead of hands. The defenses we had powered with hellfire weren't nearly as effective as they should have been against the creatures from hell. Evil tore through the metal walls like paper. Right alongside Zaraxan's forces were angels, bearing the tarnished armor of Hadario. Fighting had broken out everywhere, and I lost sight of Lela. I lowered my head, hurried for the armory, when something solid crashed into my side. We went down in a heap of tangled limbs. A flash of steel was the only warning I had. A blade was aimed at my face. I caught the angel's wrist at the last second. He sneered as he pushed down harder. I grabbed him by his chest piece and headbutted him. His eyes rolled back in his head. I threw him off, wrenched the blade from his hand, and plunged it through his heart. 2 zombies threw themselves at me. I decapitated them with one quick swing of the fallen angel's blade. Gunfire erupted around me. I spotted Brian with a rifle pressed against his shoulder, firing into the enemy charging toward him. Behind him were several more fighters, demons and humans. They were covering another group of humans. Most of them were already bloody. I rushed to them until an abomination stepped into my path. The blade in my hands was not large enough to do much harm. "Mech! Duck!" At Kugzan's yell, I hit the ground. A fireball soared through the air and struck the abomination. Another followed, and another, until a gory gap appeared in its chest. The beast glanced down, a dumb look on its twisted face. Then it fell over, shaking the ground. Kexan yanked me to my feet, Ilron and Bobby right behind him. "Where's Lela?" he asked, glancing around. "I lost her in the chaos. She was headed to the armory." "They hit that first," he informed me. I cursed as more angels charged us. Not too far away, I spotted Nathaniel and Remiel leading the angel force against wraiths and a massive pack of hellhounds. Their added numbers wouldn't be enough. We couldn't hold Dakota. The damned city was lost. Fighting off angels, I maneuvered us closer to Nathaniel. Kexan stayed at my back as Ilron and Bobby carved a bloody swath around us. "We have to make a run for it," I shouted to Nathaniel as we both took on a hellhound 3 times the size of a bear, finally taking it down. Get who anyone can and run. Bobby knows where to go. I do. Bobby asked as he limped over. His left leg was barely hanging on by a tendon. The caves. Take them to the caves. You sure? The shrieks of metal tearing drew our attention. The entire wall on the east side of Dakota had split right down the middle and was being dragged outward. I gripped the sword in my palm, slicked with the blood of the enemy, growling at the two figures who approached. Hadariel and Seraphim. They were here after all. As they entered the compound, demons, angels, and humans alike tried to stop them, but they were swatted away like flies. There'd be no one left to stand against them if we didn't get out of here. I shoved Bobby toward Nathaniel. Round up who you can and go. We'll try to send them your way. Head for the southern wall and the escape hatch. They wasted no more time arguing and set off into the compound. Ilron and Kexan appeared ready to stand by me, but I shook my head. We are not leaving you here to face them alone, Ilron argued. I'm not. I'm going to grab Lela and get out of here. We'll be right behind you. I need you to clear a path for those coming your way. She nodded, and then they were off into the fray. I blocked out the screams of the dying and grabbed the living, shouting for them to get moving toward the southern wall. The dead numbered too many to count. I jumped over their corpses and silently prayed they'd forgive us for failing to keep them safe. How many were we even going to save? And Lela? Where the hell was she? I killed more angels and zombies rushing into my path. The enemy was quickly overrunning this part of the compound. I rounded a corner and skidded to a stop in the blood-soaked ground. No, Lela, I whispered, staring at the hole that had been the armory. I bellowed her name, searching the remains for her. The ammo ignited, and a fireball shot into the sky. If she was in there, she was dead. Help! I whipped around, but it wasn't Lela. A hand reached out from under a pile of wooden beams and metal corrugated walls. I shifted and shoved the debris out of the way, revealing Melinda, Xavier, Tim, and a few others. Some were kids. Carefully, I helped them out one after the other. Melinda held her right side as blood seeped from a puncture wound. Xavier put an arm under her shoulder to keep her upright. The others had some minor cuts and scrapes, but miraculously were mostly unharmed. Head for the escape hatch, I told them. Keep moving. Don't stop for anything. Nathaniel and Bobby will be there. Where are you going? Tim asked. Mech. Lela was headed this way. Tim's eyes widened. He wasn't looking at me, though. He was staring at something behind me. His face paled, and those with him cowered. None of them had any weapons. All I had was the sword I stole from the angel. Start moving, I told Tim and the others. Now. He swallowed hard and nodded, urging the group of survivors. The presence of intense evil crashed into my back like a colossal wave of hatred. Gritting my teeth and taking one last glance around for any sign of Lela, I spun around. Hadariel and Seraphim were 20 yards away. Their gazes locked onto me. Not so hard to find in this shithole after all, Seraphim commented, casually spinning a sword in his right hand. His left rested on the head of a mace tucked at his belt. Good of you to stand out in the open for us, Hadariel agreed. I was sad to hear you didn't stick around in hell. Would have made this so much easier for all of us. You think I'd hide from you? I braced my feet in the mud, sensing more beings closing in around me and the group of people behind me. They weren't going to make it to the southern wall. Shit. I could call on my hellfire, but the glint in Seraphim's eyes said he was more than ready to place those damn bonds on my power. The second I called on it, he'd douse the flames. You should. Might give you a few more minutes to live. Hadariel stalked closer as his wings, no longer white, now black and gray, spread wide behind him. They appeared slick, as if they'd been dipped in oil. The evil that had tainted his soul was no longer staying hidden beneath the skin. Not that there's anything worthwhile about this life, not for you. Although, He paused as his head turned from right to left. "Where's that little bitch of yours?" I snarled in reply. Hadariel and Xeroxin laughed. "My, you do have quite a temper. You know, it would have been better for if you would have simply died at the falls," Xeroxin informed me, finally stopping his sword so he could aim the point at me. "Now, I'll be certain to kill her in front of you and then make you suffer. Clearly, the first time wasn't enough. Try it, and it'll be your head," I warned. "Is that so?" Xeroxin stepped forward, but Hadariel held out his arm, blocking his demonic look-alike from coming any closer. "What are you waiting for?" "Where is she?" Hadariel asked me, ignoring Xeroxin. "Who?" "Lela. Where is she? I would like the pleasure of killing her myself. I know she's here." He sniffed the air loudly. "I smell her mortal soul." Suddenly, I sensed her presence. She was close. Not wanting to give her away, wherever she was, I continued the stare down with Hadariel and Xeroxin. "Not here." "You lie." "Enough talking," I said and took a step closer. "We going to try and kill each other, or what?" Xeroxin glanced to Hadariel, as if asking permission. It was the opening I needed. With fire burning in my left hand, I charged forward, slashing the sword downward. I shouted for Melinda to get out of there as my blade clashed with Xeroxin's. We spun away from Hadariel, and just as I reared back to lob a ball of fire at the bastard's face, those bonds were cast around my power. I winced at how tight he yanked the invisible chains, but there was no time to back down. Screams of the dying filled the night air. Behind me, Melinda was yelling. Tim was already on the ground, a hole punched through his chest by an abomination. Melinda's words became garbled. I only made it a step toward her when a sword was driven through her throat. Xavier threw himself bodily at the angel who attacked her, but it was no use. Another swiftly moved in, and his head was severed from his body. He died with a shocked expression on his face. Those they'd been trying to save quickly rushed back toward me, even though I was fighting one of the worst monsters around. Xeroxin's fist crashed into my face, sending me sprawling to the ground. The sword was kicked from my hand. He reached for my throat. I let him lift me up until my feet dangled. "Too easy," he spat. "What would your father say if he could see you now?" I grinned. Xeroxin frowned. I brought my boots up and nailed him in the chest. He didn't drop me, lowering me instead. It was just enough for me to grab the mace at his hip. I bashed it into his elbow, and was met with a satisfying crack of bone. He shrieked, the sound soul-piercing. I swung the mace around, and his teeth clacked with the impact. Finally, his hand released its iron grip on my throat, and I rolled away. "You fool, grab him," Hadariel shouted. Xeroxin, his left arm hanging at a funny angle with blood dripping from his mouth, snarled at me. Leathery wings stretched from his back. With a hard flap, he took to the air. I remembered all too well how he'd attacked me last time. No chance was I letting him build up any sort of speed for an attack. I whirled about and launched the mace at him again. It struck him right in the groin, and he crumpled. Might be a monster, but he still had the parts, and clearly they hurt when hit. Xeroxin grunted and growled on the ground. With Melinda and Xavier dead, I had to get the survivors to the southern wall. I raced toward the group to somehow get them out of here. The bonds on my hellfire loosened a bit, but it wasn't enough to pull on my fire, not completely. "Let's move," I said, gathering them together. "Grab whatever you can as a weapon." "We can't get through that," a young boy said, shaking from head to toe. The array of zombies, hounds, and demonoids in our way gave me pause, but I wasn't going to tell him that. We were going to get out of here. Or at least I'd get them out, then come back for Lela. "We'll make it," I told him with a firm nod. "Be brave." Hadariel was marching toward us, his hands glowing a sickly blue. It was a mix of holy light and the evil he'd let corrupt him. Xeroxin was finding his feet. I turned to get the group moving. We made it through the first line of zombies by barreling through them with my full body weight. The adults picked up chunks of metal or wood to use as bats and attacked. I kicked a hellhound out of the way and ripped a zombie apart with my bare hands when it went straight for the kids. Mech. Arms wrapped around my neck, rotting and bony. More grabbed my arms, and then I was on the ground. The hounds were closing in. From the panicked looks on the kids' faces, Hadariel and Seraphim weren't far behind. I tried to tell them to keep going, but the zombies' arms cut off my air. They were going to take me right to Seraphim, and then they'd find Lela. They'd torture us both, then eventually kill us. And the rest of the humans here would be slaughtered. The angels would be used to keep powering Hadariel's device. This was going to be the end of us. "What is that?" one of the kids asked. "Get down." Lela's voice. Gunfire burst around us. Zombies and hounds hit the ground dead. Several fireballs launched into the zombies. They shrieked as they caught on fire and sprinted off. "Grab them," Lela yelled. Then she was there, her hair covered in bits of flesh, blood, and black viscous goo. She chopped the zombies to pieces, kicking their bodies away. She kissed me as soon as I was on my feet again, handed me a rifle, and winked. "Why didn't you just get out of here?" "Why? Now I get to rub it in again that I saved your ass 3 times now." "Stop them." Hadariel sent a blast of corrupt holy light right for us. I shoved Lela ahead of me and found myself face to face with Bobby and Kexen. I'd give them a lecture later about disobeying orders. I should have known they'd never leave Dakota without me. Or without Lela, for that matter. There were 10 other angels and demons with them, and together, we blasted a path through what was left of Dakota. The buildings we'd painstakingly rebuilt and fortified were pillars of melting metal and heaps of wood falling to ash. Dead bodies were in every direction I looked. We didn't slow down to check for anyone who might have survived the onslaught. There was no time. And from the look of the compound and those urging us on at the southern escape hatch, we were the last to get out alive. Lela shoved the survivors through first, then ordered the rest to go after them. Kexen, Bobby, Lela, and I were the last to reach the metal door we'd built into the southern wall. It led into an underground tunnel that came up a mile away from Dakota. I'd hoped we'd never have to use it. Just as I was about to tell Lela to get inside, she jumped as if something struck her. She blinked, tilting her head confused, then looked down at her chest. "No," I gasped, the rifle falling from my numb hands. Lela tried to swallow, but instead spat up blood. A metal bolt jutted right through her chest. "Mech," she choked. I held out my hands for her, but she was yanked away. I scrambled to get after her, but Bobby and Kexen grabbed my shoulders. I bellowed and snarled for them to get off me, but it was too late. Lela's fingers were wrapped around the end of the bloodied bolt protruding from her chest. Her eyes slowly lifted to mine. The chain connected to the bolt was wound around Hadariel's hand. "Run," she coughed, then yelled, "Mech, run." Hadariel grinned as he yanked on the chain, drawing a scream from her. I dove forward, but Bobby and Kexen dragged me back. "Get away from her. I'll tear you apart. I'll kill you." "Not before I kill your beloved fallen angel." Hadariel's free hand grabbed hold of Lela's hair. He tugged, exposing her throat. She spat in his face, but he merely twisted the bolt until she was screaming and flailing to get away from the pain. Red flooded my vision. I pulled Bobby and Kexen along with me. This wasn't happening. It couldn't be. It was a nightmare. That's all it was. But when Hadariel let go of the chain, and a blade was shaped from corrupt holy light that had manifested in his palm, reality hit. "Lela," I breathed, my heart plummeting to the ground. "No. No." Her eyes stayed on me as Hadariel plunged the blade into her heart. Her mouth dropped open in a silent scream as blue light flooded her veins. It exploded from her eyes. Then she was gone. Lela was dead. Hadariel stared at the pile of ashes at his feet, then ground his boot in them. My whole body went numb. I was vibrating with fury. I gnashed my jaws, ready to take on the entire army. Bobby and Kexen were talking, but all I could see was Lela dying. She was gone. I failed her. Lela was dead. More hands wrapped around me and tore me away from the grisly sight just as Hadariel gave the order to destroy Dakota. Then we were through the hatch. Ilron was there with Nathaniel. Together, they blasted the door with a burst of hellfire and holy light, blocking off the enemy from following us. Not that they would. Hadariel had won tonight, and he knew it. I thrashed and shouted, begging for them to let me go back. If Lela was dead, there was nothing else for me. I was going to go down fighting the angel who betrayed her, who murdered her. Mech, she's gone, Ilron shouted. I snapped at her, rabid with grief. We need to get moving, Kexen urged, then shoved me into the tunnel wall. I smacked my head against the stone, but all that did was blur my vision and piss me off. I clocked him, but he took the hit and sent back one of his own. My fury was about to override any sense of sanity I might have left when something heavy hit me on the head. I slumped to the ground. A hot tear slipped from my eye, and then I let the darkness take me. Chapter 9. Mech. Lela stood in front of me, close enough to touch. She was smiling as blood poured out of her mouth. I shouted and ranted at her, but she continued to smile as though dying was a good thing. She burst into a pillar of blue-white light and then was gone. I sat upright with that image burned into my mind. My body shook, and I was on my feet, even as hands reached out to shove me back down. Mech, take it easy, Kexen snapped when I pushed him. Calm down. How? I snarled, running my hands madly through my hair. Lela was dead. That wasn't a nightmare. I saw her die. Hadariel killed her. I swore I'd keep her safe, but she was dead, and it was my fault. My heart broke all over again, and then I was on my knees as Kexen tried his best to comfort me. Words were pouring out of my mouth, but I wasn't even sure what I was saying. I knew deep down this war wouldn't come without a cost, that if we were to end it, lives would be lost. I always told myself I'd be the one to die. And instead, it was Lela who was a pile of ash at the enemy's feet. There was no bringing her back. He didn't just destroy her human body, he obliterated her soul. I couldn't even try to find her essence and preserve her. There was just nothing left. Bobby and Ilron moved into view, with Brian and several others behind them. We were in the caves. Being here was too hard. Everywhere I glanced, I saw Lela. I pushed to my feet and staggered away from them all, heading for the entrance. Where are you going? Kexen demanded as he followed, Bobby at my other side. I can't, I muttered. I can't stay here. You are not going out there. It's not safe. He marched around me and planted his feet. Mech, you have to stop. Why? I shouted, throwing my arms up. Lela's dead, Kexen. She's dead. Dakota has fallen. They've won, all right. Hell is gone. The ones we swore to protect are gone. We lost. It's time we admit it. You don't mean that. Don't I? You're going to stand there and tell me with a straight face that this is what Lela would want for you. Something snapped inside me. The audible crack echoed in my ears, though no one else seemed to hear it. I grabbed Kexen by the shirt and threw him into the nearest cave wall, then held him there with my arm across his throat. Don't you dare talk to me about her, I seethed. It doesn't matter what she'd want because she's dead. She died for nothing. She died to get you and the others out, Ilron said. She rested a hand on my shoulder. Mech, I know it's hard right now, but you have to stay strong. My lip twitched as I released Kexen and backed away. What I need is for Lela to be alive. But she's not. Ilron's words were another stab to the gut. What did you say? She's not, Mech. Lela is dead, and so are countless others. They're not coming back, but you running off to get your stupid ass slaughtered is only going to be an insult to their memory. To what they died for. Is that what you really want? Is it? You are not the only one hurting here, but now is not the time to lose your shit. A whirlwind of agony and loss rampaged through me, thinking of the last time I held Lela in my arms, not knowing it would be the last. Growing dizzy, I fell into the wall and held myself there, breathing deep. I swore for a second I smelled her, the oranges and vanilla she always seemed to smell like. I always wondered what Korath felt like when he lost my mother. Now I knew, and I hated every second of it. How did he keep going for so long? No wonder he turned into a cold-hearted bastard in the months that followed. Throwing up walls was the only way he must have been able to hide the seemingly endless anger and agony that filled me now. I don't know what to do, I finally said as I faced Ilron and the others. We don't let him have an easy victory, Kexen stated as he grabbed my arm and righted me. If we're going to die, then we're going out with one hell of a bang. Is he even in Dakota still? Footsteps sounded behind me. Several demons rushed through the falls and into the cave, all of them out of breath. Well? Ilron asked. He's there, Travis said. Where? In Dakota, he replied. Hadariel, Xeroxen. Their entire army seems to be there, what he didn't leave in hell at least. Why would he stay in Dakota? No one had an answer to my question, but then it hit me. That rotten sack of shit was going to do everything he could to destroy whatever Lela had held dear. That compound, those humans, they had been her whole mission. Killing her and destroying her soul wasn't enough. He had to remove anything she ever touched in this world. I glared past the scouts, then started walking again. Mech, where are you going? Kexen, Bobby, and Ilron sprinted around to block my path. You're not going to Dakota to get yourself killed. Never said I was, I told Kexen. But if he's in Dakota, then he wants us all to see what he's up to. Don't know about you, but I'm tired of being a step behind. I want to know exactly what he's planning so we can make our final attack, because it is going to be our final attack. The weight of my words didn't make any of them shy away. Instead, Kexen clenched his jaw and said he was going to fetch weapons. Travis and the scouts, who appeared to still be recovering from their sprint back here, stepped forward. We're coming too. I hadn't taken time to see how many people we had left from Dakota. We'd scout the compound, then come back, and anyone who wanted to fight could come with us. The others would at least get a head start before Hadariel and his forces went after them. Let's get going then. Kexen returned, handed out rifles, daggers, swords. The shotgun he saved for last. When I saw it, I had to bite back another snarl of grief. Hand shaking, I took the weapon and gripped it hard. Kexen handed over a bandolier filled with shells. I slipped it over my head, so it rested across my body. I loaded the weapon one shell at a time, promising Lela I'd do my best to avenge her death before I joined her in oblivion. The stench of rotting meat, burning flesh, and sulfur hit us about 3 miles from Dakota. The closer we grew, the worse it became. A few of the demons and humans tagged along, Brian included, had to stop and vomit from the overwhelming stench. Bile rose in my throat several times, but I merely gagged and kept moving. Lela's voice whispered in my ear, as if she was somehow lingering in the burnt-out shell of a city. And that's all Dakota was when we finally reached it. The compound we believed we'd turned into a fortress was nothing but ruined walls, collapsed buildings, many still on fire, and columns of thick black smoke rising into the air. Shit, Brian whispered. His gaze was focused on something to the right of the city. A chorus of more curses went up in our scouting party, and I nearly charged down that slope into Dakota to slaughter every evil being. They dragged the dead out of the streets and piled them up haphazardly. 2 angels marched to the pile. Corrupt holy light flared to life in their palms. Brian let out a strangled yelp that was quickly quieted by Travis clapping a hand over his mouth. He fought against him, but he wasn't getting away. We can't do anything for them, I said sternly. Brian, look at me. Travis lowered his hand to free Brian's mouth. Their souls, Mech. They're going to burn away their damned souls. My heart that was already in so much agony over Lela's death, I had no more room to feel pain for the number of humans about to be obliterated. There was no more room for sympathy. "Don't watch," I told Brian, not sure what else I could say. His neck strained as he continued to try to get away from Travis. The moment the holy light struck the bodies, furious tears welled in his eyes, and he sank to his knees. All those we lost would never have a chance to be at peace. Melinda, Xavier, Tim, countless others. We failed them all, and they were still paying the price even in death. Unable to keep my back turned any longer, I spun to face the burning pile of bodies. The holy light ate through them quickly, and soon there was nothing left but a smoldering mountain of ash and chunks of bone that hadn't burned all the way. The holy light continued to burn as the evil angels kept guard over it, as if they knew we would come back and try to stop them. "Let's keep moving," I said, the words coming out roughly. "We're here to do a job." Travis let go of Brian and patted him on the shoulder. He wiped at his eyes and nodded. We traipsed around Dakota, staying as far back as we could. There were several roaming patrols of angels, hounds, and those horrible demonoid hordes, but they stayed close to the fallen walls. Every step I took closer to where Lela had met her end made me numb. The stench of death fell away. The suddenly cold wind gusting across the wastelands blew my hair across my face, but I didn't shiver. Even my hands, still holding the shotgun, were without sensation. Kexon tapped me on the shoulder. "Look." We'd circled around to the west side of Dakota. The wall was completely torn away, and the entire area had been cleared of debris. Wraiths had gathered, making a large circle that stretched into the streets, as well as far outside what had been the boundaries of the compound. They hovered a foot off the ground, black hoods covering their heads. It was eerie, and the quiet murmuring of voices we'd heard since we arrived fell silent. Even the wind seemed to die down, and the crackling of dead branches and leaves ceased. I glanced at Ilron, not wanting to say anything in case the noise carried. Hadariel and Xeroxin emerged from Town Hall and walked toward the ring of wraiths. Xeroxin and Hadariel seemed to be having a heated conversation until Hadariel finally silenced him. He reached the circle alone. The wraiths parted to let him inside. Xeroxin's eyes narrowed, and he glowered at Hadariel's back. I waited for him to attack and take care of one of our problems for us, but he backed away, standing amongst the ranks of his army. Ilron nudged me and gave Hadariel a questioning look. I had no idea what he was doing. He walked the length of the circle, then around it. There was no way to hear him from this distance, and I knew Ilron wasn't going to risk using another glyph to eavesdrop. Whatever he said caused the markings in the dirt to glow. They spread out like a spider web, covering the entire area surrounded by the wraiths. A loud hum started, then turned into a buzz, like a swarm of bees was flying over the wastelands. The volume increased, and the buzzing turned to a howl, high-pitched and piercing. The ground cracked and dust shot up, carving deep rivets in the circle. Hadariel quickly stepped out of it and stood side by side with the wraiths. "Mech," Ilron breathed, "those symbols, don't you recognize them?" I squinted, taking in the symbols that were left glowing when they collapsed completely into the hole that formed. They matched the ones on the platform at Blood Falls, and several other locations in Hell. Symbols demons and angels shared. "No," I whispered, not willing to believe Hadariel was going to follow through with his plans. "He can't." But even as the words left my mouth, a mass giving off an enormous amount of blue and orange-red light rose from the depths of the earth. "Bring them," Hadariel bellowed. Shouts and screams reached us from the center of Dakota. An abomination led a long line of angels bound in dark chains toward the circle. I thought Hadariel had burned them all with the rest of the dead. Apparently, I was wrong. "Mech." Ilron grabbed my arm, her nails digging in. "I know, but we can't save them. There's too many. So we just stand here and watch?" Brian snapped, but his anger wasn't directed at me. He glared at Hadariel, the same look of horror in his eyes I was sure was in mine. "He's going to slaughter them, and we have to stand here and do nothing." I swapped my shotgun for Kexan's rifle. I put my eye to the scope and focused on Hadario. From this distance, I'd be lucky to hit him and make it count. If I did, all of Dakota would be after us. We'd be surrounded, killed, and then they'd eventually track down those we saved. I lowered the gun to see every face looking at me, half of them hoping I'd take the shot, the other letting out a sigh of relief when I didn't. The angels tugged on the chains, kicking and fighting to get free. Hadario's face was void of all emotion. The wraiths parted more, creating a 10-yard gap as the lights in the hole grew brighter. The air became charged, and I clutched at my chest as a collective chorus of growls came from me and the demons. What is that?" Kexan gasped. There was no point in answering. A few seconds later, the sources of the light became visible. 2 massive floating orbs of swirling blue light and orange-red flames appeared. Dark green grass grew under the blue, while the ground beneath the flames was blackened stone. "Hellfire and holy light," Ilran whispered beside me. "He's brought them to the surface." He had, and even as I watched them swirl within their invisible containment, I sensed they were much smaller than they should have been. The sources had been drained. Eventually, they'd run out if Hadario wasn't careful. Around the orbs were stone archways, carved with the symbols of creation for both races. Between them was another, smaller orb where the 2 sources intermingled and became one, before flowing back out to their own side. I was awestruck to see them here on the surface, to see them at all. A memory floated through the haze in my mind. A memory of my mother telling me about the location of our power. A shimmering substance appeared in the archways. "I don't remember that from the story," I told Ilran. "Because it's not supposed to be there. It's a veil of some kind, blocking us off from the power. Stopped us from finding them." She stretched her hand out and closed her eyes. "Can't you feel the wall? We should be able to embrace our hellfire with it being this close, but that veil is cutting us off." I closed my eyes and let my senses wander, trying to pull on my hellfire. It rose within me, but I flinched when it hit a barrier I couldn't see. "You think that's why we haven't been able to access our hellfire all these years? Because of that veil?" "He would have had to put it in decades ago. Maybe centuries," she said quietly. "It's not possible. After everything we've seen, you're really going to tell me that?" She scowled. The captive angels screamed louder. When we turned back, they were at the circle's edge. One by one, they were shoved forward and passed around to the wraith's waiting hands until each wraith held a prisoner. "Bring the last," Hadario yelled. My brow furrowed in confusion until I saw 2 abominations dragging General Amriel between them. "What are you doing?" he shouted, tugging on the chains that bound his hands. "Hadario, don't do this. I swore to fight by your side." "I know, my friend, but this is necessary. Your blood is the last we need." Hadario's voice was cold as he spoke. "Take him to the center." "Hadario, you bastard. You'll regret this." It seemed normal angel blood wasn't enough. He'd kept his last general alive, so he could use him as a sacrifice with the others. Hadario walked to the center of the circle again, passing through the archway and veil. The abominations left a chained-up Amriel nearby, then exited the circle. The holy light and hellfire flared away from Hadario, repulsed by his presence. He stuck his hand into the center orb and removed a dark box. I wasn't sure what that was. He set it directly beneath the smaller orb and stepped back. Xeroxan hovered just outside the circle, eagerly waiting. Hadario shut his eyes, spread his arms wide, muttering a chant. The stone box shook, then hovered, remaining just below the middle orb. The moment Hadario threw his head back, silver gleaming blades appeared in the wraith's hands. The angels cursed and shouted as their throats were slit. Their cries fell to gurgles and choking. I caught myself rushing forward at the sight, but Travis and Ilran dragged me back before I burst out of our cover. My eyes remained locked on the dying angels. Their blood didn't drip down to pool at their feet. Crimson streams interwoven with the blue holy light that once flowed through their bodies, shifted through the air, then shot toward Amriel. They pierced his body as he screamed. The blades of blood joined his blood as it seeped from wounds. They continued their path to the device, traveling through the dying general. As he and the other angels weakened, the rivers of blood grew and blocked the box from sight. The angels crumpled one after the other, hitting the ground as corpses. Hadariel brought his hands together, and the resounding clap sent a shockwave over the land. It knocked us off our feet. By the time we were standing again, a dark red beam of light shot out of the box toward the open area outside the circle and right in the heart of Dakota. It struck the ground hard enough to leave a crater. The earth trembled violently. The few buildings left in Dakota fell to ruin with the rest. Xeroxan's forces fled out of the way as the beam of light became wider. A crack shot out from the crater, then split open. Is that a freaking rift?" Bobby asked. "Yeah, one that will never close," I replied. Hadariel did it. He managed to open a rift much wider and longer than any I'd ever seen. And if he used that much power to crack open the barrier between Hell's domain and the surface, I doubted we'd ever get it sealed. To say we were screwed was a vast understatement. "We should get back to the others," I said. The rift was still expanding, but the beam of light had weakened. It was going to be finished soon. I hoped. They need to know what's here, and we need to make a plan. "A plan to do what?" Brian scoffed, shaking his head. His bravery wavered. Not that I blamed him one damn bit. Death was all that awaited us in Dakota now. "Let's go," I said instead of answering his question. I wasn't quite sure yet myself what our plan was going to be. There'd be no telling until we returned to the caves and spoke with the others. Killing Hadariel and Xeroxan was at the top of my list, but with the sources of our power exposed and used to open a permanent rift to hell, I wondered if we shouldn't shift our focus. The others could go after the sources and find a way to shut that damn magic down. I'd go after Hadariel and Xeroxan. There was no resting while they still lived, not for me. We turned and started the hike back to the caves. Travis, Ilron, and Brian, and a few others talked quietly amongst themselves. With my gaze no longer focused on Dakota, my mind wandered to Lela. When we got back to the caves, she wouldn't be there to greet me. She'd never greet me again. I tensed, certain I heard her calling my name through the dead forest. I stopped short and stared off into the shadows. "Mech? You all right?" Bobby asked. "No." I scanned for any hint that Lela had miraculously survived and was out there, waiting for me to find her. "I'll never be all right again. Lela wouldn't want you to lose yourself." I sniffed at his words but kept my glare aimed away from my friend. No use taking my anger out on him or anyone else. They'd all suffered too. "Bobby, just do me a favor. Whatever might happen next, look after the others. If anyone's going to die soon, we all know it's going to be the zombie." He said it with his usual crooked smile, but when I didn't return it, he sighed. "Mech, no offense, but if we attack Dakota, the chances of anyone coming out alive are slim to none. Then maybe I should order you to stay behind. Hate to tell you, big guy, but no one's following orders. Either they're going to stand by you and fight till the end, or they're going to hole up in those caves and pray for a miracle. You're not going to be able to tell them which path to choose." He shuffled away. I stayed at the back of our group for the rest of the hike to the caves. Every rustle of leaves or howl of the wind jerked my head up. Lela's memory haunted me. A few times, it was like she'd reached out and touched my arm, but that was impossible. There was no soul left for her to come back as a ghost or any other being. Once I could hear the falls, I was more than ready to rush inside and find a quiet alcove to disappear in for a few hours. I needed to ensure I wasn't losing my sanity, at least not yet. I'd been walking with my head down, focusing on my boots. I hadn't noticed the others stop and ended up walked right into Kagzan's back. Worried the caves had already been overrun, I swung my rifle around. He caught it and stopped me. "Angels. I think they're on our side," he said, staring at the entrance to the caves. Remiel and Nathaniel were talking to several angels. More lingered further down the path. 20, no 30. Shit, how many had they brought? Nathaniel noticed us and waved, not smiling, but there was a hint of hope in his eyes. Their armor was freshly polished. Their eyes were bright, not dark, and filled with despair. They were here in all their shining glory. And they were too damned late. Mech. Kexen was staring at me, but I was too focused on the angels to pay him any attention. You're growling and your eyes are red. Good, I snapped. They're here to help us, remember? Ilran grabbed my arm, but I tore myself away from her. Don't you dare do anything stupid. Like what? I don't know, go all crazy and kill them, she replied sharply. Tanamek, look at me. My lip twitched. I snarled when she tried to spin me around to face her. Get your hand off me right now, unless you want to lose it. When she didn't let go, I shoved away from her and stalked toward the angels. She growled after me, but there was no stopping and no trying to control my burning rage. Remiel sent the call for help nearly a week ago. Then, Lela was still alive. We never heard back from them. Now in our darkest hour, they finally decided to show up. And not just the 5 of them. They brought a decent number of warriors we could have used to save those of Dakota. To save Lela. Mech, Nathaniel said, sounding uncertain. The generals arrived. We were catching them up on the events of the past few days. They don't need any convincing of Hadariel's crimes. They've seen them firsthand. Well, that's a relief. The angel that stood at my height with short black hair, golden armor and olive skin eyed me closely. You have seen much death. I am sorry we could not come sooner. We've been in hiding with those of our soldiers we were barely able to save. And how long did you plan to stay in hiding? The rifle was in my hands, but suddenly it wasn't good enough for these assholes. I let it fall to my side as hellfire burst to life in my palms. Until Hadariel covered the world in evil. Until there was no one left to save. We did not receive your message until several days ago. I choked back the litany of curses I wanted to fling at this angel. Several days? What the hell took you so long? Do you have any idea how many died in the last few days? Mech, Nathaniel said sternly. General Lowe's came as soon as they were able. Sure he did. General Lowe stood taller, but I still had a couple of inches on him. Are you questioning me, demon? Oh, ouch, that one hurt, I snapped back. I closed the small bit of distance between us and bared my fangs. You have no idea what we've been through. You do not get to stand there and judge me or anyone else here. And you do not get to do the same to me or mine. Don't I? I understand there were many killed, but we are here now. Better late than never, is that it? I cut in. He glanced to Nathaniel, but even he seemed a bit annoyed at Lowe's behavior. Good. He should be. Lela was his closest friend. Brian appeared at my right shoulder, and Bobby to my left. Lowe's folded his arms, his brow twitching. Clearly, he wasn't used to be questioned by anyone. Least of all, a demon. We might be on the same side of this dreadful war, he finally said, but I am still a general. Oh yeah. Good for you. I'm a demon lord. Think that means I outrank you? He scoffed. You are not an angel. You don't outrank me in anything. Let me make one thing clear, General Lowe's, I said with a sneer. You might have come to help us, but we're in charge here. We make the final decisions. Not you. Got it. You can't handle that. Then get the hell out of here, and you can all fight the evil army on your own once we're dead. Usually, one is grateful for help and doesn't scorn it. I growled, not sure I needed to explain myself further. He sighed and rubbed his forehead. Hadariel has torn this world apart. I am willing to put our differences aside to assist you in defeating him, but if you insist on acting like a mindless brute of a demon, perhaps we will leave. There is no reason for you to act in such a manner, no matter how many you've lost. I gnashed my jaws as Kexen cursed beside me. You have no idea who I've lost, I muttered, a sharp pain shooting through my chest. Loz's eyes narrowed slightly. Ah, yes, of course, Commander Lela. I heard of her death. Tragic. Tragic. I repeated, disgusted at his emotionless tone. Yes, tragic as all deaths have been. Then again, from what I hear, she could have saved herself much trouble if she had not fallen for a demon. Mech, don't! Ilron shouted, as several others yelled in alarm. I had Loz in my grip and swung him into the nearest tree. His head cracked against it. I held him to the trunk, my hands wrapped around his chest plate. I hoisted him off his feet and slammed him into the tree again. Don't you dare talk about her, I seethed through clenched teeth. You know nothing of what she went through to save everyone. No idea the pain she endured. She gave her life for them, and you will not insult her in my presence. Loz glowered, attempting to get free of my grip. Instead, my hellfire spread closer to his face. He froze. I hadn't meant to summon it, not wanting to use up what little I might have left, but there was no holding it back. He stared into my eyes, and his face softened as his mouth opened slightly. God, you really did love her, didn't you? What do you think? I whispered harshly, then dropped him. He hit the ground. Oof. I crouched over him. I will not let her death be in vain, a death that didn't have to happen if you had come when we called. She died a day ago. One day, I said as I held up my finger and Loz hung his head. She might have lived if you would have gotten your heads out of your asses and stopped being cowards. We are not cowards, he shouted after me as I snatched up the rifle then stalked into the cave. You hear me, demon? I halted, Bobby and Kexen at my side, as if ready to grab me if I went too far. I glared at the angel over my shoulder and stormed off. When the others moved to follow, I growled, and they left me alone. I passed humans, demons, and the few angels that had made it out of Dakota. Images of those Hadariel just slaughtered flashed in my mind, and I turned away guiltily. We needed to report what we saw, but talking right now was going to be impossible. My feet led me where they would, and eventually, I found myself in the very back of the cave and the natural pool of water. The sight of it stilled my heart. I sucked in a painful breath as the rifle clattered to the stone floor at my feet. The bandolier of shotgun shells went next as I yanked it over my head and chucked it aside. All the pent-up grief I held back since waking up in these damned caves came pouring out of me. Each breath tore through my body, and I fell to my knees then onto my palms. I clamped my eyes shut, but the room didn't disappear, and neither did I. This was where I'd held Lela and told her what she meant to me. This was where she stubbornly told me we could act like our emotions weren't real. It was where I'd kissed her and swore to myself I would protect her from Hadariel and all the horrors he brought with him. I'm sorry, I whispered between gasping breaths. I'm so damn sorry. Tears splattered against the stones by my hands. I couldn't make them stop as my heart shredded. It should have been me who died. She was stronger than me, always was. Without her, how the hell was I supposed to keep going? I shut my eyes and crawled toward the pool. The water sloshed against the sides as I dipped my hand in it. Cold. Thinking it might help me get some semblance of a grip, I slipped into it, clothes and all. Teeth chattering, I held my breath and ducked under. When I broke the surface, I jumped. There, sitting across from me in the pool, was Lela. You're not real, I muttered, wiping water from my eyes. She didn't reply, only looked sadly at me. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. Her hand stretched across the pool, and then she faded away like smoke. Great, now I was hallucinating. I stayed in the freezing cold pool until my hands and feet went numb. Leaving a trail of water, I exited the cavern with the pool only pausing when a whisper of a breeze ruffled my hair. A cool hand cupped my cheek, sending a jolt down my spine. Lela. I glanced around the room one more time as I whispered, I'll join you in oblivion soon enough. Promise. Then I walked down the winding stone tunnel to find dry clothes and get some sleep. Chapter 10. Mech. Are you going to scowl at me the entire time? Lowe's asked me hotly. I shrugged, tapping my fingers on the stone table in the main cavern. Are you going to keep acting like this is going to be a simple assassination attempt? It is. I snorted. He scowled. All we have to do is kill Hadariel and Seraphim. The angels will surrender, and the evil will. Will what, huh? I interrupted, slapping my open palm on the table. Will miraculously return to the pits of hell. And the rift he created, what do you think will happen with that? Or the fact that the sources of our power are not only exposed, but also currently veiled and shrinking? Have you even tried to use your holy light to its full extent lately? You tell me one more time how simple this mission is going to be, and I'm going to shove my fist down your throat. I was on my feet and growling by the end of my rant. Kexon rolled his eyes. Bobby smirked. Bit overdramatic, Mech, he said quietly. It was, but I hadn't slept. I couldn't. Each time I closed my eyes, Lela was there. Not that being awake was much better, but it was tolerable. If I didn't stare too long into the shadows, I was fine. My mind told me it was impossible for her to be here. Her soul was gone, as well as her body. There was no bringing her back. A whisper of a touch brushed across my cheek. I bit my tongue to stop myself from reacting, and waited for Lowe's to say something else idiotic. He screwed his mouth to the side, glanced at the 4 other generals behind him, and motioned for me to talk. What's your plan then? My plan is to take the threat of evil in Dakota seriously. I resumed my seat and scratched at the thick scruff on my cheek. You're right. Hadariel and Seraphim need to die, but that abomination can cut off our hellfire. And Hadariel is damn strong. Yes, we know. Do you? With his holy light corrupted, he's more of a threat than ever before. Their combined power is immense, and their army numbers in the hundreds of thousands by now. This right here. This is our fighting force. Then we gather more fighters, Lowe suggested. Right, and where are you going to get them from? I asked with a shrug. Hell was overrun, and most of those demons fled to Dakota or other human compounds. Most of which are nothing but burning piles of ash. This is it, General Lowe's. This is our army. If you don't want to fight, then I suggest you hightail it out of here, because tomorrow, we're marching right into the jaws of death. He rested his elbows on the table as he studied me intently. You have no hope of surviving this fight. No, I don't. But you're going to go anyway. All of you are, he asked, glancing around the room. I didn't have to look up to sense the resolve of those gathered. Brian, Kexon, and Bobby nodded. Ilron sat to my right and gave a firm bob of her head. Nathaniel and Remiel also bowed in agreement with the others. From the way Lowe straightened and squared his shoulders, he was impressed by whatever he saw. All right then, Demon Lord Tanamek, tell us how you'd like to proceed. My men and I will follow your orders. After all, you know this area best, and despite what I have been through in this war, you have, I believe, faced off against Seraphim more than I have. Lela knew Dakota better than anyone here, but I forced those words down. We need to find a way to catch them off guard. If we can break through the veil on our sources of power, we might have more of a fighting chance, I explained. All of us. Lowe's frowned. What do you mean? We can still access our holy light. Can Seraphim cut us off too? Not that we've seen, but as I said, it's being drained just as our hellfire is. If we break the veil around the sources, we think there's a chance we can use all our powers before Hadariel destroys them for good. I told him, then added, how do you feel about using hellfire? Is that even possible? We were on the verge of making it happen when Dakota fell. And with the sources freed from whatever binds Hadariel's placed on them, who the hell knows, but it's worth a shot. Might be our only shot at this point. Right. Then we break the veil and go after Hadariel and Seraphim. No, I growled. Hadariel is mine. No one touches him. No one. I waited for him to argue with me, but he nodded slowly. Understood. Another gentle touch traced my jaw. I bit my cheek so hard blood seeped into my mouth. I quietly asked Ilran to pull up the map of Dakota. She gave me a funny look, but did as I asked. For the next 5 hours, we went through one plan after another, until finally, we came to an agreement on what we believed would work. Our small force would be divided into 4 groups. 2 would focus on the sources of our power, and the other 2 would focus solely on Xeroxin. He controlled the evil, and with his ability to bind our hellfire, even if we freed it from the veil, there was a chance he'd still be able to stop us. As much as I wanted to go straight for Hadariel, we had to be smart. After we settled the details, I was the first to leave the table and exit the cave. Fresh air layered with mist from the cold falls hit my face. I sat on a large boulder and tilted my head to stare at the sky. A sliver of stars shone through the thunderheads, and my spirits lifted for a second. Until the clouds rolled back in. This plan of ours was going to be near impossible to pull off, but it was all we had. Our last hurrah. Probably going to die tomorrow, I whispered as I reached into my pocket. The button I'd held onto all this time rested in my palm. I closed my fist around it and focused on Lela's face and every memory I had of her. One more time, if I could just see her one more time, I could make it through tomorrow with a shred of hope. After 5 minutes, only the rushing of the falls kept me company. There was no grove lit by bright sunshine. There was no soft grass. There was no Lela. I brought the button to my lips, then let it fall into the water flowing down through the mountains. Chapter 11. Mech. We're all gonna die, Bobby mumbled beside me. Kexen glowered at him. Now you sound like Mech. I checked the shotgun. And pretty sure he's right. That, my friend, is what death looks like when it's pissed off. He motioned to the swarming mass of evil flooding Dakota. The rift had grown since we were last here. From the influx of wraiths and hellhounds and countless other horrifying creatures, the portal was opening just as Hadariel intended. I can't believe we're doing this. I racked a shell. You didn't have to come, remember? No one did. You think I'm going to miss this chance to take some more of those bastards down with me? Shit, Mech, it's pretty much the end of the world if we fail. No way, I'm hiding out in some cave. Nope, he said, pulling his rifle around and checking the scope. I want a front row view of the end. And you called me over-dramatic. Bobby tilted his head back and forth. Yeah, pretty much. I glanced at the stitches holding his head in place. We'd reinforced them since his head always seemed to be the first thing he lost in a fight. If Bobby was running around headless, he was pretty much a goner. I wanted my friend to have some sort of fighting chance, especially since he and Kexen were leading the teams to free the power sources, Ilran, Nathaniel, and Remiel with them. They had to succeed for the rest of our plan to have a chance at working. Behind me was the rest of our small army. The angels helped bolster our numbers, but not by much. The demons who weren't severely injured from the fall of Dakota were here. As were the humans. Brian had to convince several of the older kids to stay behind to watch over the younger ones. They'd been more than ready to join the fight. I was happy they weren't here. I'd seen too many kids killed by these monsters. I wasn't sure I could bear watching them slaughtered. Lowe's and the 4 other generals stayed true to their word and made ready to attack Xeroxin. He was their focus. I'd help them until Hadariel became a threat. Then I'd turn my attention to him, and with any luck, kill him. A few rounds of shells, infused with hellfire to the head, might do the trick. Are we ready? I asked Brian as he approached, holding a burlap sack. He counted what was inside and gave me a devious grin. Oh yeah, we're ready. Time to blow some shit up. Everyone knows their job, I said to the group as they gathered around. If anyone wants to back out, now's the time. You won't be judged, But I do ask that if you return to the caves, you fight to keep those humans alive as long as you can, should we fail. Not a single person moved. If determination alone could end this war, Hadariel wouldn't stand a chance. Let's move out. The boulder was shitty cover, but it was the best we could find. My group was scattered in various places around the outside of Dakota, waiting for the signal to move in. Lowe's crouched beside me, rifle in hand. We talked yesterday about the impossibility of being able to sneak any angel forces near Dakota, and figured we'd just risk that Hadariel might sense their presence. If he did, he wasn't worried about them. My hope was there was too much interference between the other angels already present and the evil pouring out of the rift that he simply couldn't pick up on their holy light. How long? He whispered. Not sure. Brian was going to try and get to an optimal position. It had been over 15 minutes since we split up. Had they been caught? I assumed if any of our teams were found, Seraphim or Hadariel would be certain to make an example of us. The horned monster himself was currently 50 yards away, seated in front of a bonfire with several abominations and wraiths at his side. He picked his sharp teeth with a bone. Somewhere on the far side of the compound, Kexan and Bobby, with their two teams, were also hiding and waiting. There were too many guards around the stone archways to even let them get remotely close enough to destroy the glowing box. I had no eyes on Hadariel, but the High General was here. He had to be. I peeked around the boulder again, scanning for any sign of Brian in trouble, when Seraphim suddenly shot to his feet. I looked in the direction he did, as a column of fire exploded from the center of Dakota. A second one was quickly followed by a third. Leave it to Brian to not only create a tiny distraction, but set off a sequence of bombs in the midst of the enemy. Seraphim shouted orders, and a swarm of abominations and zombies lumbered toward the explosions. More went off, shaking the ground and drowning out the panicked screams of those unlucky enough to be caught in the blasts. Seraphim lingered behind, with only his guard to protect him. I counted off the seconds, while more bombs exploded. When there was a decent distance between Seraphim and the main army, I sprinted around the boulder, with Lowe's and the rest following me. I had no way to see if Bobby and Kexan were able to make their move or not. Seraphim spotted us charging forward and smirked as if he'd been wondering when we'd show up. I aimed the shotgun at his face, but a wraith slipped in between us and took the hit. Its robes caught with hellfire, and it shrieked as its body disintegrated into a puff of smoke. A second did the same. Then we were in full combat. I racked another shell and managed to get off a second shot at a wraith, but the one behind it crowded me, knocking the gun to the side. The third shot went wide, and then I was thrown through the air. Lowe's let out a battle cry as his holy light shifted into a longsword. He charged Seraphim. I scrambled to my feet. Idiot. I told him to conserve his holy light until he was ready to make the kill. Barely a minute into the fight, and the sword shimmered like it was about to go out. Using his sword and heavy-headed mace, Seraphim easily beat back Lowe's and the three generals. An angel caught the mace to the face. His head caved in. Seraphim kicked the motionless body aside and ran a second through. Lowe's shouted. His holy light flared a bright blue. His sword sparked when it clashed against Seraphim's. I aimed the shotgun for the monster's head while he was still, but a wraith knocked into me from behind. The shot blasted through Seraphim's upper thigh. His head whipped around and he snarled, flashing rows of fangs. He brought up his hooved foot, kicked Lowe's in the chest, then turned for me. As he stalked closer, crowing like a maniac, I chanced to look around. Hadariel. Where was he? I told Hadariel we wouldn't have to hunt you down, Seraphim said, as he casually swung the mace in his hand. That you'd be dumb enough to come for us. I aimed the gun at his head and pulled the trigger. He moved and the shot missed. What's wrong, Mech? Can't use your hellfire. He laughed as those invisible bonds appeared and tightened around my fire. It was why I hadn't even manifested it in the first place. Behind him, Lowe's was on his feet, but his holy light was fading quickly. He gave up on the sword and drew 2 long silver daggers instead. As I held Zoroxen's attention, the general leaped into the air, ready to plunge the tips into the bastard's head. I aimed a shot at Zoroxen and struck his other leg. He grunted, blood spurting from his thigh. A heartbeat later, Lowe's stabbed Zoroxen in the back. He rolled away to stand beside me as the monster flailed. The blades had barely pierced him. Damn it! Lowe's glanced around as the plan we spent so long coming up with fell apart in mere minutes. What do we do? Keep fighting. We need to draw Hadariel out. A scream came from the side. We spun to find one of Lowe's generals being hoisted into the air. A spear rammed through her gut. Her eyes glowed a brilliant blue, and then she was ashes. Lowe shouted as Hadariel lowered the spear, his eyes glowing a dark tainted blue. You want me, demon? Hadariel said with a sneer as he aimed the spear at me. You have me. The last 2 generals beside Lowe's charged forward. I had no chance to watch the fight because Zoroxen spiraled through the air, heading for me and Lowe's. He swung the mace and took out the angel. His wings caught me, and I staggered away but stayed on my feet. I racked another round, already running low. I strained to find any hint of Kexen or Ilron. The enemy was too great. They were all I saw, and my heart plummeted. A mace whistled by my face. Instinct saved me from catching it in the face, and I whirled around, blasting Zoroxen in the shoulder. His body jerked, but he kept coming. Lowe's was on the ground, not moving. The mace slammed into the ground, inches from me. I beat him in the face with the butt of the gun. More screams of the dying told me Hadariel had probably just killed another general. Maybe both. Zoroxen closed in, saliva dripping. Movement to my left caught my eye. Hadariel stepped over the body of the last angel general. Blood covered the tip of the spear in his hand. He gave it an emotionless look, then dropped it. You could have simply died in the woods, Hadariel informed me. You and the rest of your kind. Taken it upon yourselves to leave this world your own way. This is our way. Is it? To be slaughtered at the hands of your enemy. He sighed, and for the first time I caught a hint of exhaustion in his eyes. The corruption was wearing on him, as was the strain on his holy light. You're letting him kill you, I said, nodding to Zoroxen. This whole army of yours, they're going to end you even if we don't. Don't listen to him, Zoroxen snapped. You need us. You will always need us. Hadariel tensed, his hand twitching as if he considered attacking the monster he brought to life. You should be concerned with your death now, Unputdownable. How would you like to die? I raised the shotgun as the last word left his mouth and fired one round after the other. There were no cries of pain or thudding of bodies falling to the ground. I fired, reloaded as fast as I could get my fingers to work, then fired again. I started to rack another shell, but the shotgun was empty. I grabbed for more out of the bandolier at my chest, but it too was out. Hadariel and Zoroxen smirked as they closed in. I lost sight of the others as soon as our plan went to shit. Did you really think you'd be able to defeat us? Zoroxen asked, a dark glint in his eyes. You were never going to win. None of you were. Now it's my turn to rule. Hadariel seemed to be watching his counterpart warily, as if uncertain what he was going to do. There wasn't a chance this situation could get any worse than it already was. Until Zoroxen grabbed hold of Hadariel's shoulder, and the High General froze. What are you doing? Ensuring no one ever threatens us again. Zoroxen snatched Hadariel's other shoulder and spun him around so they faced each other. His jaws stretched open far wider than was natural, revealing the double row of fangs. His jaw opened wide like a snake's as Hadariel shouted at him to get back. His threats fell on deaf ears. Zoroxen's claws dug into Hadariel's skin, drawing blood. I backed away, unsure of what I was witnessing. Zoroxen's hands began to glow a sickly blue. The haze spread until it encompassed them both. You can't do this to me, Hadariel shouted, true terror in his words. Oh, but I can because you see, you are me and I am you. It's time we stop trying to be separate beings, Hadario. It's time you embrace the real you. The High General manifested a two-handed sword in his hands and attempted to stab the monster he'd created. The blade punctured his chest to the hilt. Zeraxin jerked back, and slowly his face tilted to stare at it. He sniffed loudly, then shook his head. You shouldn't have done that. The blade vanished into a puff of blue smoke. The haze exploded around them, then they disappeared. I was thrown back. Hadariel's shout turned into a beastly howl that reverberated. I smashed my hands to my ears with a grimace, waiting for the haze to part. The second it did, I wished I was already dead. What stood in front of me now was a cross between Zeraxin and the High General, but worse. It had two sets of wings, drenched in black, greasy feathers that oozed with a substance that corroded the ground where it fell. The large eyes glaring down at me from the 10-foot-tall figure were crimson and leaked pure darkness. Black talons extended from its fingertips. Its feet were massive hooves that shook the ground when it took a lumbering step toward me. Saliva dripped from blackened and cracked lips. Fangs filled its mouth. When it smirked, Zeraxin's face was what surfaced, but roaming beneath it as if trapped just beneath the skin was an impression of Hadario. As it let out a breath, the stench of rotting meat filled the air. I scrambled to get upright and pulled what little hellfire I had left to my hands. Zeraxin cackled. You think that will stop me? He asked, his voice several octaves lower than it had been before. I will crush you all. This world is mine, demon. I smashed my palms together, and when I pulled them apart, a rotating orb of fire formed. It grew the longer I held it, and when Zeraxin moved to take another step, I launched it at his head. The fire hit its mark, and he stumbled but didn't go down. I launched another at him. Then another. The fire seemed to annoy him more than it hurt him. When I threw another one, far larger than the others, he caught it and scoffed. This is the best you can do, Demon Lord. Pathetic. You're almost not worth killing. I snarled, but he launched my own fire back at me, and I was forced to dive to the side. I barely hit the ground when another orb of fire struck the ground. I rolled, cursing. The flames burned my arms and side. I didn't even see the third volley, but I felt it strike my back. I bellowed, digging my nails into the dirt as I pushed to my knees. Through vision blurry from the attack, I strained to find any sight of Kexan or Bobby or anyone else. The fighting was still going on, but everyone else was too far away. A hoof kicked my side. I grunted as I was flipped onto my back. I attempted to pull on my hellfire again, but Zeraxin closed his hand into a fist. My back arched as those invisible bonds clamped harder around my inner fire. Only this time, it didn't just hold my power back. The hellfire that had flowed through my veins since I was born was extinguished. A strange emptiness took its place. I blinked, staring into the red eyes of the bastard who was going to kill me. I tried to get up, but he planted a hoof on my chest, smashing me into the ground. The weight crushed the air from my lungs. I struck at his leg, uselessly. He cackled, hunching over me. The double set of wings folded against his back as he sighed. The claws on his left hand extended. Flames spread from his palm to cover them. I would say tell Lela hello from me, but we both know that's impossible. Goodbye, Mech. I shouted, enraged, pushing against his hoof with everything I had, but it was no use. He brought his claws down, and I braced for death. Beyond him in the sky, a glimpse of bright white light appeared. Time seemed to slow as it expanded. I frowned, wondering if my mind was somehow working to spare me from whatever pain was about to come my way. But the light grew brighter, until it was blinding to look at. Zeraxin's hand continued its path for my throat when the light shot from the heavens and struck the ground like a meteor. Zeraxin was thrown away by the blast, but I stayed right where I was, held by some invisible force. As I hurried to get up, coughing and hacking to get air into my lungs, Zeraxin snarled and spread his wings wide. With a few hard pumps, he was upright again and furious. The beam of pure white light remained on the ground right beside me. I A figure appeared at its center. Slowly, the light faded enough for me to see. I sank to my knees at the sight. Her hair was pulled back in a long braid that hung to her waist. A double-headed axe made of pure holy light was held across her body. There were no more black leather bits of armor or chainmail. Instead, her armor gleamed silver and white, etched with images of the sun, the moon, and the stars. The best part was what spread from her back. 2 wings with pearly white feathers fluttered gently as she focused on Seraphim. "Lela," I breathed, not willing to believe what I was seeing. This had to be a dream. Or I was dead. That's what this was. Seraphim had struck the killing blow, and I was dead. But the second Lela's gaze shifted to mine, I knew it was her. This me. Those vibrant eyes were so full of life, they chased away the pain I had from my recent wounds. The battle that had raged moments ago ebbed, until everyone seemed to be staring at this new arrival in all her glory. "Commander Lela," Seraphim raged. "You are supposed to be dead." Lela's gaze turned icy as she glowered at him. "That's High General Lela now." "High General," he repeated. That's not possible." Lela hefted her double-headed axe and smirked. "What? You thought you were the only one capable of miracles? Here's another one for you," she said, and aimed her axe at the veil over the source of hellfire and holy light. "I think it's time we're back on even ground. Don't you?" "You can't," he shouted, his 4 wings lifting him into the air to attack. An onyx spear appeared in his hands as he launched himself at her. Lela hardly flinched at the sight of him coming for her. Her hand grabbed mine, and then we were in the air, spiraling away from Seraphim, landing right beside the stone archways. The zombies who'd been guarding them disintegrated into dust as Lela slammed the handle of her axe into the ground. "Lela." The rest of the words caught in my throat, taken in by the awe-inspiring sight of her. "What? How?" I cleared my throat and tried again. "I don't understand." "I don't either, but I'm here, and we're finishing this. Together." She brought her axe back like a bat, then swung for the veil. I waited for the backlash of power, but pure holy light flowed from the axe and into the veil. Cracks formed until they covered every inch of the shield Hadariel had put in place so long ago. Just when it started to crumble, I reached for Lela, drew her into my arms. Her warm lips met mine, and then she had her arms wrapped around my neck, drawing me in even closer. Lela was alive. She wasn't just an angel, not anymore. She'd been given a gift, one I knew she wouldn't ruin as Hadariel had. The heavens had a new High General. When the last bit of the veil collapsed, hellfire and holy light flooded out. The box that had created the rift shattered with the force of their release. I gasped, throwing my head back as fire and light wove together in a twisted rope, then drove right into my center. More shocked gasps sounded all around us, as demons and angels alike embraced the full force of power we'd been denied for too damn long. As I looked into Lela's eyes, I caught my own eyes reflected at me. They were filled with hellfire, and dancing around the edges of my pupils was a ring of holy light. A sense of completeness replaced the emptiness. Seraphim and his army of evil and Hadariel's angels were clearly afraid. For the first time since this war started, evil was scared. Good. They should be, because we were going to kill them all.
Chapter 12. Lela. I remembered dying. The last image I ever thought I'd see was Mech's eyes filled with horror as Hadariel stabbed me in the heart. After that, I expected to be nothing. He destroyed my soul, but when my eyes had fluttered open, it wasn't a black void I was in. I'd spun around slowly. I was in the heavens, standing in a room I'd never personally been in but knew existed. This was the throne room for the High General. Why was I there? I'd walked the full perimeter of the room, wearing a pure white dress that dragged on the floor behind me. There were no doors, no windows, just the room with its soft white glow. Lela. When the voice sounded, I jumped, ready to fight. The person who stood at the other end of the room was me. Or at least it looked like me, only she was made of an ever-flowing stream of holy light and hellfire. Almost like a manifestation of the power that gave us life. You? What is this? Who are you? I am you. I am all of you, she replied, but her words were heavy with sadness. I don't understand. You're not meant to. None of this was meant to happen, Lela. I intended for you to take your rightful place years from now when you were ready. I'm afraid you must assume the mantle of power much sooner. Mantle of power? I shook my head and stumbled away. You don't mean? I do, she said. If you choose not to take it, your soul will be at peace, but Mech, the others, she paused, you will be leaving them to a fate worse than death. She waved her hand. An image of Mech appeared. He was in the caves, sitting in the icy cold water of the pool. I reached for him. His eyes shot open. Mech. Can he see me? She waved her hand again, and the image faded. If you assume your destiny, they will all see you as the angel you were born to be. Do you accept? The agony in Mech's eyes struck me to the core. If I didn't return to him, he'd die. Everyone I knew would join me in death. I squared my shoulders, not sure I understood exactly what I was about to accept, but what choice did I have? I nodded as I stepped forward. I accept. The other me held out her hands. A pure white light surrounded them. Then prepare yourself, for your life is about to change. The next thing I remembered was peering down from the heavens and seeing Mech about to die. I hadn't even stopped to question the armor that suddenly covered my body, or how easily I'd manifested my battle axe. Time had slowed. I flew from the heavens, using wings far stronger than my old ones, and landed next to Mech. Now as he stared back at me, eyes filled with not just hellfire but holy light too, any reservations I had about my decision vanished. He cupped my cheek in his palm, fire seeping from his fingers to caress me. His brow furrowed as his lips parted. But there'd be time for explanations later. Seraphim was still alive, with Hadariel inside him. The rift was open, and we had a war to end. I will destroy you, Seraphim seethed as tainted flames fell from his hands like whips. Mech scoffed, then held out his right hand. The hellfire and holy light shifted against his palm, then expanded into a long, two-handed sword. Very nice. I brought my axe back to my hands, hellfire scorching the blades. As we stalked toward Seraphim, his eye twitched, and the face roaming beneath his skin howled in anguish. Hadariel might be trapped inside that monster, but he sensed his death was coming. Mech and I circled Seraphim, weapons at the ready. Around us, bursts of hellfire and holy light tore through the ranks of evil and the traitorous angels. Their holy light was no use against the pureness I unleashed with my arrival. Seraphim flipped the whips in his hands, then lashed out. I ducked and zoomed toward him using my newly returned wings. I slashed at his side with the burning blade of my axe. He spun around with a gasp. Not giving him any time to recover, Mech charged in, his sword cutting into Seraphim's thighs. The monster shrieked as Hadariel writhed and howled inside. Black blood oozed from the wounds, but it wasn't enough to take him down. His set of double wings flared, sending a spray of corruption toward us. Mech and I threw out a hand at the same time. A shield of hellfire and holy light formed to block us from the acidic splash. The sight of fire swirling with blue light was beautiful to watch. For a split second I was lost in its magnificence. This was how our races should have been all this time. The power we had together was unlike any I'd ever seen before. Looks like you were right after all, Mech mused. Seraphim took to the sky. We let the shield fall. You ready to end this? I asked. Mech's sword flared with a fresh burst of hellfire. He wrapped an arm around my waist and crushed his lips to mine. Fire and light soared around us, cocooning us in a brilliant explosion of pure power. When we parted, our eyes glowing with the love we had for each other. Seraphim hovered yards away, face screwed up in rage. You will not defeat me, he ranted. You are going to die. His wings fell back and he dove for us. Mech and I parted and braced for the assault. Xeroxin struck the ground hard enough to create a crater, but we stayed on our feet and met him, attack for attack. The whips had been replaced with a sword and an axe. His movements blurred as his anger drove him, but he never landed a hit. We parried and blocked, moving like we had the first time Mech and I fought together. It was like a dance as we stepped in to block each other's weak side, then turned to strike at the same time. Xeroxin's furious growls turned to yelps of pain as our blades slashed into his skin, cutting through muscle and tendon. As he tried to take to the air again, Mech brought his sword down and cut through the flesh, holding the wings to Xeroxin's back. They fell to the ground, useless and diseased. He stumbled away, clutching a hand to his right shoulder. "No," he whispered. "No, this is my time to rule. You will not take this from me. This is my world." "No, it's their world," I said, motioning to Brian and the other humans. "It's always been their world." "You're pathetic. You both are. They are nothing." Mech raised his sword. "They are everything." He brought the blade down, and Xeroxin barely blocked it with his own. He pushed Xeroxin back further. I swung low with my axe, cleaving the beast's leg at the knee. He toppled over. Mech and I stood shoulder to shoulder. Our weapons vanished, and we held out our hands toward the abomination Hadariel brought to life with his hatred. Fire and light glowed around our hands, stretching to combine into one beam of energy. Xeroxin lunged forward with a snarl, but our power was too great. It slammed into him, freezing him in place. His skin peeled back. He screamed. His face burned, becoming a skull, mouth open in a horrendous shriek. He collapsed to his knees, his two remaining wings fighting to get him away. It was too late. He burned until there was only a skeletal frame. It fell to the side. Standing in Xeroxin's place was Hadariel. The late High General was covered in tainted blood. It ran off him in a flood of evil. He gagged on it, falling to the ground as he glared up at me. He opened his mouth, but he never had the chance to complete a single word. Mech's sword cut his head off mid-word. Hadariel's body crumpled as his head bounced away, eyes wide and staring. The rest of the evil that had not been vanquished fled from Dakota, aiming for the rift. "Think we can close it?" Mech asked. I smiled as my wings fluttered at my back. "You read my mind." I held out my hand for his. Once he took it, I soared into the air, taking him with me. We landed by the rift, and were quickly joined by the other demons and angels. Remiel's glowing blue eyes shimmered with tears of joy at the sight of me. Nathaniel beamed. Kexen wiped a hand down his face, as if checking to ensure he was really seeing me. Bobby looked like he was about to lose his head. "I'll be damned," Ilran said as she joined us. "You're one hell of an angel." Behind her, Brian, Travis, and so many others looked at me like I couldn't really be standing there. Nothing good had ever come from this war. Whatever being or power had given me this gift, I'd have to find a way to thank them for letting me save my family. Holding onto Mech's hand, I held out my other for Ilran's. Time to finish what he started. Ilran dropped her blade and took my hand. Travis took hold of her other hand. Others, one by one, were linked together around the entire perimeter of the rift. Those who didn't join the circle kept our backs protected against the swarm of evil still attempting to get to the rift. Our bodies glowed with hellfire and holy light, joined together as it always should have been. The ground rumbled. Inch by inch, the rift began to close. The evil that had been charging for it stopped, then rushed the other direction. They could flee, but we'd hunt them all down eventually. The jagged edges of the earth met with a thunderous boom, and a burst of light shot into the sky, parting the dark thunderheads. Beyond them was a clear blue sky, the sun a perfect golden circle in the heavens. Its warmth poured over the wastelands for the first time in years. Mech started to talk, only to be interrupted by a loud hum that came from the two sources of power. They expanded, and once they settled, a shockwave of energy exploded outward. Green grass sprouted out of the ground as far as I could see. Dead tree trunks collapsed and gave way to new trees, shooting out of the ground and stretching to new heights. Their limbs were heavy with emerald leaves that rustled in the wind. And the wind. I breathed in deeply and had to wipe a tear from my eye. The sweet smell of flowers blooming. The grass in the summertime. All this filled my nose. I crouched low, running my hands over the life I never thought I'd see return to these lands. "This is incredible," Mech whispered beside me. "You did this." "No, we did," I told him. I straightened and held his face in my hands. "I'm sorry I left you." His familiar growl rumbled through him as he rested his forehead to mine. "I thought I'd lost you forever." "How did you come back?" "That is a story for another time. Right now, I think we need to take care of a few things." "The other rifts? You think they are sealed?" "One way to find out." I pulled away from him, meaning to seek out our closest friends. I was hugged and lifted off my feet as they laughed with joy to have the war ended. Through them I caught Mech's smile. His eyes filled with fire and light. I wasn't sure what we were going to do about the sources of power yet, but Seraphim was dead, and Hadariel with him. The world hadn't ended after all.
Chapter 13. Mech. You really want to leave them here? Lela and I shrugged at Brian's question. No point in trying to put them back. I think they belong on the surface. It's the balance between the heavens and hell, I told him. And this time, they'll be properly watched over by angels, demons, and humans. Brian frowned. Us. What can we do to keep them safe? You're kidding, right? Lela said with a laugh. Humans are very strong, Brian. Don't ever forget all you did during the war. I'll try not to, High General. Lela's cheeks reddened, and she sighed. I'm never going to get used to this. I think it suits you just fine. The three of us stood around the new location of the sources for Hellfire and Holy Light. They hadn't returned to their previous place, and we weren't sure how to get them there safely. After a very lengthy discussion between me, Lela, Ilron, the remaining angel generals, as well as some newly appointed ones, we decided it was best to leave them right where they were. We'd rebuild the archways around them and plant a few gardens. This was meant to be a place of tranquility, and it would be so. Brian tilted his head, then smiled. They're back. Lela and I spun around in time to see a large portal expand. Kexan exited first, a demon child on his back. Behind him were Bobby and Travis, along with the rest of the children of hell. The guards came with them. Thankfully, Seraphim and Hadariel hadn't even realized we'd sent them to a secret pocket realm. Many were orphaned now, but those that had parents raced through the crowds to hug them. I wrapped an arm around Lela's waist and pulled her in close. Still have so many more demons to find, I said quietly. And rifts to finish sealing. And evil to hunt. We'll see it done, don't worry. Many of the rifts had sealed, but some had remained wide open, allowing evil to spew out. Once they were sealed now, though, they stayed that way. Many demons had found their way to Dakota. The rest we'd set out to find and bring back home. Rebuilding the surface and hell was going to take months, years probably. Hadariel had wrought so much damage and heartache. As the kids laughed in delight, I couldn't help but smile. We'd grieve, then we'd move on. The world was ours again. We had ideas for a new order to ensure this never happened again. With Lela ruling the heavens, I didn't think we'd have any issues. Lela kissed my cheek, then said she was going to check in with Nathaniel and Remiel. They'd been working on a way to combine the heavenly realms into one. Divided hadn't worked out too well. Ilron and I were in the same boat. Taking down the barriers between them would take enormous power. Now we had it. I glanced once more at the spheres of Hellfire and Holy Light, watching them intermingle and be together as they were meant to do. Then Kexan called for me, and I stepped away. Hours later, as the sun was setting, filling the sky with shades of reds, oranges, then fading into blue and violet, I searched our camp for Lela. Dakota was a burned-out shell. Brian and the others would build it again. Many humans would have a chance to go back to their farms and start over. I smiled and talked briefly with those I passed, but Lela wasn't among them. A familiar worry tugged at my gut until I glanced skyward. Lela soared through the wispy clouds, her wings carrying her easily. Her hair streamed out behind her as she dove and spun. I smiled softly, unable to look away. She was beautiful. I'd never get enough of her. Keeping my eyes on her, I walked toward the wreckage of Dakota and climbed to the roof of the last remaining watchtower. When she spotted me, she shifted direction and gracefully landed. Gorgeous sunset. Can't believe I'm witnessing one. Me either, I said, but I was looking at her. Someone shouted my name. I grunted, annoyed. Lela laughed as I waved at Bobby to go away. You want to get out of here for a bit? Disappear. Sounds like a plan. What did you have in mind? She shrugged as her wings spread then closed in behind me. She wrapped her arms around my neck and whispered, "Care to see what the heavens look like? Aside from the forges you broke into," she added with a wink. Sounds peaceful. And quiet. Oh, it is. Her wings fluttered, and we were lifted into the sky. Chapter 14. Mech. 6 months later. Dakota was finally back on the map, and tonight we were having a party to celebrate. Brian had been elected its new mayor, which didn't come as a surprise to anyone. Hell was on a slow path to recovery, but I was all right with that. We'd spent the last few months tracking down the last living humans, demons and angels who had gone into hiding. They were all returning home. What did surprise me was the number of our races that decided to remain on the surface. There was no more division between demons and angels, not even humans. Whatever force had brought Lela back seemed to know what it was doing. This was all because of her. Lela had told me one night what she went through after her death. Neither of us was completely certain who she spoke with, nor did we care. Life was just about perfect. I had Lela, and the world was alive and thriving. I'd been in hell for most of the day, overseeing the restructuring of a new home for us, as Lela had in the heavens. I opened a portal, left my realm behind, and stepped out into the green field that stretched on for miles around Dakota. The portal sealed behind me, and I glanced around. Lela was supposed to meet me here. As the minutes ticked by, I wondered if she'd been distracted. It happened lately. I was worried she was hiding something from me. Ilron had acted funny the last few days, too. I was about to go get her when a circle of white light appeared overhead. A moment later, Lela appeared, soaring to the surface. She wore a dark blue dress for the occasion, one that clung to her curves. Since the war had ended, she was able to stop wearing armor. Seeing her in normal clothes made my day, just as hearing her laugh or seeing her smile. It was the little things I'd never have enough of. "Sorry I'm late," she said, not meeting my gaze. "Lela, what's going on?" "Huh. Nothing, why?" Now she was grinning. I crossed my arms and waited. "We're going to be late." "Then we're late. You're hiding something." She rolled her eyes. "Can we save the 10-minute back and forth of me asking and you denying until you finally give in? Just tell me already. Please. Is it your power? Is something wrong?" No. "That's fine," she said slowly, and I stilled. "It's something else I wasn't expecting. But well, now I am." She wasn't making any sense. I wondered if she'd been spending too much time working, and was about to ask her when the last time she slept was. There were no bags under her eyes, or any sign of exhaustion. When I continued to study her intently, she mumbled something about oblivious demons, grabbed my hand, and placed it on her stomach. "Get it?" I flattened my hand against her stomach, looked to her, then looked back down. Are we, you're, holy shit." She laughed as she covered her hand with mine. "Going to take that, as you're excited?" I nodded, grinning like an idiot. She was pregnant, which meant we were going to be bringing the first of a new race into this world. How could I not be excited? I don't know. There's a lot going on, and we've been so busy and... I cut her rambling off with a kiss, pulling her into my arms. Suddenly going to the festivities tonight did not sound like fun. I opened a portal behind me. Lela laughed. Mech, she said, but I walked backward, bringing her with me. What? This calls for a celebration. We'll make it to the party. Eventually. We disappeared through the fiery portal, our laughter echoing across the field behind us.
Thank you for listening. This has been a Ciara Graves book. Don't forget to subscribe and ring the bell to be notified of new releases.